The premise of this video is very simple. On the day that Sonic and Blaze are born, they are engulfed in a mysterious light. In an instant, they're transported across dimensions, each taking the other's place in their respective worlds. From there, they integrated themselves into their surroundings without even knowing that anything was wrong. For whatever reason, no one around them ever felt it necessary to tell them about the strange circumstances surrounding their birth. In part, this is due to Blaze being surrounded by few people, now living what was Sonic's life before he met most of his friends. As for Sonic, well, we'll see what's going on with him in the Soul Dimension in a little bit. Unfortunately, Rush is pretty far into the timeline, so we have a lot of ground to cover before we can see Sonic. Outside of this swap, nothing else about the world will change. Everything else is exactly the same, and I mean exactly the same. The only changes will be caused by the character's actions, or possibly their inaction. Quick shout out to Brutus on Twitter for doing all of the custom art for this video. She's a great artist. If you like these designs, seriously consider checking her out. Before we can get to all that, let's go over Blaze's new backstory. Blaze lives her early life on South Island, a remote island that honestly doesn't have a lot going on. It's a peaceful place, at least for most people. Blaze's pyrokinesis, however, puts her at odds with the other residents. She's powerful, far too powerful for a mere child. Blaze's flames scare most of those around her, causing her to be isolated from her peers from a young age. This outcome is hinted at by a line of dialogue from Sonic Rush already, and it's easy to see why people would be frightened by a small child that could accidentally destroy their entire home. This experience makes Blaze rather lonely, though it doesn't completely harden her heart. Blaze yearns for the acceptance of her community, and despite most people telling her to never use her powers, she trains them in secret, hoping to one day have such fine control over her powers that no one would ever need to fear her again. Over time, Blaze gains an amazing control of her pyrokinesis, and soon begins to see her powers as a blessing rather than a curse. While they were inconvenient for her at one point, she's able to accomplish amazing things with them. She's unable to convince anyone around South Island of their practicality, but eventually Blaze is content with her lot in life. At least, she believes she is. All of this leads into Sonic 1, when Eggman attacks and begins kidnapping the woodland creatures of South Island in his search for the Chaos Emeralds. Seeing all of this happening, Blaze leapt into action and fought against the Mad Doctor, just as Sonic did. Both characters are proactive and powerful enough that I could see both of them reacting to the situation in pretty much the same way. From here, the events of the game go about the same. Blaze is able to track down the, at the time, 6 Chaos Emeralds and uses her powers to defeat Dr. Eggman. It's only after the events of the game that things start to diverge ever so slightly. After saving South Island, Blaze returns to her home and is surprised to receive a great amount of fanfare. Suddenly, the people who had been so afraid of her not too long ago are celebrating her powers and her bravery. While flattered, Blaze can't help but feel a bit strange about this whole situation. A part of her feels that all this recognition is insincere in some way, conditional on her having helped the residents of South Island previously. Disturbed by this development and her own confused feelings about it, Blaze decides to take some time to herself. She leaves South Island for a vacation to try and sort her feelings out. On this extended vacation, Blaze comes across something very curious. She sees a small planet above a lake, held down with a massive chain. Even worse, Blaze spots the all too familiar creations of Dr. Eggman around the area. Sensing that something is wrong, Blaze decides to investigate. While on Tiny Planet, Blaze runs into who else but Amy Rose. Amy explains that she was brought here by her tarot cards and that somewhere on Tiny Planet is her Prince Charming. Blaze is a bit confused by this, especially by the idea that a bunch of cards can somehow divine the future, but she decides to just go along with it for Amy's sake. Of course, they don't get to socialize for too long. After just a few minutes of conversation, a loud noise catches the pair's attention. A metal copy of Blaze swoops in and grabs Amy, kidnapping her right out from under Blaze's nose. Blaze tries to give chase, but her metal counterpart fires a flamethrower in her direction. Its fire is hotter than anything Blaze has ever dealt with, and she has to flee to avoid danger. This is the latest and greatest creation of Dr. Eggman, Metal Blaze. Now, Metal Sonic was made to be a better version of Sonic, and to that end was equipped with a jet engine to allow him to emulate Sonic's speed. Seeing as Blaze's most notable trait is her use of fire, Metal Blaze would instead be equipped with a flamethrower able to produce and withstand fire of intense temperature. The message from Eggman is the same either way. Anything you can do, my machines can do far, far better. Ashamed of her own weakness, Blaze decides that she has to save Amy no matter what. She continues to travel through time and across Tiny Planet in search of the Time Stones. On her journey, she's repeatedly faced with images of her robotic copy causing havoc, burning down forests and setting fire to the homes of others. It's like looking into a dark mirror, a version of herself that's every bit as dangerous as everyone said she was. A monster without remorse for her actions, only capable of destruction. Blaze hates what she sees and swears to destroy the mockery of herself that Dr. Eggman has created. After a long and grueling journey, though a journey that Blaze finds herself enjoying herself on more than she would have initially thought, Blaze finds herself face to face with Metal Blaze once again. They're trapped in a furnace, the destroyed scraps of Badniks being melted down and recycled on various conveyor belts in the area. Amy dangles from a cage above them, slowly being lowered into a pit of fire. Smoke billows in the air around them, and slowly, the temperature of the room is increasing. Metal Blaze stares at her, completely unmoving, the hot orange flames around them flickering and reflecting off of her surface. Metal Blaze fires up her flamethrower, and the battle begins. It's a long and difficult fight. Metal Blaze is focused entirely on her organic copy's destruction, pursuing her with single-minded vitriol. Blaze, on the other hand, has only one thing on her mind: protecting Amy. The cage is getting closer and closer to a furnace with every passing second, and Blaze could never live with herself if she failed to save somebody in danger. After landing a solid blow on Metal Blaze that sends her skittering across the arena, Blaze launches herself up to the cage and uses her flames to melt the bars, grabbing Amy and jumping to safe ground below. She soon realizes that taking her eyes off of the robot was a bad idea, though. A pillar of flame is launched at the pair faster than Blaze can dodge. Instead, she spins around, protecting Amy with her own body. The smell of burnt fur fills the area, and Amy stares up at Blaze with a look of terror. Metal Blaze is unrelenting, keeping her fire coming while approaching with slow, even steps. As she watches Blaze struggle to keep her safe, Amy's terror turns to anger. With a burst of speed that no one expected of her, including herself, Amy launches herself over Blaze and towards Metal, hammer in hand. With one powerful blow, Amy launches Metal into the wall, scoring a massive blow against their enemy. Amy hurries to Blaze's side to make sure she's okay. Blaze waves her off with a smile. She's been burnt plenty of times before. It comes with the territory, after all. As Blaze looks at her metallic clone, her expression darkens. She approaches Metal Blaze, collapsed onto the ground in a sputtering heap of wires and steel. Blaze summons her flames, ready to destroy Metal Blaze once and for all, when Amy jumps in front of her. Amy begs Blaze not to do this, and Blaze is taken aback. She asks why Amy would vouch for someone who would hurt her, and Amy says simply that she can't stand to see Blaze hurt people, that this isn't who she is. Her words get to Blaze, and Blaze decides to spare Metal for Amy's sake. From there, Blaze confronts Dr. Eggman. She's able to defeat him in short order, and she escapes Tiny Planet alongside Amy. Once they're safe again, Blaze apologizes to Amy for not being able to keep her safe, and Amy tells Blaze not to worry about it. Blaze makes a small comment about Amy's card readings being wrong, saying that they weren't able to find her Prince Charming after all, and Amy laughs to herself before saying that she's pretty sure she did find her prince. With that, she hugs Blaze, to which Blaze gets extremely flustered at the attention, and that's pretty much their dynamic until at least Sonic Adventure 2. I know Sega wouldn't have actually gone in this direction because they hate fun, and I did consider Blaze and Amy just being friends, with Blaze trying to be Amy's wingman or something to that effect, but I thought this was cute. Personally, I think the dynamic of Amy crushing on Blaze and Blaze being flustered by it is more fun than Amy crushing on Sonic and Sonic just not reacting to it, or being annoyed by it, or whatever. Regardless, that's where we leave things as of Sonic CD. After her adventure on Tiny Planet, Blaze finds herself worrying about the whereabouts of Dr. Eggman. He had proven himself to be quite the problem already, and Blaze felt that she should do something about him. Not to mention that outside of the more dangerous moments where people's lives were hanging in the balance, Blaze had found that she enjoyed going on her little adventures. Being able to use her abilities to their fullest extent after having to hide them her entire life was a freeing experience. With these thoughts in mind, Blaze decided to continue her little vacation into the foreseeable future, roaming around with her biplane, the Inferno, which she has for some reason. To be fair, it makes about as much sense as Sonic randomly having a biplane. While on her journey scouting around for Eggman, she runs into some issues. A storm kicked up out of seemingly nowhere while she was flying, and due to her inexperience with being a pilot, Blaze ended up crashing the Inferno. She survives without injury, but the Inferno is completely trashed. Blaze knows how to do routine maintenance on the plane, but actually repairing it from this kind of damage is beyond her. It seems that Blaze may have to leave her precious plane behind, a thought that upsets her to no end. Rather than dwell on that, Blaze decides to look for some help on the island she crashed into, specifically West Side Island. While walking around, Blaze stumbles upon something very worrying. A group of foxes are bullying a two-tailed fox for his mutation. Blaze, having experience with being singled out by others, refuses to let this stand. She scares off the bullies with her fire and then approaches the young fox, introducing herself and asking if he's alright. The young boy stares up at Blaze with wide eyes, totally enamored by her powers, but he's too shy to actually say anything. Blaze is a little confused, but thinks little of it. She continues on her merry way with Tails following behind her. Blaze attempts to get some extra parts for her plane from the locals, but comes up with very little of use. Eventually she returns to the Inferno and does her best to fix it with what she's found, but fails to make any meaningful progress. Frustrated and disappointed, Blaze decides to retire for the night. Of course, this entire time, the young fox has been following her around. When Blaze wakes up the next morning, she finds that the Inferno has been completely repaired, and standing next to it, murmuring to himself, is the young fox, seemingly working on the machine. Blaze asks the fox if he did this, and the fox twists around. He begins apologizing, saying that he intended to be long gone by the time Blaze woke up. Blaze calms the young boy down and says it's amazing that he was able to do this at his age. The fox finally introduces himself as Miles Prower, but murmurs that everyone just calls him Tails. Blaze is able to put two and two together, and she asks if he wants to be called that, to which Miles says no. Blaze in a lot of ways is a lot less forward than Sonic is, though no less empathetic. They deal with these kinds of situations in different ways. While Sonic would use the nickname Tails affectionately to help Tails sort of reclaim it for himself, I think Blaze would take the more direct approach here and just ask Miles what he wants to be called. So in this version of events, Tails is going to be going as Miles. Anyway, Blaze says that she thinks Miles is quite impressive and asks if he wants to accompany her while she searches for Dr. Eggman, to which Miles quickly agrees. From there, the pair travel around West Side Island together, finding sparse evidence of Eggman's involvement, but still enough that Blaze knows he's up to something. While on their journey, Blaze learns more about Miles and encourages him to continue his interest in engineering. She also notes that his tails seem quite powerful. Miles says that he doesn't want to use them, considering how everyone judged him for it, and Blaze confides in him that people judged her for her fire as well. This is enough to get Miles to experiment more with the tails, and eventually discovers that he can use them for flight as well as to propel himself along the ground more quickly. As they travel, Blaze discovers that Eggman has built a giant machine called the Death Egg, capable of destroying not only West Side and South Side Island, but possibly entire continents or more, all powered by the Chaos Emeralds. Upon learning of this, Blaze decides she needs to find the emeralds before Eggman and destroy his latest scheme. As she sets off on her new quest, Miles attempts to follow, but Blaze stops him. Blaze says that it's far too dangerous for someone Miles' age, and while Miles tries to argue against her, Blaze is firm in her stance. Dejected, Miles stays put while Blaze runs off to fight Eggman, though he secretly follows Blaze from a distance to make sure that she's safe. From there, Blaze continues fighting through Eggman's forces and finding the location of the Chaos Emeralds on her own, finding little resistance until the very end. Once she actually climbs aboard the Death Egg, things get a lot more difficult. The struggle to get through Eggman's most powerful fortress yet leaves Blaze tired and worn down, far more so than Sonic would have been in this position, because Blaze was on this journey alone with no backup or help. This leaves her in a much worse position when she finally makes her way to the center of the Death Egg, and there, Dr. Eggman in his Death Egg robot. Miles is following behind her, far enough away that Blaze can't notice him. However, Eggman with all his cameras and sensors is more than aware of the fox's presence. As their battle continues, Blaze is worn down, but still winning the fight. Eggman has a trick up his sleeve, however, so it's not gonna last forever. At the climax of their battle, Eggman reveals that Miles has followed Blaze onto the Death Egg, bringing up several monitors showing the young fox and activating traps around him. Miles is able to narrowly avoid harm with his fight, but Blaze allows herself to be distracted by this trick. Eggman attacks her, landing a finishing blow that puts Blaze out of commission, though still conscious. Eggman gloats over Blaze, preparing to finish her off once and for all when Miles appears to save her. Miles puts up a good fight, but is unable to finish off the Death Egg robot. Eggman scores an attack on Miles and grabs him, threatening to end the fox and force Blaze to watch. Seeing Miles hurt and seeing the true depths of Eggman's cruelty awakened a fury inside of Blaze that she didn't know she could feel. All of her self-doubt and worry was pushed away by a single-minded desire to protect the young fox and her righteous anger at the doctor for endangering him. The fact that Blaze was already at her limit, that she didn't have any fight left in her, ceased to matter, and Blaze pushed her body and mind past their limits. In doing so, she awakened a power that she wasn't even aware of. A light bursts throughout the room, taking both Eggman and Miles back. They stare at where Blaze was, and instead see something that they never expected. Blaze, in her righteous fury, had tapped into the power of the Chaos Emeralds for the first time, ascending to Super Blaze. Before Eggman can even begin to plead for mercy, Blaze barrels through the Death Egg robot and grabs Miles, destroying the core of the Death Egg in one fell swoop. She makes quick work of anything in their path as she carries Miles back to the surface. The Death Egg crashes down, landing on a peculiar island, but Blaze doesn't care about any of that right now. All she cares about is making sure that Miles is safe. Once they touch down on Westside Island and Blaze confirms that Miles is unharmed, she reverts back to her normal form. Then she scolds Miles for following her against her wishes. It was clearly too dangerous for him to go out there and fight against Eggman. Miles, timid as he is, can't help but argue back. He saw how hard it was for Blaze out there, and if he hadn't been there, something awful could have happened to her. She almost lost against Eggman, and it was only Miles' timely intervention that had saved her. Blaze wants to argue against him, but finds herself unable to say anything. She realizes that what she's doing is really dangerous, and they can't fight Eggman without risk. Besides, it's not like she's that much older than Miles is anyway. With all of those thoughts in mind, she says that Miles can come along with her on her future adventures, as long as he promises to be careful and ask for her help if he needs it. Miles immediately agrees, and Blaze starts to think about what they need to do next. The Death Egg wasn't completely destroyed, and there is a possibility that Eggman survived and is still a threat, Blaze reasons. She decides that they should go to where the Death Egg had crashed to investigate. The pair decide to take a day to rest and recover from their fight, and then set off towards the Death Egg in the morning. This leads into Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and to be perfectly honest, from this point on, the rest of the classic era will go about the same as it does in canon. Eggman still tricks Knuckles on Angel Island and inevitably betrays him to steal the Master Emerald. Afterward, Blaze, Knuckles, and Miles all team up to take on Eggman one final time before finally destroying the Death Egg for good. Once the incident is resolved, they're all largely on good terms, though Blaze and Knuckles do have a bit of a rivalry. The events of games like Sonic Mania and Superstars go largely the same way. Blaze still meets characters like Mighty and Ray, Team Hooligan, and eventually Trip, and makes friends with all of them sans Team Hooligan. Actually, I imagine that Blaze would be a lot more annoyed with Team Hooligan than Sonic is most of the time. There are still some notable changes though. For one, Blaze takes a far more active role in helping Miles grow into his passion for engineering than Sonic does, going out of her way to track down study materials and opportunities for him to learn more about the craft. This means that her dynamic with Miles is actually pretty different to Sonic's dynamic with Tails. Where Sonic is a cool older sibling that Tails always looks up to, Blaze is a bit of a doting, overprotective older sister that ends up starting to annoy Miles a bit. Though he does think that she's really cool whenever she's not nagging at him. I also imagine that Amy stops being quite so overbearing with Blaze faster than she does with Sonic. Amy has gotten a lot less aggressive about her crush on Sonic over time, and we know that Amy does mature over the course of their adventures together, but I think a big reason why Amy kept doing that for so long was that Sonic didn't really care. Some games did have Sonic get annoyed at Amy's advances, but he was never shown to be embarrassed or really all that upset by her doing it. Considering that Blaze is actively embarrassed by her advances, Amy, being so nice and caring, quickly decides to at least cool off a little bit for her sake, though she can't help but get a little too excited sometimes. Of course, most of this is just small differences in character dynamics, but there is a really interesting change that happens during the fight against Eggman on Angel Island. After the fight with Knuckles in Hidden Palace Zone that leads to Eggman stealing the Master Emerald, Blaze stops before she runs off to chase Eggman. For whatever reason, her attention is stolen by the mural behind them. There, she sees a fight between what seems to be one of Eggman's robots and a blue hedgehog, surrounded in yellow light. She can't help but draw connections between the hedgehog's condition and her own super form. Was this a prophecy? What did it mean, and who was this mysterious blue hedgehog? As she stared up at the mural, Blaze couldn't help but feel that something had gone very, very wrong. Of course, she didn't have too long to dwell on that. She had to get back to work and chase down Eggman, but that mural left an impression on Blaze. It brought up a lot of unanswered questions, and those are questions that would remain unanswered for quite some time. Last time, we talked about what would have happened if Blaze and Sonic had swapped places during the classic era, and today we're going to be moving on to the adventure era of the Sonic franchise. But before we can get to the events of Adventure 1 proper, we need to set the scene. It's implied that there's a bit of a time gap between the events of the classic era and the modern era, which is pretty easy to see just thanks to the change in Sonic's design. And yes, I do believe that the current explanation is that this is a time skip and not that it's a different dimension. That line from Forces has been re-retconned. During this time, after going on some unknown number of adventures, Miles eventually set up a laboratory near the Mystic Ruins. With Blaze's guidance, Miles was beginning to advance a bit in his academic career, studying at a university and on his way to being a PhD student despite his age. Amy also relocated to Station Square on her own time. In canon, we don't know why Amy ended up moving. However, in this story, Blaze decided to stay closer to Miles, whereas it's implied that Sonic mostly went off on his own. Blaze would still be going on her adventures, but would return to touch base with Miles in between, and would sometimes bring Miles along with her. Considering Amy's feelings for Blaze and the fact that Miles, one of her close friends at this point, had relocated away from the islands Amy had been inhabiting and to the mainland, it's easy to imagine that Amy decided to spread her wings a bit and move to Station Square, a more populated area than the Mystic Ruins, but a location close enough that she can still keep in touch with her friends. Seeing that Amy is now being portrayed as a more competent adventurer in the classic era, Amy likely tagged along with some of Blaze's and Miles' excursions as well. Knuckles is, of course, still guarding the Master Emerald on Angel Island. There's very little anyone could do to get that knucklehead to change after all. For her part, Trip is still tied down on the Starfall Islands, and though they do try and keep in touch with their newest friend, distance is a bit of an issue. Essentially, Blaze, Miles, and Amy are a bit more of a tight-knit group at the start of the game. That's not to say that they weren't a tight-knit group in the original version of events, but it did seem like most of the Sonic crew were kind of off doing their own thing for the most part. The main difference in this timeline is that they stayed in contact more than they did when Sonic was in the Chaos Dimension. Real quick, it's time for the YouTuber call to action. I want to really quickly ask you guys to subscribe, and if you really like my content, maybe consider becoming a member to support the channel. I'll read out the name of every member at the end of each video. Anyway, back to the story. Many of the events of Sonic Adventure go very similar to in canon. Eggman discovers a series of ancient tablets telling him about Chaos and the ancient Echidna civilization. Realizing how powerful Chaos is, he goes to awaken him, hoping to use his power to take over the world. Chaos is freed from the Master Emerald, shattering it in the process. Knuckles makes the same mistake as before and runs off to try and repair the Master Emerald. Later on, Blaze is hanging out with Amy in Station Square on a quote-unquote date with her thanks to the other girl's persistence, which Blaze agreed to mostly only to appease her. At the tail end of their date, Blaze notices the police all driving off in one direction. The pair are worried, and Blaze decides to go check it out just in case, despite Amy's hesitance. There, they happen across Chaos Zero and see the police's firearms are completely ineffective against it. Sensing that Chaos is dangerous, and because she does secretly enjoy the chance to fight, Blaze jumps into action, taking out Chaos Zero while Amy watches on in awe. After forcing Chaos into his puddle form, Blaze attempts to evaporate what's left of the creature, only to realize that she can't. For whatever reason, the water composing Chaos's body won't boil at a normal temperature. A bit confused, Blaze gives up before her fire could risk harming anyone or the environment around them. Blaze talks to Amy, and the pair decide to ask Miles, the smartest person they know, what he thinks of all of this. The next day, Blaze returns to Miles' workshop only to find that he's not there, which is very peculiar. She then discovers that the Inferno is missing as well and is able to put two and two together. After running around a bit to find Miles, she arrives at Emerald Coast just in time to watch the plane go down. She rushes to Miles' side and, after making sure that he's okay, asks Miles for his advice. Miles says that he has no idea what's going on and that whatever Blaze encountered sounds very powerful, and then says he'll look into it. Then he elaborates on the improvements he made to the Inferno, specifically how he'd incorporated a Chaos Emerald as its power source. Blaze is pretty impressed with Miles, and the two decide to head back to his workshop as in canon. There, they meet Eggman and fight him as normal, and Eggman is able to steal away the Chaos Emerald from Miles, hopefully in a less lame-looking way than what happens in Sonic Adventure. They then witness Chaos absorbing the emeralds and becoming more powerful, at which point Blaze comes to the same conclusion as Sonic and begins to seek out the other Chaos Emeralds. Things go about the same way as in canon for a while. Blaze and Miles retrieve the Chaos Emeralds from Casino Park, Windy Valley, and Ice Cap, but this time Eggman doesn't just steal the Chaos Emerald they get from Casino Park immediately. Knuckles still gets tricked by Eggman while searching for shards of the Master Emerald, which isn't a plot point I love, but there's no way for me to justify it not happening in this version of events. This leads to the fight with Knuckles in the Mystic Ruins. This is a pretty close fight that leaves both Blaze and Knuckles weakened, which is of course what Eggman had been planning. He manages to steal all three of the Chaos Emeralds from them and feed them to Chaos, which leads to the best boss fight in Sonic Adventure 1. Seriously, so glad we had to do this 3 times. After defeating Chaos 4, Blaze snaps at Knuckles, claiming that this is all his fault. If he hadn't been tricked by Eggman again, none of this would have happened. Knuckles gets a bit defensive, and the two begin bickering. Miles eventually stops them, reminding them that this won't get them anywhere, to which they eventually agree. Blaze demands that Knuckles help them get the Chaos Emeralds back, but Knuckles declines, saying that Angel Island crashed into the sea and he has to return it to the sky. Blaze relents, seeing this as a good enough reason, and they part ways on not so great terms. Blaze and Miles will chase Eggman on the Inferno, but not quite be able to catch up to him. They'll be separated, and Miles will go on his own adventure to upgrade the Inferno further, while Blaze will try and track down Eggman, eventually finding him after her encounter with Tikal in Lost World. While she's doing that, Miles will be saving Station Square from the missile that Eggman launches, his first time fighting Eggman without Blaze's help. Knuckles and Big's campaigns don't intersect that much with Blaze, so they'll go very similar to canon. However, Amy's story will diverge just a bit more this time around. In addition to the changes to the timeline that this AU has created, Amy's depiction in the classic era has changed quite a bit from SA1's release. Whereas at the time of Sonic Adventure's release, Amy had legitimately been little more than a damsel in distress, she's nowadays shown to be an adventurer to rival all of the boys. To be clear, this isn't a commentary on how Amy's character was being handled in this game or at the time of this game's release, just an observation of how things have changed over the years. On top of this general change in her depiction, Amy has been going on adventures with Blaze and Miles for a lot longer in this timeline, meaning that Amy is likely much more of a fighter in this version of events than she was in the original. So, after finding Birdie and being initially chased by E100 Zero and asking Blaze to look after the Flicky, to which Blaze declines, Amy is actually able to evade capture by Zero entirely, destroying him like she does at the end of her campaign without being captured. We know Amy is more than capable of beating Zero. It's more that she didn't believe this was something she was capable of at the start of Sonic Adventure. Now that she's more experienced with going on adventures and fighting badniks, she'll likely have the confidence to face the robot down immediately. This leads to an entirely different question though, which is, what is Amy going to be doing for the rest of the game? Well, Birdie does still have a Chaos Emerald, so Eggman isn't going to let them get away that easily. Not to mention, Amy is still trying to find the rest of Birdie's family. So, after Eggman sends the E100 series after Amy and she defeats them and realizes that Birdie's family is stuck inside them, Amy resolves to get the rest of Birdie's family back. This is where her story will cross over with Gamma's. Gamma, after retrieving Froggy, will soon receive news that several of his brothers have been destroyed by one of Blaze's friends. At this point, Gamma hasn't met Amy and therefore hasn't had his eyes open quite yet. However, he's still obviously capable of feeling. In this timeline, hearing that his brothers have been destroyed enrages Gamma. He swears revenge on whoever it is that did this and goes out on his own to hunt them down. Soon, Gamma and Amy come face to face. Amy just thinks that this is another one of Eggman's robots and attempts to fight him normally, but quickly realizes that she was entirely mistaken. Gamma's rage has fueled him to become far more than the rest of his siblings. As they're fighting, Gamma talks about what Amy has done, how she destroyed his family. All the while, guilt slowly starts to overwhelm Amy, slowing her down, preventing her from fighting against Gamma properly. Eventually, Amy is overwhelmed and Gamma wins, though he is thoroughly damaged. As Gamma prepares to finish off Amy, she does something that he doesn't expect. She apologizes. Amy, in tears, apologizes for taking Gamma's brothers away from him. She explains that she was only trying to save Birdie's family, who Eggman had kidnapped and used to power Gamma's brothers. She had never imagined that the things she was destroying were actually people. Finally, she begs Gamma to at least spare Birdie and the members of his family that she's rescued so far. Gamma is completely taken aback by Amy's actions, and suddenly he's begun asking questions that he never had to before. At this point, the only thing that Gamma really understands is family and how important his brothers are to him. So learning that their creation involved ripping apart a family shakes him to his core. Before either Gamma or Amy can act further, Eggman appears. He congratulates Gamma for his efforts and snatches Birdie away, telling Gamma to follow. The pair leave a distraught Amy behind. Not only had Amy just learned that the robots she'd been fighting were her family, but she had even failed to protect Birdie. While it's tempting for her to just wallow in self-pity, she picks herself up quickly. The only thing that matters right now is saving Birdie. At this point, the fight aboard the egg carrier would have already taken place, though this time with Chaos 5 instead of Chaos 6, as Eggman hadn't yet recovered the Chaos Emerald from Birdie. This means that Eggman is probably still searching for Chaos after his defeat aboard the egg carrier, so Amy doesn't need to ask Miles or anyone else for assistance reaching it all the way up in the sky. Instead, she runs after where she last saw Eggman and Gamma, eventually catching up to them. She yells at Eggman and says that she won't allow him to take Birdie, to which he simply scoffs. Eggman says that he's had about enough of this girl, and considering that Gamma is damaged, it's time to try out his newest creation. Suddenly, E101 Beta Mark II appears before them, ready for battle. As Amy is already hurt from her fight with Gamma, the likelihood she'll be able to defeat this improved model of the E100s is very low, and she's more than aware of this. Before Amy can decide how to respond, Beta attacks Amy. Amy cowers in fear, but the missile detonates without hitting her. When Amy looks up, she sees Gamma standing in front of her, protecting her from the blast. Eggman yells and screams at Gamma, probably insulting him, but Amy can hardly even hear the man. All she can focus on is Gamma and how he had sacrificed himself for her. This act of kindness is enough to reinvigorate Amy, and she pushes herself past her limits to fight against Beta. She eventually manages to defeat Beta, just barely, destroying him for good. Eggman escapes with the Chaos Emerald, releasing Birdie as he never really wanted the bird anyway and scoffing at the failures of his creations. Meanwhile, Amy kneels next to Gamma. The robot hasn't quite powered down yet, and Amy still has time to ask him a single question. Why? Why would he sacrifice himself for her? Gamma answers simply that one of his directives is to protect Birdie's family, and that includes Amy. After that, Gamma powers down, and Amy has to run away before he self-destructs and releases Birdie's family member. The family is reunited, but Amy can't look away from Gamma and Beta's remains. She can't help but wonder if there is more she could have done, some way to save all of them and not only Birdie and his family. With those thoughts on her mind, Amy returns home with Birdie's family in tow. Now that we've seen how Amy and Gamma's stories have changed, all that's left is the last hurrah. At this point, things will go pretty by the book. Blaze assumes Chaos is finished for good, only to be set up for a rude awakening once Eggman crashes onto Angel Island. Chaos gets the last Chaos Emerald from Miles' plane, the Inferno 2, and eventually ravages Station Square. Blaze is able to achieve Super Blaze with the Chaos Emerald's power, and she fights Perfect Chaos. Unlike Sonic, who immediately recognized that trapping Chaos within the Master Emerald again wouldn't work, Blaze at first agrees with Tikal's plan. In fact, as the fight continues, Blaze begins to believe that she can do even better. Her power is so immense, her flame so bright and hot, that she believes that she can finish Chaos for good. At the apex of their battle, as Blaze prepares to strike Chaos down, she hears the creature cry out. The cry carries emotions that she recognizes, and it prompts her to look back on the visions of the past that Tikal had shown her. Blaze then recognizes that Chaos was only acting to protect others, just like she is, and this thought prompts her to give Chaos mercy. She merely defeats Chaos, and once he's reduced back down to Chaos Zero, Blaze shows Tikal and Chaos the Chow, living peacefully on Earth alongside the other people of the world. The anger inside Chaos finally dissipates, and Tikal and Chaos are finally at peace, just like in the original version of the story. After Chaos's defeat, things seem like they're going to return to normal. Knuckles apologizes to Blaze for causing her trouble earlier, though he's quiet about it so that no one else can hear, and Blaze waves him off, saying that she was giving into her frustration and that he's not to blame, Eggman is. Knuckles makes his way back to Angel Island like normal. Miles returns to his workshop, but Amy's home was presumably destroyed by Chaos, and she currently has nowhere to stay. Miles says that they can make some room at his workshop for the time being, but Amy declines. After what she experienced, Amy realizes that she's been relying on Blaze far too much. She wants to make a change in her life and attempt to become stronger. She has family in Central City that she can stay with long enough to find a new place, and the change in scenery should help Amy find her path forward. Blaze and Miles both say that it's a good idea, but they'll miss her. Amy assures them that they'll see her again soon. After Blaze and Miles return to Miles' workshop, Miles begins work on some machines to help rebuild Station Square. Remember that in this story, Miles is a lot more invested in his studies than Tails is due to prompting from Blaze. As it turns out, these inventions prove to be a huge help, and his genius does not go unnoticed. Soon, Miles gets word from one of the best engineering universities in the country, nay, the world, offering him a full-ride scholarship. This is a huge opportunity, one that Blaze urges Miles to accept, but Miles says that he'll have to attend in person, and that the scholarship only pays for him. Blaze won't have anywhere to stay near the university. If Miles takes the scholarship, Blaze and Miles will have to be separated. Blaze understands Miles' hesitance, but says that she would hate to hold him back. If Miles is ready to take the step, Blaze is too. He smiles and then thanks Blaze. Soon, Miles heads off to a new university, leaving Blaze alone in the workshop. Blaze continues to keep a lookout for Eggman and any new schemes he would hatch, going on her own adventures in the meantime. Things seem to be going well for all of our heroes. However, as days turn to weeks and weeks turn to months, and as Blaze spends every day doing the same thing over and over with only infrequent interruptions from her friends, she finds that she has a difficult time continuing on. Going on her adventures has lost its luster, and she can't help but worry that she isn't doing enough. What if Eggman is completing a plot right under her nose? Blaze looks at the destruction of Station Square almost daily on her patrols and feels immense guilt at not being able to stop it from happening in the first place. Worse, Blaze is lonely. Blaze and Sonic are very different people. While Sonic is fine spending extended periods of time on his own and being a bit of a drifter, Blaze seems like she'd have a much harder time with extended periods of isolation. Not to mention that in this version of events, isolation is one of the main features of Blaze's backstory. She would be affected by these feelings far more than Sonic, and this is the first time since she met Miles that Blaze hasn't had someone around for this long. All of these feelings combined push Blaze to a breaking point, and eventually, Blaze realizes that she needs help. Blaze takes a short jog over to Central City to talk to Amy, as she doesn't want her little brother feeling guilty for leaving her behind. Blaze and Amy have a discussion, and Amy suggests that if Blaze is having these kinds of problems, then maybe it's time for a change. Amy moving to Central City and subsequently doing some volunteer work alongside going on her adventures had been great for her. Maybe a change like that could help Blaze. This idea takes a hold in Blaze's mind, and she thinks on what she could do in the future. She wants to keep using her skills to help people. She's too good at fighting to not use that skill against Eggman in the future. She just needs more resources to help her find Eggman and stop him before he can hurt people. And more than anything, Blaze wants to be a part of a team. Blaze spends a few days searching around for something that meets those criteria, and she soon stumbles upon the answer. Blaze finds a little agency by the name of Guardian Units of Nations, and as it turns out, her reputation precedes her. Gunn is more than happy to have her after she handled Perfect Chaos all on her own, and Blaze is offered a lucrative salary for her troubles. Now, I feel like this might be a bit of a controversial plot development, but I think it does make sense for Blaze to behave this way. Blaze at this point in the story is far more accepting of authority than Sonic is, and is someone who actively seeks out structure. It's also very important to remember that at this point, no one has any idea about what went down on the Ark. As far as anyone knows, Gunn has a squeaky clean reputation. Blaze, as far as she can tell, has no reason to be suspicious of them. Anyway, Blaze is able to quickly make her way up the ranks. As far as we can tell, most of the Gunn operatives aren't all that competent, so Blaze would easily stand out amongst her peers. Blaze is sent on some missions to gather the Chaos Emeralds for them, and reasoning that they're safest with Gunn, Blaze obliged, and the ease with which she performs these tasks is extremely impressive to Gunn leadership. In fact, her performance is so exceptional that the commander of Gunn, Abraham Towers, wants to meet with Blaze personally. Just to butt in here, I think in canon Towers becomes the commander of Gunn after SA2, but we're introducing him here now because it makes the story more interesting. Anywho, Blaze is honored by this, of course, and quickly becomes very proud of her position within Gunn. They even listen to her when she voices her concerns about Eggman, and the additional resources they provide give Blaze the impression that she'll be able to stop whatever scheme Eggman cooks up next. That about sums up where every character is around the time that SA2 starts. Eggman breaks into a Gunn base where Shadow is being held after discovering the existence of an ultimate weapon in his grandfather's journal. He unleashes Shadow as per usual, and then attempts to steal the Master Emerald during Knuckles and Rouge's first encounter, as happens in canon. Now, before we get too ahead of ourselves, let's acknowledge an elephant in the room. Most people would probably assume that Shadow would be an alternate version of Blaze in this AU, or maybe even a completely new character built to be a mirror image of Blaze. And while that would make sense if this were an alternate universe where everything was different, all that happens in this AU is that Blaze and Sonic are teleported to each other's dimension when they're born. Shadow was created decades before either of their births, so the pair switching places wouldn't change anything about him. As far as we know, Gerald built Shadow based on the mural on Angel Island, and as we saw in the last part, that mural has not changed. It is only a theory that this is where Gerald got the idea to make Shadow a hedgehog though, and we're not quite sure exactly why Shadow looks the way he does. Whatever reasons there are for Shadow's specific form, they wouldn't have changed in this specific version of events. Anyway, back to the story. As soon as she hears about Eggman's involvement, Blaze rushes to Central City to talk with Commander Towers. They both agree to have her work on the case, and Blaze says that they need to keep a close eye on the Chaos Emeralds now that they know Eggman has one of them. Gunn, of course, knows that Eggman has at least one of the emeralds, as they would be needed to let Shadow out of his containment. Gunn had most of the other Chaos Emeralds in their safe, but one was being held in a bank. To make sure that Eggman couldn't get his hands on any more, Blaze was assigned to guard that specific Chaos Emerald. Of course, Shadow eventually arrives to rob the bank and steal the Chaos Emerald. He dispatches most of the Gunn soldiers with ease, making his way into the bank where he's stopped by Blaze. Blaze is initially confused, expecting Eggman to be the one stealing the emerald. Blaze asks Shadow who he is and what he's up to. Shadow is evasive, and Blaze follows up by asking if Shadow's working for Eggman. Shadow says no. Eggman is working for him. That's all Blaze needs to hear. She launches into action, attacking Shadow with intent to stop him by any means necessary. The two fight for some time, though eventually Shadow overpowers Blaze and tosses her out of the bank's window. Blaze manages to catch herself before she falls to the ground, launching herself back inside only to find that Shadow has disappeared. She realizes he's gone to the vault and gives chase, but she's too late. When she arrives, Shadow has the Chaos Emerald in hand. Blaze makes her presence known, not seeing the point in an ambush. She says most people would have died from a fall that high. He could have killed her. Shadow laughs and asks if she expects him to apologize. Blaze shakes her head and just says that attempting to murder a gun agent is quite a charge, and that gives Shadow pause. He smiles and says that he wasn't sure if Blaze was with them or not, but he's glad that she is, because that means that he doesn't have to hold back. Faster than Blaze can react, he activates Chaos Control, teleporting behind her. Blaze is blindsided by his next attack, and they have another battle. Though calling it a battle is generous. Now that Shadow has the benefit of Chaos Control as well as getting the opportunity to ambush Blaze before she knew about the ability, it's a complete curb stomp. Blaze is losing badly, and Shadow is true to his word. He's not holding back at all. Eventually, reinforcements arrive, and Shadow warps away before they can catch him. Blaze does try to give chase, but as soon as she runs into gun personnel, they stop her. She's clearly in no shape to fight. As much as Blaze wants to stop the mysterious thief, she can't argue. Continuing from here would only put herself and others in danger. Blaze reports back to the commander, telling him that she failed at her mission, the first time she has ever had to do so. Worse than the mark on her pride is the worry that seeps into her mind. Now that the new Hedgehog and Eggman had 2 Chaos Emeralds, what would they do with them? Whatever it was, Blaze knew it wouldn't be good. She wants to get out into the field immediately, but her commander orders her to take things easy for the time being. She needs rest, and as much as Blaze wants to disagree, her respect for her commanding officer prevents her from doing so. Blaze spends the next day recovering from her fight. She scans over whatever info Gunn has on Eggman's whereabouts, and while they couldn't pinpoint his location, they were making solid progress. Blaze, at the very least, felt optimistic about their chances. Not too long into the day, she's told she has visitors. Confused, Blaze says that they can come in, and she's surprised to see Amy and Miles have come to see her. They had both seen her fight with the Hedgehog on the news, and were worried about Blaze's safety. She says that she's been through much worse. Blaze just needs a couple of days to recover, and she'll be ready to stop Eggman. The conversation continues a bit past that. Amy dotes on Blaze a bit excessively, and Miles rants and raves about all the cool tech in Gunn's facilities. Eventually, Miles offers to help track Eggman down, as he has some new experimental tech that could maybe pinpoint his location. Blaze considers it, and says that they could probably work something out with Gunn. Later, Blaze has a long conversation with the higher-ups about using Miles' tech. It's likely to be a huge headache in terms of red tape, thanks to Gunn being a government organization and Miles still being a minor, but Blaze is able to get permission for Miles and Amy to help track down Eggman thanks to how much promise Miles' tech shows. They give Blaze the go-ahead to have Amy along with her on a mission to find Eggman, with Miles providing tech support. A day or so passes for Blaze to recover from her fight, and the group is off to hunt down Eggman. On their way to his location, they run into Knuckles. He's still been repairing the Master Emerald this whole time, though that is a bit of a side quest unrelated to the main plot, so there's not that much to say about it. Knuckles asks what's up, and Amy and Blaze catch him up on the new Hedgehog and that Eggman has stolen a Chaos Emerald. Knuckles says that he's too busy to help right now, but he'll lend a hand as soon as he fixes the Master Emerald. Blaze huffs, but ultimately agrees. Afterwards, they run off to catch Eggman, finding his desert base. They manage to break in and capture Dr. Eggman after a long and dangerous journey. Before they can investigate further, Eggman activates a self-destruct sequence, destroying any evidence they could have recovered. They're able to escape the base before it explodes with Eggman in tow, and escort him to Prison Island. Blaze, Amy, Miles, and the commander all arrive on the island. Blaze and the commander to interrogate the doctor, and Amy and Miles because they couldn't convince them to stay behind. Eggman is predictably uncooperative, but Blaze really isn't that upset either way. The Mad Doctor is finally behind bars, and everything should be fine. The only unanswered question now is the whereabouts of the 2 Chaos Emeralds Eggman had on him, but they have a team digging through the rubble of Eggman's base, so it shouldn't take too long to check that off the list. Blaze does go ahead and check in on that investigation after the interrogation fell through, with Amy and Miles alongside her. Miles perks up at some of the specs the team had recovered. Miles recognized them as blueprints for a matter transporter, essentially a teleporter. Miles frowns after this realization, looking through the other recovered materials and pictures they had. It seemed the project had already been completed, and If that was the case, why hadn't Eggman simply used it to escape? Blaze and Amy are both dumbfounded, but their confusion didn't have that long to sink in. Suddenly, the area goes dark. The entire island had lost power, which should be impossible. They had their own generators and backup generators, failsafe after failsafe, to prevent this exact eventuality. Their wireless communication had also been knocked out mysteriously. The entire facility had gone blind in an instant. All gun personnel panic trying to remedy the situation, Blaze included, until she suddenly remembers something. Eggman. Using her fire as a guide, the three run back to his cell, only to find it empty. The guards around the area have been taken out of commission, seemingly without any resistance. With Eggman at large once again, the group immediately takes action. They run off in search of the Mad Doctor when Blaze gets a call from the commander, the comms having been restored over this span of time. The commander says that the vault has been broken into and their Chaos Emeralds are missing. Worse, the hedgehog from earlier has been spotted on the premises. The commander expects foul play is responsible for their current situation. Eggman hadn't been captured. He had used Blaze to infiltrate the premises. Blaze is irate, launching ahead of Miles and Amy in their search for Eggman and the others. They get separated, and soon Blaze happens upon Eggman and the mysterious hedgehog, as well as one person that she doesn't recognize. Eggman is in his Egg Walker, holding the Chaos Emeralds with Shadow below him, holding onto one emerald for himself. Above the pair flies a white bat, Rouge, who, at this point, Blaze has only heard of through Knuckles. Blaze attacks them without hesitation, causing Shadow to leap into action and fight back. Eggman says that he should have expected Blaze would still be here, and tells Shadow to take care of her while he and Rouge finish their plan. Shadow says that he'd love to, and Blaze and Shadow have their second showdown. Now that Blaze has seen Chaos Control before, she's much better at holding her own. Enough that the pair can have a bit of a conversation while they're fighting. Blaze asks Shadow what he's going to do with the Chaos Emeralds. He just asks Blaze what she thinks that she's doing. Blaze says she's protecting people, and Shadow just laughs bitterly. He says that Gun is full of scum from top to bottom, and that they don't protect anybody. Blaze snaps at him, asking him what he knows, and Shadow responds, "Far more than you do, clearly." The conversation just enrages Blaze further. Blaze had spent the last several months working with Gun to make the world a safer place. Hearing him put down their efforts angered her to no end. She redoubled her effort in battling him, but she wasn't quite able to overcome the power of Chaos Control because, let's be honest, that shit is pretty OP. Blaze was able to keep up with Shadow better, standing on nearly even ground with him this time around, but she was still losing the fight. Eventually, Shadow gets the upper hand and knocks Blaze to the ground. Blaze has difficulty getting to her feet, staring at Shadow above her. The hedgehog summons a Chaos Spear and begins speaking. He says that her efforts were admirable, and she is quite an impressive fighter in her own right. Unfortunately, no one is a match for the ultimate life form. He hurls a Chaos Spear at Blaze, and Blaze closes her eyes, bracing for impact, but it never comes. Instead, she hears the familiar whirring of a pair of tails. Miles swooped in at the last second and saved Blaze, wicking her away to safety. Blaze's relief is short-lived. Before Miles can escape, Shadow teleports over to them and smacks Miles away. The two skid across the ground, Miles clearly hurt. Shadow speaks again, saying that he's happy to see Miles' prowler here, dropping the young boy's name. Miles is confused. "You know my name?" he asks. Shadow nods. "Yes, I know a lot about you, Miles. Child prodigy, savior of Station Square, and most importantly, the person in possession of the 7th and final Chaos Emerald. You're going to have to come with me." Miles' eyes go wide and he steps back. Blaze pushes herself off the floor, yelling at Shadow to leave Miles alone. This fight is between him and Blaze, no one else. Shadow disagrees. Everyone is involved in his revenge. Blaze turns to Miles and tells him to run, and the boy listens to her. He takes off at impressive speed, but Shadow is faster. Shadow catches up to the boy and grabs him before teleporting away, leaving Blaze alone. She finally manages to force herself to her feet and runs off, running out of the facility and trying to find her little brother. She's far past her limit at this point, but she doesn't care. She can't leave Miles alone. She's nearly outside when the commander radios for her again, saying that Eggman had rigged the island to explode and they needed her to dispose of the bombs. Blaze says that Eggman kidnapped Miles and she has to go to save him and that someone else can deal with that situation. The commander tells her that he already gave Blaze an order. Blaze pauses, wanting to talk back to the commander and tell him that Miles is more important, but she can't. She fulfills her duty, running around the island and preventing its imminent destruction despite her current condition, telling herself that as soon as Prison Island is safe, she can go help Miles. When she's finally finished, Blaze is in rough shape. Exhausted and overworked, Blaze is barely able to stand, but that doesn't matter. Saving Miles is more important. She won't let him get hurt. As she steps out of the facility, she feels a hand on her shoulder. It's Amy. The other girl tells Blaze that she's in no condition to work right now, let alone fight. Blaze swats her hand away, upset, and says that isn't important right now. The only thing that matters is saving Miles, and that no one is going to stand in her way. Amy searches for something to say, but eventually her expression hardens. Amy says that that's fine. If Blaze won't listen to reason, Amy will do things her way. Amy pulls out her hammer and says that if Blaze can beat her in a fight, she can go and fight Eggman. Blaze pauses and admits that with how she is right now, Amy would probably win. Amy responds by saying that if Blaze can't beat her, she'll have no chance against Eggman anyway. Finally, Blaze understands what Amy was doing. This was the point she'd been trying to make the entire time. And while Blaze understands she can't abandon Miles like this, Amy tells her that she isn't abandoning him, and Blaze finally lets Amy comfort her as they head back inside. Many, many miles away, Miles is tied down with Eggman, Rouge, and Shadow all staring at the boy. Miles didn't have the Chaos Emerald on him when Shadow had taken him, and the three had been trying to interrogate him as to its whereabouts. Miles had remained tight-lipped so far, but he was already starting to get overwhelmed. Eggman had offered up some more extreme methods of getting the information they needed, but Rouge steps in before anything can happen. Gathering intel is her job, after all. She knows how to find the final Chaos Emerald without a fuss, as long as Eggman is willing to trust her. Eggman, suspicious, decides to let Rouge handle this little wrinkle in their plan. Shadow says to meet him on the Ark and walks off, and Eggman soon follows, leaving Rouge and Miles alone in the room. Rouge leans over to Miles and, with a smile, says the boy doesn't have to worry. He'll be home soon. The next day, Blaze is having a pretty awful time. Having been defeated twice in a row and letting her brother get taken away left her feeling both physically and mentally exhausted. She was being given another day to rest and recuperate before her next mission while Gunn recovered from the attack. While Amy had consoled her, it wasn't enough to improve her mood long term. Blaze had spent the entire day sulking in her quarters, but eventually she received a call from someone she didn't recognize. The Gunn communication systems were private, so any communications she received were likely important, but after talking with the commander earlier, she thought that she would be left alone for the rest of the day. Blaze turns on the communicator and hears a voice that she's never heard before. The voice introduces herself as Rouge, and Blaze grows enraged. She asks the woman what she thinks she's doing, and Rouge says simply that she has a business proposition for Blaze. Rouge asks Blaze if she knows where Miles' Chaos Emerald is. Blaze does, but she says nothing. Rouge laughs and says she'll take that as a yes, and continues. She explains that Rouge and her business partners are willing to offer a trade. Miles for the Chaos Emerald. If Blaze brings them the final emerald, Rouge will let Miles go free. No questions asked. Blaze trembles with fury, but she calms herself down enough to think. She wants to say yes, she wants nothing more than to have Miles safe and in her arms again, but she just can't. As much as it pained her to say it, protecting the world was more important than protecting just one person, even if that person was Miles. Blaze relays this to Rouge, her voice shaking, and Rouge is silent. Blaze wonders if she ended the call, but then she hears someone else speak. Miles. The boy sounds scared, but he's staying strong. He tells Blaze to give them what they want, that it'll all be okay. Blaze is taken aback and asks Miles if he's sure. Miles asks Blaze if she trusts him, and she says that of course she does. Miles tells Blaze that if they give them the Chaos Emerald, everything will be okay. Blaze, as conflicted as she is, trusts her little brother. Blaze sneaks out of the base, telling no one where she's going. Gunn would be incredibly upset with her going behind their back like this. Soon, Blaze is back at Miles' old workshop. He had hidden the Chaos Emerald there so no one could find it. As Blaze is retrieving the emerald, she's interrupted by Amy. The girl's upset and says she can't believe that Blaze is doing this again after the talk they had yesterday. Understanding the miscommunication, Blaze quickly explains what had happened, emphasizing that she's only doing this because Miles asked her to. Amy is confused as giving Eggman the final Chaos Emerald seems like an awful idea, but they both trust Miles enough to go along with this plan. Amy asks to come along with Blaze to the trade-off, and not seeing any reason why she couldn't, Blaze lets her tag along. They meet with Rouge at the specified drop spot. It's only her there, much to Blaze's confusion, and she asks Rouge where Miles is. Rouge just says that the boy is safe, then raises her eyebrow at Amy and says that she didn't know they would have company. After a bit of arguing, Rouge explains that they still have Miles in captivity and will release him once they have the emerald. Blaze is still unsure about all of this, but she makes the trade-off anyway. Blaze and Amy leave to return to Central City, both nervous about what had taken place. Every second that goes by, Blaze feels less and less certain about handing the final Chaos Emerald over. While they're talking, something happens. Eggman appears on every TV screen around them, introducing himself to the world. Eggman explains what the Eclipse Cannon is and gives a demonstration of its power, shattering the moon as Blaze watches in horror. Eggman says that the world has 24 hours to meet its demands and ends the broadcast. Blaze is horrified, realizing that she may have doomed the entire planet by giving away the Chaos Emerald. Forget Gunn being mad at her for going behind their back, Miles and everyone else she cared about was in danger. Before she can get too overwhelmed, Amy helps her calm down. Amy says that they'll stop Eggman before he can hurt anyone, just like always. Once she's calm enough to think rationally again, Blaze tries to focus on the task at hand. Now, they know Eggman's plan and where he is. All they need to do is find a way up to the Ark where they can stop him. Blaze remembers the rocket at Eggman's desert base, which was undamaged given the last intel from Gunn. Blaze and Amy could sneak into the base and use the shuttle to reach the Ark. After deciding on this course of action, they begin to make their way over to the base when they run into Knuckles again. Turns out he had been looking for Blaze. Knuckles and Rouge have been having their little rivalry this entire time, and Knuckles has realized that the last few pieces of the Master Emerald are with Rouge, and given the announcement from Eggman, he now knows where they are. He asks if Blaze has a way to get to the Ark, and after sharing a brief glance, Amy and Blaze invite Knuckles along with them, reasoning that he'll be helpful in the fight against Eggman. They make quick work of getting past the gun guards and make their way onto the shuttle, launching themselves into space. In just a few hours, they're on the Ark and ready to confront Eggman. Once on the Ark, Amy, Blaze, and Knuckles all split up. Blaze searching for a way to shut down the Eclipse Cannon, and Amy searching for Miles. Blaze wanted to save Miles herself, but the three had reasoned that she was the more powerful out of her and Amy, and Knuckles would be busy dealing with Rouge. With everyone having received their objective, they all set off on their own. First off, Knuckles and Rouge have their encounter above the lava pit. There aren't many changes to this part of the story, but I do want to mention that the pair do grow closer over the course of this adventure. After that encounter, Rouge disappears into the Ark, Miles' Chaos Emerald in hand. She finds her way to Eggman and Shadow, who have Miles with them on the Ark, still restrained. She presents them the Chaos Emerald, saying that they now have everything they need to complete their plan. Eggman nods, and then tells Shadow to inspect the emerald. Rouge is confused and asks why they don't simply put it in the Eclipse Cannon already. Eggman says that they have to be sure that they're not being toyed with. Shadow takes the emerald before Rouge can react, and after a moment, he looks at Eggman and confirms that it's a fake. You see, Rouge, as we all know, is working with Gunn this entire time and is trying to sabotage Eggman's plan. Once she was given time alone with Miles, she learned about his skills as an engineer and his ability to create a fake Chaos Emerald. With this, the pair developed a plan to sabotage the Eclipse Cannon. If Rouge could get a Chaos Emerald to Miles, he would be able to create a fake that they could put into the cannon just like they did in the original version of the story. This is why Miles told Blaze to give Rouge the Chaos Emerald, by the way. He knew that Rouge could be trusted. Unfortunately, their plan had been sniffed out. Once Rouge's treachery had been exposed, Shadow attacked her. The woman attempted to escape, but was unable to keep up with the hedgehog and was quickly defeated. Rouge was restrained alongside Miles, and Eggman and Shadow began interrogating Rouge as to the location of the real Chaos Emerald. During the interrogation, an alarm goes off, alerting Eggman and Shadow to Blaze's and Amy's presence. Shadow runs off to intercept the intruders, and Rouge uses the opportunity to weaken Miles' bonds. Once Shadow is gone, Rouge tells Miles to break out of his restraints and to go grab the Chaos Emerald and guard it with his life. Miles escapes Eggman, who then calls up Shadow and tells him about the situation before getting into his Egg Walker and giving chase. So at this point, a ton of characters are racing around the Ark for several purposes. Blaze and Amy are searching for the Eclipse Cannon and Miles respectively. Miles is searching for the place Rouge has hidden the real Chaos Emerald, and Shadow and Eggman are trying to stop Blaze, Amy, and Miles before they can accomplish their objectives. The first to find what they're looking for is Miles, who grabs a hold of the Chaos Emerald and then runs off to try and find Blaze, Amy, or Knuckles for backup. Unfortunately for him, the first person he runs into is Shadow. Shadow demands that Miles give him the Chaos Emerald peacefully, but Miles refuses. After Miles fails to comply to his demands, Shadow resorts to violence. Miles is a tough kid, but he's still a kid, and Shadow is one of the most powerful creatures on the planet. Miles is no match for him, but he doesn't give up. Even after Shadow has beaten him, Miles holds the Chaos Emerald close to his chest, preventing Shadow from grabbing it. Shadow grows increasingly frustrated with Miles' tenacity and becomes increasingly brutal as a result. In a fit of anger, Shadow throws Miles against the walls of the Ark with all of his strength, knocking the young fox out and sending the Chaos Emerald skittering across the ground. The Chaos Emerald falls at the feet of Blaze, who had been attracted to the area by the sound of Miles' voice. Blaze's eyes go first to the Chaos Emerald, then to Miles' limp body on the ground, completely still, and then finally to Shadow, the person responsible for hurting her little brother. Blaze clenches the Chaos Emerald in her fist and then descends upon Shadow in a fit of rage. The two have their final battle, and immediately Shadow can tell that something is different. Blaze is faster and stronger than she was ever before, easily keeping up with Shadow and perhaps even surpassing him. Shadow wonders if she's drawing power from the Chaos Emerald, but soon he recognizes what's actually happening. He can see the rage in her eyes, hear the hatred in her voice, and he understands in an instant what's fueling her in this fight. So, how does it feel? Shadow says. How does it feel to be powerless to protect those you care about? How does it feel to watch everything you've ever fought for be ripped away from you in an instant? Blaze growls back at him. Shut up. You have no right to speak after what you've done. You're a monster and I'll destroy you. That's all the pair say to each other. Blaze's fury is immeasurable and it drives her to greater and greater heights. She feels an energy flowing through her and instinctively she knows what to do. Blaze taps into the Chaos Emerald's power and performs chaos control, pausing time before attacking Shadow in a furious anger. Once time starts back up again, Shadow goes flying back, utterly defeated. His eyes are wide, surprised that anyone else was capable of using his technique, but before he can think much about it, Blaze is on top of him, beating him mercilessly. For once, Shadow finds himself unable to defend himself as Blaze lets out all of her anger through raw, unfiltered violence. The moment drags on until Blaze's anger gives way to rational thought. She stops, staring down at Shadow as horror slowly overtakes her. Shadow is clearly hurt. Badly, worse than Blaze had ever hurt another living, breathing being. Blaze stares down at her hands and sees Shadow's blood all over them. She had gone too far, given into her rage and become something ugly and violent. Blaze looks at Shadow, the hedgehog staring up at her, and she gives him a weak apology. Shadow is confused. She won. Shouldn't she simply take her revenge? Blaze shakes her head and says that this isn't who she is. No, it's not who she wants to be. Blaze wanted to protect people, not hurt them. She can't let herself lose sight of that. Shadow stares at her, gears turning in his head, but suddenly Blaze feels a shock through her system. She collapses, Eggman behind her holding some sort of weapon. Eggman tells Shadow to get to his feet and grab the Chaos Emerald. Shadow hesitates, but slowly stands up and grabs the emerald. The pair leave Blaze and Miles behind and return to the Eclipse Cannon. Once Blaze recovers from the attack, she runs over to Miles and checks on him. He's still alive, thankfully. While she's checking on him, the boy comes to and wakes up, and the pair take a moment to regroup and be thankful that they're both safe. While all of this has been happening, Amy has been dealing with the Eclipse Cannon, having found it on the outskirts of the Ark and using her hammer to render it non-functional. Yes, this does mean that Amy and Blaze both did the exact opposite jobs that they said they were going to do, but as a wise person once said, a plan is just a list of things that don't happen. After destroying the cannon, she runs back to try and find Blaze, Miles, and Knuckles, and the group all eventually find each other after Blaze's fight with Shadow. They all tell each other what's happened, and Blaze and Miles are relieved to hear that the Eclipse Cannon has been taken care of. For a brief second, they all believe that everything is fine, until a mysterious message begins playing. A mysterious man in a lab coat tells them that his revenge has been completed, and that the Ark will crash into the Earth and destroy it in half an hour. Everyone is confused as to what this means until Eggman shows up to explain it to them. Rouge is with him, Eggman not seeing the point in keeping her tied up now. Eggman explains who Gerald is and what happened on the Ark 50 years ago. The raid, the ensuing cover-up, and Gunn's involvement in massacring the residents of the Ark. Blaze doesn't believe him, saying that he's lying, but Rouge says that Eggman is right. Blaze asks why Rouge should trust her when the Ark receives a signal from the planet. It's Commander Towers, and he's calling Rouge and asking her for a status update. Rouge says that the mission has gone completely haywire and that they need to stop the Ark from impacting the planet. Knuckles offers the Master Emerald as a solution, and from there they all develop a plan to save the planet. Blaze isn't really paying much attention to what's being said, though. Blaze is still reeling from all of this new information. Suddenly, she snaps at Rouge and the Commander, demanding an explanation. Rouge kidnapped Miles and held him for ransom, and now it turns out that she'd been working for Gunn this entire time? Blaze demands the Commander answer how they could keep someone like Rouge under their employ, or why Rouge would ever act this way on Gunn's behalf. Rouge laughs awkwardly and just says that this is her job. The Commander is less nonchalant, but he says that Rouge's work as a spy is invaluable to Gunn's operations. Blaze can't believe what she's hearing. Why keep this a secret from her? Surely Rouge and Blaze could have worked together. Rouge sarcastically asks Blaze if she knows what the word undercover means and says that being upfront with Blaze would have compromised her position as a spy. Blaze still can't believe this. Then she remembers what Eggman had told them. She asks the Commander if what he said is true, about the raid on the Ark and the ensuing cover-up. Surely Gunn would never hurt innocent people, right? The Commander is silent, but his silence is damning. Blaze now knows the truth, though she can't admit it to herself. This can't be true. It just can't be. Blaze had been working for Gunn for months. She was one of their best agents. There's no way she could have misjudged them this badly. She demands the Commander answer her directly, and he relents. Commander Towers confirms everything Eggman had said, and said that he's deeply ashamed of Gunn's past. That they've grown a lot as an organization since then. Blaze isn't hearing it. She takes out her gun badge and burns it to a crisp. From here on out, she's done with them. The Commander says that he accepts her resignation without issue. Afterwards, the Commander says he wishes them all the best of luck and ends the transmission. Things are a bit awkward after the call, but everyone eventually runs off to finish the plan. Everyone except for Blaze. She lags behind, still trying to process everything she's learned. While she's lost in thought, she spots Shadow a ways away and approaches him. Blaze asks if he's going to do anything, and Shadow says that there's no need. Everything is going according to plan. Blaze lets that linger for a moment before she apologizes to Shadow again. Shadow scoffs and says that there's no need to apologize for beating him, and certainly no reason to apologize twice, but Blaze clarifies that that's not what she's apologizing for. She says that she was wrong. Gunn isn't who she thought they were. He was right about them the whole time. Shadow asks if she's going to try and save them anyway, and after a moment of thought, Blaze says yes. Shadow is taken aback. He says that they betrayed her, that they put her and the people she cared about at risk. Miles could have been hurt due to Rouge's undercover work. Doesn't she want to destroy them? Blaze laughs and says that, yeah, she kinda does, but like she said, that's not who she wants to be. Shadow says that she's not making any sense. It's not about who anyone wants to be, it's about who they are. You are who you are, and that's all there is to it. Blaze shakes her head. You are who you choose to be, and people can be better than they are, as long as you give them a chance. Blaze apologizes again and says that she has to go. She doesn't have time to talk. She has to focus on saving the world with the others, and then she runs off. However, her words have an effect on Shadow. Something in what Blaze said stirs a memory deep inside Shadow's head, and he begins to stew on it, pulling on that thread of memory as long as he can, trying to remember something that had been buried deep within his psyche. Quick note that I want to say that I don't love giving this moment to Blaze instead of Amy in this story. Amy's role as the one who can reach out to those who are unreachable to others is a big part of her character, and I did want to stick to that, but it just wasn't natural with how this story was going. Blaze needed this moment to finish her arc with Gunn, and she and Shadow have by far the most going on between them in this version of events. Besides, Amy was able to be the shoulder for Blaze to lean on and was an important fighter throughout the story, which I still think shows off her potential as a character in its own right. I did want to pay respects to the original story, but this is the most natural way for things to play out, so that's how it's going to be right now. Anyway, after that, the characters go through the same events as canon for the most part. They all fulfill the roles in stopping the Ark from falling and eventually awaken the Bio-Lizard at the Ark's core. At that point, Shadow has had his change of heart after remembering what Maria really made him promise, and he fights the Bio-Lizard as he did in canon. And just like the original story, the Bio-Lizard fuses with the Ark to become the final hazard, and Blaze and Shadow go into their super forms to stop it. It's only at the tail end of the game that one more important change happens. At this point, Blaze is a lot more rattled than Sonic was. Blaze's lingering feelings of doubt and betrayal swirl within her as they fight the final hazard. As she and Shadow defeat it and prepare to catch the Ark, she feels her power begin to give out. She tells Shadow that she's running on empty, and Shadow admits that he's past his limit as well. With a sad smile, he says that it looks like this is going to be both of their last adventures. Blaze doesn't want to accept that, though. As the pair get ready to use Chaos Control to catch the Ark, Blaze grabs Shadow and tells him to look after Miles before pushing him away, flying towards the Ark and catching it on her own. Before Shadow can react, she uses Chaos Control on the Ark to put it into orbit by herself, falling out of her super form in the process. Shadow doesn't have enough strength to do anything but warp himself back onto the Ark, leaving Blaze outside of the Ark to presumably pass away. Spoiler, she's gonna be okay. I'm not killing off Blaze, but she is at least gonna be separated from the rest of the group for the time being. Once he's back on the Ark, Shadow explains what happened to the others. They're all shocked, and after a moment, they begin to grieve. Shadow, for his part, is mostly just in a state of shock. He already wasn't sure what he was going to do even before he went out to stop the Ark, but with Blaze's last words to him, he has become even more confused. Still, he didn't think he could simply ignore what Blaze had asked of him, considering she had sacrificed herself for his sake. With that in mind, Shadow turns to Miles and asks if the boy would be willing to forgive him. Last time we finished off the adventure era of the games, with Blaze falling out from space in place of Shadow, and Shadow reaching out to Miles despite them having a rocky relationship to start out with. Everyone assumes Blaze has died, and Amy and Miles are hit extremely hard by this news. Miles falls into a bit of a depressive episode after his big sister's disappearance, prompting Amy to spend more time with the young boy. Amy was also distraught at the loss of Blaze, but she tried to be strong for Miles' sake, hiding her feelings more than she probably should have. Though the one who's most lost is actually Shadow. When Blaze sacrificed herself to stop the Ark, she had asked Shadow to look after Miles, and Shadow felt indebted to Blaze as she did save him by stopping the Ark herself. However, he also didn't really know how to help Miles through his loss. He's still not the most approachable person, but he does his best. Eventually, he allows himself to be vulnerable around the boy, and by extension, around Amy, and tells them more about his past to let him know that he's not alone. He tells Miles about Maria, about Gerald, and about that horrible day aboard the Ark. He tells Miles how angry it all made him feel, but more importantly, how lost he was, how much it hurt him, and above all, how much he needed help to get out of that feeling. This brings the group closer together, and Miles eventually starts to get out of his funk and start to get back to his normal self. As he does, he notices that Amy hasn't been honest with him about how things have been affecting her. Miles tells Amy that she also has to be honest about her feelings with him, and eventually Miles is able to help Amy deal with her own grief. After a week or so of this extended group therapy, things start to get busier again. Eggman launches his next scheme to take over the world sooner rather than later. This leads to the events of Sonic Advance 1 and 2, small-time adventures by the standards of what the group is used to by now. Advance 1 really isn't all that interesting, but Advance 2 is far more important. This game starts off with Eggman kidnapping both Tails and Knuckles, and things would go similarly here. However, Shadow takes this a lot harder than Sonic did. While Sonic was obviously worried about Tails, he didn't make a promise to protect the young boy to someone else like Shadow had. In his eyes, Shadow had failed to keep his promise to Blaze, something that he refused to accept. He runs off to save the boy immediately, which prompts Amy to scold him for not discussing things with her. On their way to chase down Eggman, they run into a little rabbit girl. Shadow wants to move on with their mission, but Amy insists that they help her out. This is Cream the Rabbit, and she tells them that her mom, Vanilla, had been kidnapped by Eggman. Amy is obviously worried and says that Cream can come along with them. Shadow protests immediately, saying she'll slow them down and they can simply save the girl's mother without her, but the glare Amy gives him lets him know that she's not willing to budge on this. Shadow unfortunately has to relent, and the pair allow Cream to tag along with them. She proves to be a surprisingly effective fighter thanks in no small part to her chow, Cheese, and soon they recover Miles and Knuckles and make their way to Eggman's base and defeat him once again. As you can probably tell, we're not going to go super in-depth with every single game in this series, mostly because a lot of them don't change all that much. I'll mention whenever a game comes up in the timeline, but this episode especially will be running into a lot of games where the events don't change enough to need to be included in this timeline. I may cover these in an extra episode if you guys really want to see it though. Anyway, while this is all happening, Rouge is doing some digging around at Eggman's bases, trying to find a secret weapon that Gunn had heard he was developing. Eventually, she was able to track down this secret weapon of his and was flabbergasted to discover what it truly was. She finds Blaze in a state of suspended animation, or at least something that looks like Blaze. Rouge figures that whatever this is, it can't be the girl she saw fall from space. She would have burnt up in the atmosphere or died on impact or something. Regardless of her doubts, Rouge needed to investigate, so she opened the pod and awakened the creature. Blaze opens her eyes, staring at Rouge with an inscrutable expression. Rouge was about to start questioning the girl when they're attacked by a large robot, Omega. Blaze and the robot begin fighting, but Rouge stops them like in the intro to Sonic Heroes. She was here to gather information after all, and she can't gather any information from destroyed robots. Eventually, she manages to pull the truth out of the both of them. Blaze had completely forgotten everything that had happened, or perhaps she had never had those memories to begin with. Omega was just pissy about Eggman abandoning him in a dark, depressing, and boring facility to guard some random cat. Both of them want to find Eggman, Blaze to get answers, and Omega to exact his revenge, and Rouge tells them that she can get them what they want. In Sonic Heroes, Rouge kept Shadow in the dark and allowed him to come to his senses on his own, but this time, Rouge knows that there are a lot of people who want to see Blaze again. However, considering that Blaze doesn't have her memories and the fact that she suspects this may not be Blaze at all, she doesn't want to introduce Blaze to Miles and Amy yet, only to let them down later. Conflicted about what to do, Rouge reaches out to Shadow. The two hadn't exactly been close since the events of Sonic Adventure 2, but they were on somewhat amicable terms at the very least. Shadow didn't think Rouge was one to socialize, so he suspected that the call was about business. Rouge explains what she found in her reservations around the entire thing. Shadow understands how she feels and decides that the best course of action would be for the two of them to tell Blaze and allow her to decide what to do. Rouge agrees, so soon the pair confront Blaze with the truth about who or what she is, explaining everything they knew about the girl from her first fight with the Doctor all the way to her sacrifice on the Ark. And they tell Blaze about their suspicions that she may not be a cat at all. Blaze has no idea what she's supposed to think about all of this. The idea of facing two people who cared about her so deeply, yet who she didn't remember, terrified her, and worse was being told that she may not even be real. The idea that this horrible Eggman character had created her to mimic his old rival made bile rise in her throat. Blaze says that she couldn't possibly face Miles and Amy in this state, not until she knows that she's real at the very least. Rouge and Shadow aren't quite sure what to make of this, but they both decide to respect Blaze's decision. Rouge decides to keep an eye on the troublesome pair, and Shadow says he'll return to keep watch over Miles. The appearance of Blaze's copy meant nothing if she wasn't capable of actually watching over the boy. He still needed to keep his promise. As all of this is happening, the rest of the events of Sonic Heroes are being set in motion. Eggman has upgraded Metal Blaze into Neo Metal Blaze, and Metal's newfound power begins to go to her head. The combination of her newfound pride in her form and her frustrations with the Doctor, as well as lingering feelings of inadequacy from her multiple defeats at the hand of her loathsome copy, leads Metal Blaze to attempt to usurp Eggman. She locks him in a room aboard the Egg Carrier and assumes control of the Egg Fleet, and then pushes over the first domino in her master plan. She sends a letter to Miles at his university, where he's been studying since the events of Sonic Advance 2, or I guess in this universe, Shadow Advance 2. On top of this, Amy gets word from Cream and Big that Froggy and Chocola have gone missing. Miles and Amy invite the pair to go along with them and Shadow to stop Eggman, Miles mostly working as tech support to help Team Rose accomplish their mission. For his part, Shadow is pretty frustrated by apparently being downgraded from Ultimate Lifeform to Ultimate Babysitter and wishes that he could handle this all by himself, but they insist on working as a team once again. Meanwhile, Eggman contacts the Chaotix to get them to come and save him, while Rouge, Omega, and Blaze are going after Eggman for their own reasons. Knuckles, who is on Angel Island as all this starts to go down, gets wind that something is up and goes to investigate, running into the Chaotix early on into their adventure and offering to lend them a hand. Knuckles' Chaotix did take place in this timeline still, we just skipped over because Sonic wasn't in the original, so Blaze replacing him wouldn't have changed anything. The point here being that Knuckles is still on good terms with these guys. So our three teams are all setting off to fight against Eggman for their own reasons, at least eventually. The first notable change from this point on happens in Rail Canyon. Once Pseudo Team Dark makes their way to Eggman, Blaze demands that the Mad Doctor tell her who she is. Eggman says that she already knows who she is, and that's all she gets out of him until the end of the fight. Afterwards, she interrogates Eggman only to discover that it's merely a decoy. Blaze makes to leave, but before she can, she notices something. It's her severed head on the ground. Blaze is taken aback, but as she investigates further, she sees that it's merely a robot. A robot so lifelike, she could have believed it was real. Before she can react, and before Rouge or Omega can intervene, Eggman's voice echoes out from his broken decoy. He mocks Blaze, saying that she's nothing more than an inferior copy, and she knows it. She's always known it. Blaze, in a fit of anger, strikes the decoy with her flames, destroying the speaker. Then she silently walks away. Neither of her companions can find anything to say. The next important change in the timeline happens relatively soon after this. After Amy's team makes their way to Lost Jungle, they run into the new Team Dark, including Blaze. Everyone is shocked to see Blaze alive, and Amy can't contain herself. She rushes over to Blaze and hugs her, tearing up with relief to see that the other girl survived after all. However, as the moment drags on, Amy starts to realize that Blaze hasn't even reacted to her. She looks up at Blaze to see the girl staring at her with confusion. Blaze slowly asks Amy who she is, and the girl is crushed. Not knowing how to react, Amy just runs off, leaving everyone else behind. Miles runs after Amy, and the rest of their team follows, leaving Blaze to ask Rouge what's going on. Rouge is able to explain that the Hedgehog and Fox were the Amy and Miles she had told Blaze about earlier, and suddenly Blaze tenses. She hadn't wanted to run into them until she had a better idea of who she was, and at this point, despite confronting Eggman multiple times, they hadn't learned anything concrete about her identity. Nervous, Blaze asks if they can leave. She doesn't want to risk running into Miles and Amy again. Omega says that their objective has been completed, so they should be tracking down Eggman anyway, and Rouge just nods. They leave, Blaze thoroughly unsettled by the experience. Somewhere else in the jungle, Miles finally catches up with Amy. Amy is sitting down near the edge of the water, staring at her own reflection. Miles asks her what's wrong, and Amy says that she just doesn't understand. How could Blaze not recognize her? They have been friends for years. Blaze should know how much she means to Amy. Miles says that he doesn't really understand it either, and that's when Shadow interrupts them. He explains that Blaze has amnesia and that she's trying to remember who she is at the moment. Amy gets upset, asking why Blaze wouldn't come to them for help, and Shadow says that, as painful as it is to hear, Blaze sees them as strangers at the moment. Not to mention that they all had doubts that this was even the same Blaze that fell from orbit in the first place. For all they knew, this could be another one of Eggman's creations. Blaze didn't want to hurt them by forcing them to see her like this. Amy doesn't have anything to say, but then Miles pipes up and asks how Shadow knows all of this. Hadn't he just seen that Blaze was alive himself? Shadow responds after a moment of hesitation that Rouge had contacted him about Blaze after initially finding her. Amy and Miles are aghast. How could Shadow not at least tell them that Blaze had survived? Shadow says that they didn't even know if Blaze had survived yet, but Amy and Miles aren't hearing it. The pair storm off and tell Shadow to leave them alone, both feeling completely betrayed. Shadow tries to argue back, but he soon realizes that he's doing more harm than good. He allows Amy and Miles to leave and simply watches them from afar, making sure that they don't get hurt on their journey. Ultimately, Shadow expects to not be needed, as between the pair, Big, Cream, and Cheese, the ragtag group was surprisingly effective, but he still did have his promise to fulfill. After this confrontation, Amy and Miles' group encounter Knuckles and the Chaotix in Mystic Mansion, and then relay what they learned there. Knuckles is shocked to learn that Blaze is apparently alive, as are the Chaotix, though they obviously have only met Blaze in passing at this point, so they're not exactly emotionally affected by the news. They also discuss the threat they received from Eggman, which intrigues Vector. Vector asks to see the message, and Amy gives it to him, though she's a bit confused by this whole thing. After looking the message over, Vector says that they should accompany them to the Egg Fleet, and seeing as they were headed there anyway, Amy and Miles agree. This leads to the final confrontation with Eggman and the ensuing reveal of Neo Metal Blaze. Everyone meets up with each other, and while there is some lingering tension from the earlier drama, they put that aside to deal with the threat in front of them. After seeing Neo Metal, Shadow leaps into action first, attacking the robot. To his surprise, the robot is more than capable of keeping up with him. They trade a few blows and Neo Metal flies off, suspended in the air above Shadow. Neo Metal laughs and snaps her fingers, and Shadow hears something launch at him from behind. He turns to swat it away and comes face to face with Blaze. Her eyes have gone completely blank, a blue light emanating from them. She continues fighting Shadow, not giving him a chance to think as he defends for himself. Amy and Miles call out to Blaze, begging her to stop, but Metal laughs at them and says that the Blaze they see before them is nothing more than a copy. A prototype of a brand new wave of weapons to turn against the world. With a wave of her hand, she summons a horde of Blaze androids, all with the same blank stare and glowing red eyes. They surround the heroes, closing in on them slowly while Shadow battles against Blaze. As they close in, Neo Metal monologues at the group. She tells them that this entire world around them is fake, full of imposters and hypocrites, and that she realized with her newfound power that her purpose was to burn it all to the ground. What better way to do that than with an army of her own imposter? The Blaze androids attack, and the heroes do their best to protect themselves. All except for Amy and Miles, who are paralyzed with fear as they see copies of Blaze being mangled and destroyed around them. Seeing their hesitation, Rouge asks Omega to cover for her as she approaches the pair. She asks them what's wrong, and they admit that they can't fight against Blaze. Seeing her alive again was already so hard, but watching her die over and over again is just too much. Rouge almost wants to scold them for being silly, but she knows she can't. They're just kids, nowhere near as jaded as she is. Rouge tells them that she understands and that Blaze would want them to live on. What they're looking at isn't their friend, they're just robots, mindless machines, and they have to defend themselves. Her words are at least enough to shake Miles and Amy out of their funk, and they're able to defend themselves from the androids, cutting through wave after wave of the machines. Meanwhile, Shadow is fighting the prototype android, though he's able to see through Neo-Metal's deception. What he's fighting is too familiar, too strong to be a mere machine. He doesn't know how, but what he's fighting is the real Blaze, and Neo-Metal must be controlling her somehow. Shadow speaks up, saying that he's disappointed in Blaze. After the incident on the Ark, he almost saw Blaze as his equal, the only being on par with him on this entire planet. He knows that he's stronger than this robot is, so Blaze should be as well. Blaze isn't shaken from the mind control by his words, but her movements do seem to be slowed, less fierce and quick. It gives Shadow the edge he needs. With a quick use of chaos control, he's able to get the jump on Blaze, landing one solid blow against her, his fist cracking against her nose. Blaze goes flying back, but she pulls herself together quickly. She cracks back at Shadow, actually overwhelming him in the battle. Soon, she knocks him to the ground and prepares to strike, but she's interrupted by a drop of something hitting the ground. Blaze looks at it and realizes that it's blood. Her hand goes to her face and it comes away red. She's bleeding. Her eyes go to the swarm of other androids, all of their destroyed metal frames and the oil leaking out of them. She's not like them. She's real, and this jolt is enough to break her free of Neo-Metal's mind control, just as Shadow had planned. Now that Blaze is free, both Shadow and Blaze are able to assist in dealing with the Blaze androids, so the group is able to make quick work of them. Watching her army get destroyed enrages Neo-Metal, and she lets out a shriek that stops everyone in their tracks. In a flash of light, Neo-Metal absorbs the entire egg fleet, becoming a monstrosity that towers over the area. This new form, Metal Aberration, roars with enough force to shatter the glass in the area, a mere sliver of its power. Eggman announces that with how strong Neo-Metal is now, they'll never be able to defeat her without all of the Chaos Emeralds, to which everyone reveals that they've been collecting them this entire time. With this, they devise a plan to beat Metal Aberration by using Blaze's super form. By the way, as per a comment suggestion, I'm not going to call Blaze's super form Brilliant Blaze because it sounds cooler. However, Blaze reveals that she doesn't have her memories back yet, so she doesn't know how to go brilliant or whatever they called it. At that point, Shadow offers to use the Chaos Emeralds instead, with Blaze and Rouge as backup, to which everyone eventually agrees. The rest of the battle goes mostly the same, with everyone working together to force Metal Aberration to go into an even more powerful form in Metal Abomination, and Shadow goes super and gives Blaze and Rouge those little super shields that Tails and Knuckles get in the original story. They fight against Metal Abomination, who rants and raves about the injustice of the world. She says that she was built to destroy, and she spent all this time thinking that it was a curse, a burden that she had to bear. But after finally reaching this level of power, Neo-Metal Blaze had realized that her ability to destroy this horrid world was a gift. Her accepting this gift and not rejecting it as her loathsome copy had is what made her the true version of Blaze. Of course, they're eventually able to defeat Metal Abomination and revert them to her original form. Once defeated, Metal Blaze asks why she lost. Blaze approaches her and says it's because she trapped herself. Blaze believes that you can change yourself, that the way you were born or made doesn't dictate who you are, and that Metal Blaze can be more if she wants to be. Metal Blaze, of course, refuses her kindness and flees. Afterward, Miles and Amy approach Blaze again, clearly saddened. They ask if she remembers them now, and Blaze shakes her head. She still doesn't know who she is. In fact, she wonders if she'll ever get her memories back. This admission is devastating to the pair, and without thinking, Amy runs forward and embraces Blaze. Miles follows suit, and The pair say that even if she doesn't remember them, they'll both never stop loving her. Blaze stiffens and then she returns the hug, squeezing the both of them tight. The pair realize with shock that Blaze is crying. Blaze laughs to herself before saying that Amy is always too affectionate with her. The gears turn in Amy's head, but she soon realizes what Blaze means. She asks if Blaze really remembers them now, and Blaze admits that she still has some gaps in her memory, but she remembers meeting them, and more importantly, she remembers how much she cares about them. The relief is enough to bring both Miles and Amy to tears, and the group embraces each other, happy to finally have Blaze back after all this time. In the aftermath of the incident, Blaze goes over to talk to Shadow after catching up with Miles and Amy. She says that they told her that Shadow had been looking after Miles, just like Blaze had asked. She wants to thank him, but Shadow says that there's no need. Shadow owed Blaze a debt, and now he's paid it back. That's all there is to it. Blaze says that she wants to thank him anyway, to which Shadow huffs before giving a quick "you're welcome" and leaving. Blaze just shakes her head with a smile and goes back home with Miles. Small thing just for the sake of continuity, after this, Miles looks into the whole mind control thing with Blaze and they end up removing a mind control device from her body. Neo Metal had implanted it at some point before all of this went down. I don't know where else to include this information, so I'm just explaining it right now. From here, we move on to Sonic Battle, which honestly isn't going to change that much. We still get the battle aboard the final Egg Blaster, which Blaze will win, and Emerald will unfortunately pass during the fight. However, the path to get there is just a little bit different. Since Blaze and Shadow have a slightly better relationship at this point than Shadow and Sonic did, thanks to Shadow helping look after Miles while Blaze was out of commission, she's able to get Shadow to tell her the truth about Emerald far earlier. This means that Blaze and Rouge are able to convince Shadow to allow them to give Emerald all 7 Chaos Emeralds a bit earlier, but that's really the only thing that changes. Eggman's plan would likely take the same amount of time to complete, so nothing else would go any differently. This leads into Sonic Advance 3 and the creation of Gimmerl, and once again, very little changes here. Also, the whole Rider saga will happen around this time, or at least the very first part of it, but very little changes there too. These stories are pretty self-contained, so we're not going to spend too much time dwelling on them. The next big story game is Shadow the Hedgehog, and this is a bit of a weird one. Thanks to the branching nature of the game's story, we don't know exactly what happens over the course of its events. All we know for sure is that Shadow confronts Black Doom after Black Doom releases the nerve toxin. There are a few things we can say for sure will happen in this version of events. For one, Shadow is not having any of Black Doom's shit in this timeline. Not only does he still have his memories of Maria to help guide him, he's also already gone through some extra character development thanks to Miles and Amy. He's not necessarily going to straight up go the hero route and be buddy-buddy with everyone, because that's just not how he rolls, but he is absolutely going to try and stop Black Doom from the very beginning, despite the ensuing angst about his backstory that would result. There is a small hiccup though, and that's that the Eclipse Cannon was damaged by Amy in the last episode, meaning that it can't be used to destroy the Black Comet. After fighting against Devil Doom and destroying him, Shadow is at a loss for how to deal with the Black Comet and the rest of the Black Arms. He's almost ready to declare this entire fiasco a failure when Blaze approaches him. After Black Doom's defeat, the gas he had used to incapacitate everyone had faded, allowing Blaze and the others to move freely again. Blaze says that they can't give up and asks Shadow if he can keep the invasion at bay for a while with his super state. Shadow says that he thinks he has a bit of time left and asks why. Blaze isn't sure if it will work, but Miles and Eggman may be able to repair the Eclipse Cannon and use it to destroy the Black Comet if they have just a bit of time. Shadow nods and says that they'll need to get there fast, faster than just a rocket could get them there. With that, he grabs Blaze's shoulder and gives her access to the Chaos Emerald's power, letting her reach Brilliant Blaze as well. He says that she can use Chaos Control to get them there faster, and Blaze nods before rushing off. Shadow is barely able to hold out against the rest of the Black Arms, as holding the Black Comet at bay is extremely tiring. He's on his last leg when he gets word from Blaze that the Eclipse Cannon is ready. Blaze uses Chaos Control to warp the Black Comet into position, and they all put the Chaos Emeralds in the Eclipse Cannon and prepare to fire it. After a matter of moments, the beam fires, destroying the Black Comet below them. In the bay stand Shadow, Eggman, Miles, Amy, Blaze, and Rouge, the exact same group of people that months prior had saved the world from its imminent destruction, sans Knuckles, and they had just done it again. Everyone takes a moment to celebrate their accomplishment, but Shadow walks off alone. He stares at a picture of Maria and Gerald, a frown on his face before he slowly begins to smile. Just like in the original timeline, Shadow decides to let go of his past and embrace his future, and he turns around to look at the room full of the closest thing he had left to a family. Time passes and things seem to be going about the same as usual. Blaze gets wind of Eggman getting up to something and goes to investigate. Amy decides to tag along, of course, which gets an eye roll from Blaze, but it doesn't sour her mood. They both run off to fight Eggman, but once they come across him, he seems different. He's dressed in a new outfit, and his mannerisms seem different in a way that's difficult to place. Blaze asks Eggman what he's up to, but he complains about her not using his full name. Then he introduces himself as Eggman Negative, and no, I will not be shortening his name in this series. Afterward, he attacks Blaze, and Blaze defeats him. Once she does, Eggman Negative drops something, a gemstone of some kind. Blaze walks over to pick it up, but before she can, a gust of wind arrives and blows her away. She looks up and sees a blue hedgehog standing in front of her, tossing the emerald in his hand. He laughs, saying that he's found the second one now. Shouldn't be too long before he snags the rest. Blaze speaks up, asking who this mysterious stranger is, and the man turns around. He smirks and introduces himself as Sonic, Prince Sonic, leader of the Soul Empire. Blaze says that she's never heard of a Soul Empire before, and the boy laughs a bit awkwardly. He says that he's been transported across both time and space to an entirely new dimension by the evil Dr. Eggman Negative, and that it's his responsibility to save not only his empire, but her entire world as well from his schemes. He shows off the Soul Emerald and explains its importance, and says he needs to gather all 7 of them to stop the Doctor and return home. Blaze is impressed and says that she's more than willing to help. In fact, the Soul Emeralds sound very similar to the Chaos Emeralds, which she's intimately familiar with. Miles may be able to rig up a detector for the Soul Emeralds if they check in on him. Sonic just shakes his head. There's no reason for Blaze to worry about this. He'll handle it all on his own. She can just rest easy. Blaze frowns. If this Eggman Negative is as dangerous as Sonic says, or even as dangerous as the Eggman she's familiar with, she's not going to let him run around unopposed. She stopped him before and she's ready to do it again. At that, Sonic seems to grow a bit frustrated. He blows her off with a quick whatever before zooming off at a speed Blaze has never seen before. Sonic is fast, maybe the fastest thing she's ever encountered. Blaze is all around confused by this interaction, and she discusses it with Amy as they run over to Miles' college. This Sonic character seems incredibly strong, and Blaze and Amy saw no reason to doubt his story if he was fighting against Eggman and Negative as well. However, his behavior was worrying. The hedgehog seemed stubborn and unwilling to cooperate with them, and Blaze had no idea why. They decide that they'll likely run into him again in the near future, and that when they do, they'll attempt to pacify him. Soon they arrive at Miles' workshop, and they tell the young boy what they had found. Miles is worried, not only by the appearance of a second Eggman, but also by some readings he's seen recently. Apparently, these Soul Emeralds that Sonic had told him about were releasing an absurd amount of energy. Particularly, they seem to be interacting with the Chaos Emeralds from their world. If they weren't contained soon, they could destroy their entire dimension. Blaze and Amy are extremely worried, but Miles says that they think they have a solution. If the energy from the emeralds could be contained, they wouldn't be as dangerous. Miles is sure that Blaze or Shadow have enough experience with the Chaos Emeralds that if they could collect all of them, they could at least slow this outpouring of energy, which would give them more than enough time to collect the Soul Emeralds and return them to their home dimension. Blaze says they'll go and find the Chaos Emeralds and that Miles should try to get a hold of Shadow and ask him to do the same thing. Miles laughs and says that he'll try, but they all know how Shadow is. With that, Blaze leaves to go find the emeralds, and Amy runs to get more help from their other friends. After managing to track down a few of the emeralds, Blaze runs into Sonic a second time. He's hanging out with Cream of all people, which strikes Blaze as a bit strange, but she doesn't question it. Sonic is smiling wide, seemingly in high spirits, but once Blaze makes herself known, his smile disappears for a brief moment before returning. Blaze simply makes conversation with the prince, and she inquires for more information about his homeland. Prince Sonic regales her with the wonders of the Soul Empire, how prosperous it is, how vast it is, how wealthy it and its people are, and Blaze can't help but smile. She says that she's happy to hear that the people of his empire have someone who cares about them as their ruler, and Sonic laughs and says something under his breath. Blaze asks Sonic to repeat himself, and Sonic says that he wishes the people of the Empire were as grateful as Blaze was. He continues and says that the average citizen of the Soul Empire is a fool, and the nobles are far worse than that. Blaze isn't quite sure what to make of that, so instead she asks what kind of responsibilities Sonic has as Prince. Sonic is a bit evasive, but he says he has very far-reaching power. He oversees many of the Empire's operations and has to see that everything is going smoothly. He can also make sweeping changes to the Empire, though it's a long, boring, bureaucratic process that he finds extremely troublesome to deal with. Blaze comments that he's quite lucky to have his position, to be able to help and protect so many people, and Sonic doesn't respond. Blaze then brings up the topic of them working together, showing him several of the Chaos Emeralds she's found and explaining the importance of containing their power, but once again, Sonic says that she needn't worry about it. Sonic will have everything solved by himself, and Blaze finds herself growing frustrated with him once again. Blaze insists that Sonic allow her to help him, saying that she's already saved their world multiple times, and she's far more familiar with this dimension. She'd have an easier time than Sonic would fighting Eggman. She adds that Sonic likely won't be enough to deal with both Eggman and Negative on his own. Sonic's expression darkens at her words, and he asks Blaze if she thinks that she's better than him. Blaze is a bit taken aback and says that she didn't mean anything by that. Sonic says that if she doesn't mean to say anything with her words, then she should simply cease speaking. Blaze falls completely silent and Sonic nods. Good, just like that. You're much more tolerable when you're being quiet. Blaze grows angry and asks Sonic who he thinks he is. Sonic raises an eyebrow and says he's the Prince of the Soul Empire and the Guardian of the Soul Emeralds. Who exactly does Blaze think she is? She was a nobody as far as he could tell. Both Blaze and Cream stare at Sonic, shocked by his words, and Sonic begins to walk away from them. He says a final time that he's going to handle this on his own, and if Blaze knew it was good for her, she'd stay out of his way. He won't be so polite next time. With that, he rushes off at incredible speed, nearly blowing Blaze's ears out in the process. As Blaze's shock gives way to anger, she begins chasing after Sonic, ready to give him a piece of her mind. Eventually, she'll meet up with him at Deadline before their final confrontation with Eggman and Negative, but it's a bit too soon to talk about that. Before we get there, we have to tell the second half of this story. We need to learn just a little bit more about Prince Sonic. Now, we don't know much or really anything about Blaze's parents, and I'm usually fine with keeping it that way. However, for this particular story, we really do need to learn just a bit more about them. So, in this story, the king and queen of the Soul Empire will be a hedgehog and a cat respectively, the queen being the daughter of the last rulers and the king having married into royalty. When Blaze was born, there were complications during her birth, and the Queen of the Empire unfortunately passed away. This left the Empire in a bad position politically, as they only had one viable heir to the throne, as the Queen was the last of the royal bloodline. So when Sonic replaced Blaze in their dimension, they didn't have many options. The king chose to pass off Sonic as his blood son, as remarrying and trying to claim the throne over anyone else with a claim to the throne through marriage would have been politically difficult to manage. When Sonic was young, he was told his responsibilities as the next in line to the throne, of what it meant to be a ruler and of his connection to the Soul Emeralds. He was to be their guardian, and protecting the Empire was his burden to bear. Sonic was initially ecstatic. He was happy to be a hero. Sonic is still the same person at his core, and one of his traits is that he loves helping other people. He's ultimately a nice guy who does want the best for everybody. So Sonic threw himself into his role as Prince from a young age, only to find that things were far more difficult than he may have thought. Sonic is a rowdy person by nature. He still wanted to run off and have his many adventures, and he was never one for bureaucracy and structure. The paperwork, elbow rubbing, and political bickering of royalty are a pretty terrible fit for him. He's honest to a fault, always running around and trying to go from place to place, and he could barely bring himself to sign anything on most days. As a result, his tutors were extremely harsh on him, constantly pushing him to learn different benign aspects of royalty that Sonic quickly grew to despise. What did knowing which fork to eat soup with have to do with helping people? It all seemed like it was simply there to give the rich and powerful things to fight about. His duty as guardian of the Soul Emeralds goes similarly poorly. He's supposed to have some sort of innate connection to them, something that makes him capable of using their power in a way that most people can't, but no matter how many times he tries, he just can't do it. He never finds a way to tap into their power, and no amount of studying or practice seems to change that. Really, the only things that Sonic seemed to be good at were running and fighting. He still develops his trademark speed and assortment of abilities, and in his youth he used them to stop common thieves and the like terrorizing the good people of the Imperial City. However, even when he's doing something right, all of his tutors seem to have a problem with it. He's scolded for not acting like a proper prince, for acting like a common street rat and besmirching his family's name, and Sonic is getting tired of it. All of this only gets worse when his father passes in an accident, leaving Sonic alone as the only person in charge of the entire empire. His grief, alongside being bombarded with more expectations than ever, makes Sonic grow even more bitter towards the world, and eventually his position as prince in general. The more time passes, the more Sonic resents his station. Sonic knew he could help people. He knew he was strong and wanted to make the Empire better if only the people around him would let him. But at the same time, Sonic still loved the attention of the adoring crowds of his people. He loved the smiles on everyone's faces when he used his speed to save them, and the soft tears of reunited families when he was allowed to show what he could really do for the Empire. He still felt a responsibility to be the best prince he could be, at least for his father and mother's sake. It so paradoxically made his role as prince everything to him, despite hating all of the expectations it put on him. As much as Sonic believes in himself, he's extremely aware of how others see him. How could he not be when people have been judging him his entire life? His self-esteem quickly becomes tied up in his role as prince and his ability to fulfill his duties. And no matter how many times he failed, Sonic just pushed himself even harder the next time he got up. Then, one day, Sonic learned the truth about his birth. He wasn't really the next in line for the throne, not by birthright. All the things that people had said about him not deserving to be in charge of the kingdom, of him not being worthy, of him not being good enough, they were all true. Sonic was devastated. He lashed out at everyone, even cursing his father for hiding this from him, something that he knew better than to do and would later regret. But Sonic couldn't give up. He couldn't relinquish his claim to the throne now. Not only would it be disastrous politically, but personally, he had put too much into being prince to abandon it after all of this. He had to be king one day. He had to prove that he was good enough no matter what. This was the last straw that broke Sonic, and Sonic went from a happy-go-lucky boy out to try and help everyone he could no matter what, to a cold, cynical man who would do anything to prove that he was good enough. Sonic's sense of self was more fragile than ever, and when people pushed at him in this state, he began pushing them back. The confidence and charisma that had made him so approachable before became a smug and domineering attitude. His drive and passion became desperation and panic. The core of Sonic's being, that desire to always do what's right and to help someone in danger, got pushed deeper and deeper into himself by years and years of judgment and failure, and by the walls that Sonic built to protect himself from others. So when Sonic teleported to the Chaos Dimension and learned what had happened, learned the danger that his dimension had fallen into, a part of him was excited. Running around as fast as he could, fighting bad guys and saving the day, that's what Sonic had always been best at. When he returned home triumphant with all 7 Soul Emeralds in hand and told everyone that he had saved 2 entire dimensions on his own, who then could say that he wasn't good enough? He would be a hero, and everyone would finally see that he was worthy of being their prince. This was his chance to finally prove himself, and all he had to do was take it. Things had been going swimmingly at first. The rabbit girl he had met, Cream, was nice, and he enjoyed how her eyes went wide when he talked about his role as prince. Her mother had also been lovely, and he had been having the time of his life fighting Eggman. Then he had met Blaze, and he had found himself getting annoyed. She was pleasant enough, of course, but her insistence that Sonic work with her was tiring. Sonic knew he didn't need help to stop Eggman, and saying that he had needed assistance to save the Soul Emeralds would only add fuel to the fire that was his reputation in the Soul Empire. Sonic didn't want or need her help, so rather than accept her invitation, he simply got to work on his own. He would soon meet up with Cream again, and the pair spent some time together. Sonic found that he enjoyed spending time with the girl for a reason he couldn't quite put his finger on. The girl was certainly impressed by his tales of being a prince, but that didn't really seem to change how she treated him. No judgment, no hesitation, no trying to extort favors from him. It was refreshing. But his good mood is ruined when Blaze arrives once again. The meddlesome cat begins asking questions, which is annoying but ultimately unimportant. Then she begins pushing on the whole working together thing again, and Sonic finds himself getting extremely annoyed. He tries to get her to stop, but she continues pressing the issue and says that Sonic won't be enough to stop Eggman. Sonic interprets this the way the nobles in his home dimension would have meant it, a slight at him, a challenge to his ego. After being pestered and undermined by Blaze so many times in a row, Sonic snaps. He lets all of his frustrations out, and the look of shock and offense on Blaze's face is extremely satisfying. At least, it is until he sees Cream's shocked face. The small girl is clearly hurt, and that surprisingly upsets him. Cream is so innocent, so far removed from the politics of the Soul Empire that she would never even consider talking to another person that way. Showing her this side of himself was embarrassing. These swirling emotions build up and Sonic storms off. None of this mattered. The only thing that mattered was fulfilling his role as the Guardian of the Soul Emeralds and proving himself worthy as the Prince of the Empire. Everything else was just a distraction. And that brings us back to Deadline and the final confrontation between Eggman and Negative. Once there, Sonic fights against the Doctors on his own, 6 of the 7 Soul Emeralds in hand. He attacks both of the Doctors, doing damage to their machines, but he's unable to destroy them. It quickly becomes clear that he's losing the fight, but Sonic refuses to give up. He gets ready to launch another spin attack at the Doctors when a pillar of flame appears before him. He turns to see Blaze shooting fire in front of him. Blaze says that Sonic's pushing himself too far, but that they can save the world together, and then Sonic snaps at her again. He tells her to leave him alone already. She's already getting in his way enough as it is. Blaze asks Sonic why he insists on doing this alone. She says that his need to beat Eggman on his own clearly goes beyond any practical concerns, and Sonic interrupts her. He yells at Blaze that she knows nothing about him, nothing about what he's had to do to keep the Soul Empire afloat, and nothing about what he's been through as a result. He's surrounded every day by pests who would ruin the Empire to grow their stockpiles of wealth an inch, idiots who judge him for having the gall to actually help those less fortunate than him. And every day, those same people look down on him just because he can't be a prince the right way, because he doesn't have the connection to the emeralds he should have, because he's not proper or royal enough, because he wasn't actually born into the royal family, but adopted into it, and Sonic is sick of it. They spend every waking moment trying to control him, trying to change him when he's already the person he's supposed to be, and he's going to show that them now. He's twice the ruler any of those people will ever be, and he's twice the fighter Blaze could ever manage to be, and he's going to prove it. With that, he attacks Blaze without warning. Blaze defends herself, fighting off Sonic while her mind goes back to what Sonic said. All the pain he's been carrying, the weight of an entire empire on his shoulders, and apparently no one else to help him carry it. Blaze realizes she had misjudged him, assuming him to be a spoiled brat or a despot, but she's not sure how to make things right. And words seem like they'd be pretty hollow at this point. Rather than talk, Blaze just fights. She fights Sonic with everything she has, and soon she overwhelms him. Sonic is left on the floor, shaking, and he curses. He shakes his head and says this can't be happening. A prince like him can't lose to a peasant like her. Blaze says she didn't think he'd put much stock in empty titles. Sonic glares up at her and asks if she thinks that she's better than him, and Blaze says that she knows that she isn't. Sonic's anger subsides for just a moment, and Blaze continues. Blaze says that Sonic is strong, one of the strongest people she's ever met. Not just as a fighter, but as a person. He's right that she doesn't know what he's been through, but it's clearly been a lot. But still, at the end of it all, he still has time to care about other people. Sonic still wasn't fighting for himself alone. He was fighting for the people of his nation, who he had sworn to protect. Blaze says that it's high time he lets some of those people fight for him as well. Then she offers Sonic a hand and asks if Sonic would let her fight for him, just this once. Sonic slaps her hand away and says that he doesn't need her pity, and Blaze responds that he shouldn't confuse pity and respect. Sonic pushes himself to his feet, shaking on the way up, and says that none of that matters. He has to prove himself to show everyone who wants him to change that he's good enough as he is. Blaze says that the only person who matters already knows that he's good enough, and Sonic asks who that is. Blaze says, you, of course. With that, she walks off towards where both of the Eggmans had run off to, leaving Sonic to think on her words. While they were fighting, Eggman and Negative had run off to launch their final scheme. They were preparing to use the Soul Emeralds to achieve ultimate power, as they called it, and had tried to create a mech to defeat Blaze and Sonic and steal the emeralds away from them. Blaze made quick work of this and grabbed the final Soul Emerald, ready to put this entire debacle behind them. However, after the robot had been defeated, she noticed that only Negative had been piloting it. Eggman Original was nowhere to be found. Confused, she runs back to where she left Sonic and hands him the last Soul Emerald. Sonic is quiet, clearly thinking about their last interaction. Suddenly, they get a call from Amy. Amy tells them that Crean had been kidnapped by Eggman, which shocks both Blaze and Sonic. Eggman announces that he has Cream captured, and he'll give her back if Blaze and Sonic hand over the Chaos and Soul Emeralds. Blaze says that they'll do no such thing, and Eggman cackles. The base rumbles around them, and the pair stare up at a massive robot. The Egg King, Eggman's strongest robot up to now. He says that not only will he destroy Cream, but city after city until the pair give him what he wants. Sonic turns to Blaze with wide eyes. He says that he's already on his last legs and that he has no idea how they're going to save Cream. Blaze can't do this alone. Blaze agrees, but says that she can't just give up. She pulls out the Chaos Emeralds and begins to channel their power, propelling herself into brilliant Blaze. Blaze says that she'll do everything she can to make sure Cream comes back safe and prepares to fly off when Sonic stops her. Sonic stares at her super form and he asks how she's able to do such a thing. Blaze looks down at herself and says that she doesn't know how to put it into words. It's just instinct. She doesn't think too hard about it. She just focuses on what's important to her and protecting it. Then she leaves to fight Eggman. As Blaze and Eggman battle, Sonic watches the pair from Eggman's base. Everything Blaze had said to him was slowly starting to congeal in his head. He holds the Soul Emeralds in his hand, and as he watches the fight go on, he thinks to himself that he just can't stand here and do nothing. Not because he has to prove himself, not because it's his duty to help people, but simply because someone he cared about was in trouble and he wanted to help them. In that moment, Sonic was prepared to fight for somebody else with no caveats. He had acted selfless before, of course. Sonic is still Sonic at the end of the day, but in this timeline, his mind had always been clouded before. Before, he had always held on to some doubt and uncertainty, some spite in his actions, but with everything he had experienced over the past couple of days, he was finally ready to let all of that go. That was the push Sonic needed, and he was finally able to pull on the power of the Soul Emeralds. A brilliant light fills the area, and Sonic is able to reach his super form, a being able to control the wind with a mere thought, Storm incarnate. His name, Tempest. And yes, I am calling him that and not something like Stormy Sonic because I couldn't come up with an alliterative name that sounded cool enough. Sorry. After achieving his super form, Tempest launches into action. He appears beside Brilliant Blaze out of nowhere, causing the girl to pause. He smirks and says, "You didn't think I'd let you have all the fun, did you?" Blaze just smiles, and the two fight against Eggman's new robot together. With two separate super forms fighting against him, Eggman really doesn't have a chance here. They make quick work of the robot, and soon Eggman and Cream are plummeting back down towards Earth. As soon as Tempest sees Cream, he rushes towards her, catching her in his arms and giving her a soft landing on the ground, Blaze following close behind. Then he transforms back into Sonic and asks Cream if she's alright. She says that she is, and Sonic apologizes for how he acted earlier. He says it was wrong of him to take his frustrations out on Blaze. Blaze says not to worry too much about it. All's well that ends well, after all. Sonic asks about the instability or whatever, and Blaze says that she thinks things should be okay for a while. Miles says that she could contain the energy of the Chaos Emeralds, and now it seemed like Sonic was doing the same with the Soul Emeralds. Sonic says that he might take a bit of a vacation in their dimension then, and Blaze says that she'd enjoy getting to spend some time with him in better circumstances. Last time we finally met Prince Sonic from the Soul Dimension, and he decided to stay with Blaze for a while for a vacation after their scuffle. Of course, he is a very busy person, being Prince and all, so after only a few days, he announced that he needed to return to his empire. Blaze and Amy see him off, and they all part on good terms. But once Sonic arrives back in the Empire, he realizes that something is wrong almost immediately. He can't describe exactly what it is that has him so on edge, but he can just feel that something's wrong in the air. He dashes back to the Royal Palace immediately and asks what's going on, and they tell him that nature is seemingly falling apart. Strange anomalies are popping up all over the place. Portals to strange areas appearing and disappearing. People being sent hours into the future or past at a moment's notice. Sonic decides to investigate immediately. He takes the Soul Emeralds and sets off, eventually finding the source of the corruption, an area where the anomalies were the most concentrated. He doesn't know what to do, but Sonic knows he has to do something. He can't simply allow his world to be endangered like this. So Sonic relies on his instinct, and he pulls on the power of the Soul Emeralds. He ascends to his super form, Tempest, and uses their power to rewrite the very fabric of space-time in the area, performing a technique very similar to, but not the same as, Chaos Control. Quick note, this is something we haven't directly seen the Soul Emeralds do, but there's no reason to assume that they couldn't do something like this. The Soul Emeralds are very analogous to the Chaos Emeralds in terms of power, both in scope and seemingly in type, so I don't think it's that crazy to say that Sonic would be able to do this if the situation called for it. Anyway, after using the Soul Emeralds to fix the Soul Dimension, Tempest ends up caught between dimensions, in a colorless void that he can't quite describe. He uses what little power he has left to find his way to the most familiar thing nearby, and ends up making his way to solid ground just before he loses his super form and everything goes black. Some time later, Sonic comes to. He's in the destroyed rubble of a city, everything burning around him. Sonic's not sure what to do, but before he can come up with a plan, he feels that something's off once again. He instinctively checks the Soul Emeralds and discovers that they've gone gray. They've lost their power, tainted by some mysterious force. This means that Sonic won't be able to use their power to return to the void he was just in and hopefully find his way home. Sonic is upset, but there's no reason to dwell on things that can't be changed. Instead, Sonic takes the opportunity to scope the area. With his speed, he's able to cover huge amounts of ground in mere moments, and he's horrified by what he finds. everywhere he goes, it's more of the same. Destroyed city after destroyed city, ruined landscape after ruined landscape. The entire planet seems to have been burnt to the ground. The decayed cities around the area tell a clear story of a civilization in collapse, and Sonic can't help but wonder what could have possibly caused this much devastation. He gets his answer soon enough. He happens across a giant monster made of lava and fire, and in front of it is a silver hedgehog fighting against the beast. Sonic just leaps into action, attacking the beast with all of his might. The other hedgehog tells Sonic to stop, but after seeing Sonic in action for a moment, he realizes that Sonic is more than capable of keeping up with him. The pair work together to defeat the monster and then begin talking. Sonic asks him if he's alright, and the other hedgehog nods. Silver introduces himself and Sonic follows suit and introduces himself as Prince Sonic. Silver says that's cool and stares at Sonic blankly, to which Sonic asks Silver if he knows what a prince is, and Silver shakes his head. Sonic just sighs before asking Silver what it was they just finished fighting. Silver explains what Iblis is, at least in the broadest of strokes. Silver says that he doesn't know why Iblis appeared and no one will tell him, and also that no matter how many times Iblis is defeated, it just comes back. Sonic nods and says he'll try to help. He then brings up the Soul Emeralds and explains their importance, as well as what's wrong with them. Silver obviously doesn't know any more than Sonic does, but he agrees to help Sonic anyway. Silver shows Sonic the way back to his home, at least the closest thing he has to one at the moment, and the pair remain cautiously optimistic for their future. Back in the present, Blaze is thinking about how often the world has been in peril lately. Once again, Blaze thinks that there just has to be a better way to handle all of this. As much as she hates the things Gunn had done in the past, she thinks that they still had some good ideas, mostly in terms of organization. Blaze wants a more organized front when working against Eggman, essentially something like a Justice League or Avengers style response team, and she runs this idea by Miles and Amy. They both think it's a great idea, and Miles says he thinks he knows where they can get some solid funding, without tying them down to any particular nation's interest or any other political nonsense like that. Amy wants to work with Blaze, obviously, and Miles says that he'll provide them tech support whenever he can. Blaze then gets in contact with Rouge and Shadow and floats the idea by them, and asks if they'd like to help out. Rouge says that she thinks the entire setup is, quote, adorable, and Shadow just rolls his eyes at the idea, but they both say that they'll at least keep an ear out for them. That's basically all Blaze was expecting from them, to be fair. Rouge is still working for Gunn at this time, but Shadow is mostly working as a free agent as he is currently in canon, rather than working for Gunn like he was at the start of 06 in canon. Finally, Blaze decides to get in touch with one last group of people, the Chaotix. While they were a bit goofy, the Chaotix clearly had skills both in terms of fighting and detective work. Blaze's new agency needed manpower above anything else at this point anyhow, and the Chaotix were ecstatic at the idea of having a consistent paycheck for once. After just a few short weeks, Blaze's new anti-Eggman defense force was fully operational, with a new headquarters in Central City. It doesn't take long for their first operation to begin. Vector and Espio got wind of Eggman moving his assets to Soliana, which, while not that important on its own, the Eggman Empire moved robots and whatnot all over the place quite frequently. This was an area that was far outside of Eggman's usual strongholds. Soon, Rouge gets wind of this and tells Blaze that Gunn is sending her on a mission to Soliana as well, to recover a very powerful artifact from an Eggman base. While not direct confirmation of anything, these two pieces of information certainly suggest that Eggman's latest attempt to conquer the world will be set in Soliana. With both of these pieces of information in mind, Blaze decides to head to the country to make sure that Eggman can't get up to anything before she has the opportunity to stop him. Blaze also sends word to everyone else working under her about what's going on. She has Amy tag along with her to stop Eggman and orders the Chaotix to watch after things around the base while they're out of the country. Shadow gives them word that he'll be in Soliana as well, making moves to take down Eggman on his own terms. That night, while Rouge is making her way to Soliana via covert means, Knuckles has a strange dream. He's approached by Tikal again, something he thought wasn't possible. Tikal explains that her connection to the Master Emerald has allowed her to sense something strange going on in the fabric of the universe. Paradoxes, distortions, and anomalies were running rampant, and it all stemmed from Soliana in the near future. Knuckles would be needed to help stop this threat to the world. Knuckles doesn't quite understand what all of that means, but he knows there's someone messing up stuff in Soliana that he needs to go beat up, and that's good enough for him. Blaze is the first to arrive in Soliana, simply running there with her incredible speed. Amy is there soon after, taking a plane across the ocean, but making the rest of the journey on foot. Since they're there early, Amy insists on spending some time with Blaze while they're in Soliana, and while Blaze protests, she can't come up with a good enough reason to deny Amy, so she gets dragged on yet another impromptu date with the girl. While they're on their quote-unquote date, they get an SOS signal from Rouge. She had apparently run into trouble on her mission. The pair are ready to go help her, but Shadow interrupts them over their comms. Shadow says that he's closer to Rouge's location and he can just use Chaos Control to teleport there, as he has a Chaos Emerald handy anyway. They ask if Shadow thinks he'll need backup, and he makes a comment about being the ultimate life form before ending communication. Blaze and Amy just decide to enjoy their day for now. Shadow and Rouge are probably tough enough to handle whatever Eggman's going to throw at them on their own, and if not, they'll message them for backup if necessary. Not too long after, Shadow is making his way through Eggman's base with ease. He's able to find Rouge in no time, and when he does, he notices that she has a strange object with her. Rouge tells him it's the Scepter of Darkness, which is what Gun had sent her to retrieve. They begin to make their way out of the base when Eggman himself appears. He summons a swarm of badniks and orders them to attack the pair. They of course manage to escape, but the Scepter of Darkness is damaged in the process. As they make their way to an abandoned area, power leaks out of the scepter, and soon a strange creature in the shape of Shadow appears. They demand to know who he is, and the creature just laughs and says that they really should recognize him by now. Then he introduces himself as Mephiles and says that the pair would be an issue for him if they stayed around, and that he'll just deal with them later. With a snap of his fingers, he summons a strange black orb that sucks Rouge into it. Shadow is able to resist its pull and attacks Mephiles, saying that he'll end him on the spot. Mephiles laughs and says that Shadow won't have long if he wants to go where Rouge is, and that she's not likely to last long without him. He asks Shadow what's more important, revenge or saving his friend. As angry as Shadow is, he knows the answer. He follows Rouge through the portal, leaving Mephiles behind. The next day, the day of the Festival of the Sun, Blaze begins her day by sending word to all of the people working at her agency. While most everyone responds quickly, Shadow and Rouge not only don't respond, the message isn't even delivered. They were able to stay in communication before while they were in the Eggman base, so suddenly going no contact was very strange. Blaze tells Amy about this, and they both decide they need to try and find them both. Blaze is worried about Soliana though, and she doesn't want to leave it behind in case of an attack considering the festival is later today. She decides to stay behind and protect the city and have Amy go to the base and search for the pair. A few hours later, Blaze runs into Knuckles while patrolling the city. Knuckles explains his weird vision from Tikal, and Blaze explains what's happening in Soliana. Knuckles says that he'll help protect the city for now. He's used to guarding stuff. At the same time, a ways away, Amy has arrived at the Eggman base. There are clear signs of a struggle, which she can easily attribute to Shadow and Rouge, but there are still relatively few badniks around. There isn't enough destruction for all of Eggman's badniks to have been destroyed, so Amy figures that they must be on the move. Their theory about Eggman attacking today seems to be getting more and more likely. However, there's still absolutely no sign of Rouge or Shadow anywhere. Amy is puzzled by this. It doesn't seem like they've been injured or possibly worse. There are no remains anywhere, even where it's clear that they fought. It's like they just disappeared into thin air. Perhaps Shadow used Chaos Control to warp them away, but then why hadn't they gotten in contact with Blaze? No matter how Amy looked at it, it just didn't quite add up. Amy decides to report all of this back to Blaze, telling her over the phone just in time for the Festival of the Sun to begin. That's also when Eggman makes his move. He attacks the city as the festival begins, his badniks terrorizing the surrounding area and easily overpowering the city guards. Of course, they're no match for Knuckles and Blaze, who make quick work of any badniks they find as they patrol the city. Blaze eventually notices that the badniks all seem to be heading to one particular location. She directs Knuckles in that direction, and they happen across Eggman attempting to kidnap Princess Elise. They have a fight and are able to drive Eggman off, but they hear a few things he says during their scuffle. He mentions something about the flames of disaster and claims that they're inside of Elise, which no one understands. Once they defeat Eggman, Blaze asks Elise what the doctor was talking about. Elise says that she's never heard of anything like that before, but that she'll look into it personally. Blaze says that she figured Elise would have someone else do that stuff for her, but Elise laughs and says that she likes to take charge. They all have a conversation, and Blaze and Knuckle discover that Elise is an open and lively person, very honest with her feelings. Turning our focus back to the future, Silver and Sonic are running around searching for some way to seal Iblis away forever. After a few more encounters with the beast, Silver expresses his frustration that they've never been able to deal with Iblis permanently. Suddenly, a voice speaks behind them. They turn to see Mephiles going on a speech about Iblis's true origins. He says that he knows of a way to get rid of Iblis forever. However, it will require them doing something horrible, something they'll find difficult to forgive themselves for. Both Silver and Sonic are confused, but when Mephiles asks if they want him to explain more, they both nod. Mephiles teleports them somewhere else, and he begins to explain where Iblis came from. Mephiles says that Iblis was created by something called the Solaris Project, an attempt to bring the god of the sun into being. However, all it created was a demon. Iblis was incredibly powerful, and through that ritual, it had been unleashed onto the world permanently. They can't stop Iblis from ever having existed, but they can do the next best thing. Destroy it before it ravages the world. You see, before Iblis went on its rampage, it was sealed inside a vessel. That vessel, the Iblis Trigger, is someone that Sonic already knows. Mephiles shows the pair a vision of the Iblis Trigger, and Sonic recognizes them as Blaze. Mephiles continues and says that while they can't destroy Iblis directly, if Iblis's host dies, Iblis will die along with them. If they can kill Blaze before Iblis is released from her, the future will be saved. Sonic immediately objects to this plan, saying that he knows Blaze and that this whole Iblis thing never once came up. Mephiles counters and asks what special abilities Blaze had. Sonic says slowly that she could summon fire. Mephiles then asks Sonic if he has any idea where she got those abilities from, and Sonic admits that no one had any idea. Finally, Mephiles asks about Blaze's origin, her parents. Sonic says that Blaze claimed to be an orphan. She never knew her parents. She grew up completely alone. Mephiles says that's because she lost her parents during the Solaris Project. They barely had time to seal Iblis inside of Blaze before Iblis destroyed the world, and after the demon was sealed away, they abandoned Blaze in the wilderness on an uncharted island and assumed that she would have passed. The fact that the island residents would look after Blaze long enough for her to grow up was something they hadn't planned on. It had been a mistake that they needed to correct. Sonic still can't believe it and says that there has to be another way, a better way. Silver is more amicable to what Mephiles is saying. While the idea of killing someone to save the world didn't quite sit right with him, he also didn't feel like he had much of a choice. It was one life versus the entire world. The choice was kind of obvious. Sonic understands the logic, but he believes that he can do better, especially because it's Blaze, someone who has incredible power and who means a lot to him. Silver and Sonic argue about what they should do, and Sonic says that they shouldn't trust Mephiles, but Silver is unswayed. He insists that he has to do anything he can to save the world and accepts Mephiles' offer. Sonic isn't willing to use force to stop Silver, but he tells Silver to be careful that he doesn't make a mistake. Silver says that he won't do anything he isn't sure he wants to, and with that, Mephiles and Silver travel back to the past. Elsewhere in the future, Rouge and Shadow are looking around the wasteland for, well, just about anything of use. They're still not sure what's happened or where they even are. After enough time searching, they find something strange. Omega. He's powered down, though still operational, and Rouge turns him back on and the pair ask him what's happened. Omega explains what's going on, and Rouge and Shadow are shocked. They decide they need to find a way back to the past immediately. They ask Shadow about Chaos Control, and while he does have a Chaos Emerald on him, traveling back 2,000 years was far beyond what one Emerald could do. He says that he's not sure if more than one Emerald would even be enough. At that point, Omega says that he has records of Eggman creating blueprints for a time machine. He has no idea if it was ever finished, but it's their best bet. With that, the group at least have a goal in mind, and they allow Omega to guide them towards the base where Eggman was working on the time machine. Returning to the present, Mephiles and Silver arrive through their portal. Mephiles tells Silver that Blaze is within the city and disappears, leaving Silver alone in Soliana. Silver is completely lost, and beyond that, he's also astounded by everything he sees. This is the first time Silver has seen a world that's not completely destroyed, and he's mesmerized. Silver's determination to protect the future is renewed, but he still has no idea where Blaze is. While searching around the city, Silver runs into Amy as in canon. They both say that they're searching for someone, and Amy says that she would accompany him, but she's searching outside of the city. Remember, Amy is looking for Shadow and Rouge right now, not Blaze, because she already knows where Blaze is. Silver says that that's fine, but he appreciates the offer, and he hopes that he runs into Amy again soon, and the pair parts ways. From there, Silver is able to track down Blaze. Once he does, he stops her and says that they need to have a talk. Blaze has no idea what's going on and is generally confused as to what all of this is about. Silver explains that he's from the future and he's here to save the world. He explains everything Mephiles told him, and Blaze honestly has a pretty hard time taking him seriously. It's all just too much, even for someone who has seen a lot of wild things in her life. But the main thing that throws her off is this Iblis business. She's never heard of Iblis by name at this point, and she knew her own powers very well. They certainly weren't the doing of this demon Silver talked about, and the idea that her flames that she used to save countless lives were its doing and not her own was offensive. Blaze blows Silver off and says that whatever's going on, it has nothing to do with her. The two begin to argue, but before anything can happen, Mephiles appears before them. He explains that he's the one who brought Silver into the past and that everything that Silver has said so far is true. He demonstrates his power and knowledge, saying things about Blaze that she hasn't ever told anyone. Mephiles says that Blaze feels like something is deeply, deeply wrong with the world and herself. That her mere presence here was a mistake, that she shouldn't even exist. Mephiles says that Blaze is right. She can feel Iblis inside of her, and she knows that such a beast doesn't belong in this world. That is the source of this unease haunting her soul. Blaze can hardly even speak. Mephiles keeps pushing. He says that Blaze wants to protect people, that she's a good person deep down. He says that she can protect people, that she can protect everyone, if she just lets Silver do what he needs to. Rampant emotions swirl in Blaze's head. Much of what Mephiles had said was true, but it just didn't feel right. Blaze had lived her entire life trying to get over these insecurities, these feelings that she was a monster and that the world would be better off if she simply disappeared. Mephiles was prodding at old wounds, ones Blaze had thought had healed over by now. A part of her almost wants to accept Mephiles' offer, but she can't do that. Blaze remembers what happened to Miles and Amy the last time they thought they had lost her, how hurt they were, how much they needed her. Blaze decided then and there that she would never let anyone else tell her that her life was worthless. Blaze snaps at Mephiles and Silver, saying that whatever it is they're talking about, it's all garbage. Whatever future Silver was from, it had nothing to do with her. In fact, all of it sounds like complete nonsense. Silver was just making things up as far as she was concerned. In her anger, Blaze had taken things just a little too far. The accusation that Silver was lying about his future enrages him, and he lashes out at Blaze. He declares that Blaze must be Iblis's vessel after all, and the pair battle for a long while. Both are too blinded by their anger to settle their differences with words. The battle is fierce, one of the hardest Blaze has had in a while. Silver is easily the strongest opponent she's faced since Shadow, Sonic being discounted as he was worn down when they had their fight. However, Blaze is overall more experienced than Silver is, allowing her to get the upper hand in their battle. Silver is on the ground, defeated, and he stares up at Blaze. He says that he won't let any harm come to the future, even if it means he'll have to destroy her. And Blaze says that he'll never be able to defeat her. Silver doesn't know anything about her, and Blaze will always outpace him as long as he allows himself to be tugged around on a leash by others. Mephiles interrupts them then, saying that Blaze will live to regret her decision here today and teleports Silver away in an instant. Blaze is left alone, tired and listless. After a moment, Blaze leaves, wanting to get her mind off of this entire encounter. She starts to send a message to Amy, who's still supposed to be searching for Shadow and Rouge, but she realizes that Amy was already messaging her. While she was fighting Silver, Eggman attacks Soliana again, and while Knuckles was able to stop him from hurting any civilians, he successfully kidnapped Princess Elise. Blaze curses under her breath. This was all her fault, wasn't it? If she had handled this whole mess with Silver better, she would have been there to save Elise. Blaze runs off to try and save the princess, and on the way she runs into Knuckles. Knuckles says that it looks like Blaze got hit by a train and asks what happened, and Blaze recounts the events of her fight with Silver to him. She says that she got word of what had happened with Elise too late, but she's ready to make up for that now. She begins to run off in search of Eggman, but Knuckles stops her before she can. He says that as smart as Blaze is, she can be remarkably headstrong when she wants to be. Blaze is clearly in no shape to fight right now, and she'd only get herself or others hurt if she went. She should leave this fight to Knuckles. While Blaze wants to argue back, she knows that she can't. Blaze relents and decides to stay back and allow Knuckles to go rescue Elise. Somewhere else near Soliana, Silver is moping about everything that's happened. His earlier enthusiasm for the world around him had dampened slightly with how heavy everything had been lately. Getting his teeth kicked in was bad, of course, but worse was actually meeting the Iblis trigger. Blaze wasn't what he expected at all. He imagined she'd be an evil, cruel person, like Iblis itself, but Blaze acted nothing like that. In fact, Mephiles had appealed to her sense of decency to try and eliminate Iblis, and it almost seemed as if Blaze had been receptive to his words. Silver just had no idea what to think anymore, and he was beginning to grow suspicious of Mephiles as well. While he's lost in thought, Silver spots Amy again. The girl had returned from her mission to locate Shadow and Rouge, unsuccessful, but she was trying to remain in high spirits. The pair talk, and Silver ends up explaining what had happened to Amy. She's taken aback by this news, of course, and almost furious at Silver for daring to try and kill Blaze. But when Silver brings up his reservations around everything, she understands that he's not a bad guy. Amy sits down next to Silver and tells him that she understands that he wants to save everyone, but he needs to have faith in other people. The only reason he would go so far as to kill Blaze is that he doesn't trust her, doesn't trust Amy's or Sonic's judgment of her character. He needs to have faith in them and things will work out, and he doesn't have to do something that desperate. Silver thinks about what she said for a moment and then decides that she's right. He's going to try and have a bit more faith in Blaze and everyone else he knows from now on. In the future, Shadow, Omega, and Rouge have found Eggman's time machine. Unfortunately, it's damaged beyond repair, and possibly not even completed. It would require expertise beyond any of them to repair it, so the time machine is a no-go. Disappointed but not discouraged, the team heads out to try and find another way into the past, and eventually, they run into Prince Sonic, who's doing the exact same thing. Rouge recognized Sonic from intel she received from Blaze, so as soon as she saw the blue blur, she insisted Shadow help track him down. They all tell each other what they know, and Sonic is livid to learn that Mephiles was even worse than he thought. He insists that they get back to the past as soon as they can, and Shadow makes a snide comment on that already being the plan. With the time machine destroyed, Rouge asks a second time about Chaos Control. At the mention of the ability, Sonic brings up what he did to be brought to this dimension in the first place. While he can't use the Soul Emeralds right now, he might be able to use this Chaos Control Shadow brought up if they find another emerald. Shadow says that it's worth a shot, and if they really need to, they can gather all 7 Chaos Emeralds and use them to try and travel back in time. It takes a while, but they are able to track down a second Chaos Emerald thanks to Rouge's treasure hunting ability. Sonic holds the Chaos Emerald for a long moment, trying to sense its energy. He's able to feel something, but he doesn't know what it is. He says that he's not sure if he can do Chaos Control yet, but he'll give it a shot. After a few minutes, Sonic gives the technique a try and he doesn't do it, but Shadow can tell that he's close. He's just too used to the Soul Emerald's energy. It doesn't take much practice for Sonic to eventually get it down. Once he's ready, Shadow says that they should both try to do Chaos Control at the same time. The energy from the emeralds is amplified not only by how many emeralds they have, but how many people are channeling it. This will make their job much easier. Sonic and Shadow take an emerald each and are able to open a portal back into the past. They all prepare for their departure, but Omega doesn't move. He says that he's already in the past and he got to the future the normal way. It would be bad for there to be 2 versions of him in the past. He'll be there when they get to the past anyway. Rouge tells Omega to take care of himself and they all depart. Back in the present, Knuckles has made his way to Eggman's base and has ripped through it in no time. Basic badnets were no threat to him at this point, and he was mainly just concerned with making his way to Eggman and Elise as soon as possible. It does take him some time to locate them, but as soon as he does, he attacks Eggman with everything he has. Eggman tries to placate Knuckles, thinking him a fool who could be easily manipulated, but Knuckles isn't having it. He ignores everything the man says and forces Eggman to fight, making him grab one of his mechs for a proper showdown. Knuckles is eventually victorious and he escorts Elise back to Soliana in no time. As soon as they're back in Soliana, he brings Elise to Blaze and the pair make sure that the princess is alright. Elise says that she's fine, but then says that she has to tell them what she learned about Iblis. She had learned about the Solaris project all on her own and how it created Iblis and Mephiles. Iblis being the flames of disaster Eggman had mentioned. After the event, both Iblis and Mephiles had been sealed away forever. Mephiles in the Scepter of Darkness and Iblis inside a living host. She also explains that Iblis and Mephiles are each one half of Solaris, and that if they could combine again, they would become a god with enough power to destroy all of existence. There was a wrinkle to all of this. Iblis could only be sealed inside a member of a royal bloodline, meaning that the only person he logically could have been sealed in was Elise. Knuckles and Blaze are shocked and ask if Elise did in fact have Iblis sealed inside of her. Elise shakes her head and says no, she's certain she does not have Iblis sealed in her. Apparently, Iblis could escape his host rather easily. Any outburst of emotion is an opportunity for Iblis to escape, and Iblis's escape, from what little they knew of the creature, would be something that the host would be able to see coming and potentially fight back. Elise had been through her fair share of temper tantrums as a child, even after the incident, so if Iblis were inside of her, the flames of disaster would have escaped already. Or at the very least, she would have realized something was happening. Eggman had come to the same conclusion as them, however, which is why he had attempted to kidnap Elise. Blaze has no idea what to make of this revelation. It just didn't add up. Regardless, they need to track this monster down, and they need to use all of their available resources to do so. Eventually, Blaze, Silver, Shadow, Rouge, and Sonic all gather in one spot, with the same goal in mind, stopping Mephiles and Iblis. At least, stopping Iblis is on all of their minds. Blaze hasn't learned of Mephiles up to this point in the story. They have a conversation, all telling each other everything they know, and they come to several revelations. Silver declares that he no longer wants to work with Mephiles after what Shadow had learned, and that he wants to rely on the others to help save the future. Everyone is pleased to hear this, and they start discussing how they should go about solving the riddle of Iblis's disappearance. As they're talking, something strange starts to happen to Silver. He says he has a headache, which no one is concerned about at first. However, his pain gets worse and worse to the point the others are concerned for his health. Suddenly, he collapses to the ground, barely able to keep himself off of the dirt. Blaze rushes over to make sure he's okay, but when she does, Silver attacks her. Everyone is shocked, but when they look back at Silver, they notice that something strange about him. His eyes have gone completely white, dark energy emanating off of him. He laughs in someone else's voice. He speaks, saying he didn't want to have to use this backup plan, but they had been more persistent than he had originally thought. Shadow recognizes the voice instantly. Mephiles. Everyone is enraged, Sonic demanding that he give Silver back his body, and Mephiles laughs. He explains that when he teleported Silver to the past, he put a part of himself in Silver's soul, essentially sealing himself inside of the hedgehog. As time had gone on, he had taken more and more room in his heart, and he was finally in the position to take things into his own hands. Mephiles attacks them, and everyone is shocked by his power. Silver was already strong, but this level of power is something completely different. It was more comparable to one of their super forms, and even with the benefit of chaos control, they had no chance against Silver in this state. Mephiles quickly lays waste to the entire group, stealing their Chaos Emeralds for himself, and then he approaches Sonic sprawled out on the ground. Mephiles laughs to himself, saying that he's going to enjoy getting to take Sonic out a second time. However, before he can deliver the killing blow, he stops, his entire body seizing up. Silver, the real Silver, begins to speak. He says that he won't allow Mephiles to use him like this, and he especially won't let him kill Silver's first real friend. Silver taps into the power of the Chaos Emeralds for the first time and activates Chaos Control, sending the entire group into his future once again. They take a moment to regroup, wondering what they need to do from here. If they get a few Chaos Emeralds here in the future, they can travel back to the past, but what would they do then? Mephiles still has all 7 Chaos Emeralds in the present, and if Silver had a super form, then there was no way they could beat him without a full set of emeralds. Since one of the emeralds from Silver's future was already in Mephiles' possession, Shadow brought it back with him when they went back, they could only ever find 6 Chaos Emeralds at most. After a bit of discussion, they decided the best course of action is to go back to the creation of Mephiles and Iblis and learn more about how to seal them away. Maybe they could learn how to make a new Scepter of Darkness and use it against Mephiles. They all set off to find the Chaos Emeralds, and along their way, they run into a familiar face, unfortunately. Mephiles approaches them, saying that their resistance is futile. Now, to be clear, this is normal Mephiles, not the Silver Mephiles who's much stronger. This is the Mephiles that had stayed around through normal time to arrive 200 years in the future, and a part of this Mephiles would later be taken back into the past by Silver when they traveled back in time. Don't you just love time travel stories? Anyway, this version of Mephiles wants to mess with Shadow a bit, and he reveals that Shadow is in the pod with absolutely no Christ imagery associated with it. Mephiles explains what he did in canon, saying that after the flames of disaster emerged, humanity blamed Shadow for it and trapped him. He asked Shadow if after everything humanity took from him, after everything they would continue to take from him, if he would continue to fight for them. Shadow is silent for a moment, and then he says no. He won't continue to fight for humanity. Instead, he'll continue to fight for the things he always has, himself and those few precious people who he knows would stand by him through everything. He shoots a small smile back at the people standing behind him, and they all launch into battle. With their combined might, they're able to defeat Mephiles, destroying this vestige of Mephiles for good. Afterward, they're able to obtain the Chaos Emerald he was guarding and have everything they need to travel back to the past. Shadow and Blaze use Chaos Control to transport the group to the day of the Solaris project, Solaris taking a backseat as Blaze has more experience with this technique. Back in the past once again, the group all witnesses the birth of Mephiles and Iblis. Of course, things go horribly wrong, and they all work to seal them both away. Things go mostly the same with Mephiles, with Shadow and Sonic sealing him away in the Scepter, but for whatever reason, the Duke fails to seal Iblis inside of Elise. Iblis begins to escape, and Blaze and Rouge are both desperate to find a way to stop Iblis. In a moment of panic, Blaze grabs 2 Chaos Emeralds and performs the ritual to seal Iblis within herself, despite knowing that she isn't royalty, so there's no way it could work. However, it somehow does. Blaze successfully seals Iblis within herself, much to her and Rouge's shock. Afterward, they all escort an unconscious Elise, the only survivor of the incident from that time, to the castle to make sure she's safe, and everyone looks at Blaze. Blaze says that she has no idea how this worked. By all accounts, she shouldn't have been able to seal Iblis within herself. Rouge says that they probably shouldn't worry about it, but Sonic is clearly shaken. He's uncharacteristically silent, and Blaze can't help but feel guilty about the entire thing. Still, they don't have too long. Now that they know how the sealing techniques worked, Rouge thinks that they'll be able to create a new scepter to seal Mephiles within. They all return to the present, but when they get there, things are a bit weird. Sonic recognizes what's happening immediately. The same anomalies that had taken hold of the Soul Dimension were appearing in the Chaos Dimension, but far worse. Reality was starting to break at the very seams. Blaze tried to contact her allies in this time, but they don't respond. No, the messages aren't delivered at all, similar to what happened to Shadow and Rouge. Concerned, Blaze uses a quick chaos control in combination with her speed to go check on Miles at his college, with Shadow following her, but when she gets there, he's nowhere to be seen. Blaze, now starting to get worried, checks back at the Mystic Ruins, but when she gets there, Tails' workshop is gone. Not destroyed, it's like it never existed at all. Shadow tries to help Blaze calm down, but she takes off towards Westside Island, the place of Miles' birth, to try and figure out what's happening, and there she eventually finds Miles. Or more accurately, his grave. Miles had now apparently passed only a few short years after his birth, before Blaze could even meet him. Blaze stares at the grave, completely silent, barely able to process what's happening. While Blaze is processing this emotional blow, Shadow is piecing together what's happening on a larger scale. Shadow explains what he's figured out to Blaze. This is the cause of the anomalies across space-time. This is a paradox. Miles can't have passed before Blaze met him because Blaze has to seal Iblis for any of this to happen in the first place, and she wouldn't have done that if Miles hadn't pushed her to become better over time. Mephiles must be traveling through time and creating these kinds of paradoxes, killing people who are necessary for the timeline to stay intact. Shadow says they have to stop Mephiles before he can destroy the entire timeline, and by doing that, they can save everyone he's killed so far. Quick bit of exposition here. While there are obviously some paradoxes already in this story, I'm imagining that in the Sonic universe, a few paradoxes here and there aren't enough to destroy reality. The issue is the scale here. Mephiles is going out of his way to cause as many paradoxes around a single point of time-space as he can, putting the maximum amount of stress on the timeline. Anyway, Blaze does her best to contain her emotions and then nods. They need to get back to work. They return to the rest of the group, and after a bit of deliberation, they decide they need to try and defeat Mephiles. While they are weaker than Mephiles in Silver's body, they didn't have a choice with how much damage was being dealt to the timeline. They take a moment to prepare themselves, taking a day to heal from their recent battles and gathering as many of their allies as they could. They get a hold of Knuckles, Amy, and Omega, and after their preparations, they time travel to right after Silver sent them into the future to fight Mephiles there. Once they appear, Mephiles gains control of Silver's body once again. He laughs to himself, saying that they're even bigger fools than he thought. They squandered the last chance to escape that Silver fought so hard to get them. Blaze says no. They're more prepared to deal with Mephiles now. Silver just gave them the chance not to escape, but to fight. Mephiles huffs and attacks. After another battle, the last combatants in fighting shape are Mephiles, Blaze, and Shadow. It's a close battle, and it looks like Blaze and Shadow may be getting the upper hand. However, as Blaze starts to run out of energy, her fatigue and desperation allow part of Iblis's power to begin leaking from her. She's able to keep the beast contained, but more importantly, Mephiles notices Iblis's presence. He laughs, saying that Blaze has already made the mistake he predicted she would. He says that she's absorbed Iblis. Blaze says it doesn't matter, she's still going to end Mephiles here and now, and they begin fighting again, but something's different now. Mephiles has grown stronger, and he's easily outpacing both Blaze and Shadow now. After a few moments, he's able to defeat them, using his telekinesis to wound the both of them. Blaze gasps through the pain, barely able to contain Iblis's power, and stammers that she doesn't know how this could happen. Mephiles is happy to explain. He says it's very simple. Silver has finally come to his senses. This entire time, he's been fighting against Mephiles, trying to regain control of his body. But learning the truth about Blaze allowed Silver to realize what really needed to be done. Just to be clear, this is an embellishment on Mephiles' part. Learning the truth merely made Silver conflicted about how he should act, and having his focus broken like that made it so that he could no longer properly stop Mephiles from taking over his body. That was the last advantage Mephiles needed to win this fight. Mephiles moves in for the finishing blow, and Blaze acts on instinct. She erupts into a massive pillar of flame, pushing Mephiles back. Now Iblis's power is leaking out of Blaze constantly, her focus completely broken. It will only be a few moments before Iblis escapes her, and Blaze, on some level, recognizes that. With whatever time she has left, Blaze channels all of Iblis's power, reaching into Silver's soul and grabbing a hold of Mephiles. With her and Iblis's power combined, Blaze is able to rip Mephiles outside of Silver, and she attacks him, channeling Iblis's flames to destroy Mephiles in a matter of seconds. However, once she's done, the flames just keep coming. Blaze is getting hotter and hotter, hotter than she's ever been before, and it's finally too much. Blaze passes out, but it doesn't stop. Iblis escapes Blaze, leaving nothing but a husk of the girl behind. Shadow runs over to Blaze, ignoring his injury, and pulls her to the side. However, he soon realizes that it's too late. Blaze is gone. While Shadow is trying to help Blaze, everyone else is still trying to figure out what to do. Silver is starting to come around again, but he's too groggy to fight. Iblis is still rising to its full height, about to ravage the world, and everyone prepares to fight it, despite being well past their limits. However, Silver interrupts them. He says that this must be what led to his timeline, and if they destroy Iblis now, it'll only ensure a bad future for the world. They have to find a way to seal Iblis away again. Rouge says that the only way to do that is for someone with royal blood to step in, and asks if Sonic could handle Iblis's power. Sonic is completely silent, for a reason only Amy knows, but after a moment, he smiles. He says he'll give it a shot. Amy tries to stop him, saying that if this fails, trying to seal Iblis within himself will likely kill him, but Sonic just laughs. His laugh is hollow, almost bitter. He says that he'll be dead if he doesn't try anyway. Besides, he wants to do this. Sonic grabs two Chaos Emeralds, body shaking. He steels himself, saying that he is a prince. He knows he is, even if no one else does. With that, he begins performing the ritual, with everyone else looking on in awe. It's painful and trying, but Sonic can feel his will overpowering Iblis's. The creature is pulled into him, into his soul, and it stays there, resting. It's over. Everyone takes a long moment to observe the wreckage around them, and Sonic laughs again. That was easier than I thought. Sonic's voice lacks the mirth his words would imply. There's a collective sigh of relief as everyone is finally convinced that things are going to be alright, despite the many sacrifices they had to make along the way. However, before they can properly recover, Sonic hears something. It's a laugh. He turns around to see who it is, but there's no one behind him. Then the voice speaks. "You're even more of a fool than I thought, Prince Sonic." Everyone freezes, turning to Sonic, the source of the sound. Sonic has frozen, slowly piecing together what's happened. He doesn't have time to explain it to anyone else, though. "So, did you forget how you came here, Sonic? Did you forget that you're only here because I wanted you to be? I suppose it was good to have another failsafe in store, in case Silver let me down once again. You, however, have exceeded all of my expectations. Not only did you safely harbor my soul, you even went through the trouble of recombining me with my other half. You really are something special, Sonic the Hedgehog." With an eruption of power, Iblis and Mephiles combine within Sonic, forming Solaris. Sonic's body is taken over like Silver before him, and with a cry the strength of which no one present had ever witnessed, Solaris shatters reality around them. Everything starts to break down. Gravity, space, time, all natural laws suddenly cease to apply as the world itself tilts in a direction with no name. This chaotic swell of energy and matter is almost impossible to stop, and it's likely they all would have died if it weren't for the intervention of a single strange man. "You lousy rodents, always ruining my plans." Eggman yells at them from a strange machine. The vehicle's arms reach out and grab all of them, scooping them up and putting them inside. The interior of the vehicle is seemingly unaffected by Solaris' reality warping, and to everyone's surprise, Elise is there. Eggman tells them all to sit down before he pilots them away from the area, leaving Solaris behind. Once they're inside, Shadow asks Eggman what he's doing and what this machine is. Eggman says it's essentially a vehicle that houses its own pocket dimension, one where they're safe from what Solaris is doing to the outside world. Eggman built it after Mephiles had started making his own moves. Eggman had tried to control his fair share of eldritch deities, and he knows when to cut his losses and declare them his enemy. Shadow asks why he saved them, and Eggman says that he's not going to be in a position to stop that thing. Or at least not yet. He thought he'd have more time, but after they stupidly allowed Solaris to form, he had to expedite his plans. With that, Eggman stops piloting the vehicle and walks over to his defeated rival. Blaze's body is on the ground, Amy cradling it in her arms, sobbing. Eggman is silent for a moment before snarling. "Despicable. Does Mephiles really think he'll get away with stealing my greatest rival away from me? We'll avenge Blaze and make Solaris rue the day he ever dared to lift a finger against you, and especially against the Eggman Empire." His speech is more rousing than they would have expected, but it does little to comfort Amy. The girl knew she had to be strong for the sake of the world, but after everything that had happened, after losing Blaze a second time and seeing so many of her friends hurt and toyed with, she just couldn't take it anymore. Amy allowed herself to sob openly, to be weak for a single moment. Elise reached out to Amy, saying that, while she doesn't want to get the girl's hopes up, there may be a way to save Blaze still. Everyone turns to her, and Elise says that she's heard that Blaze has been able to achieve a super form with the Chaos Emeralds in the past, and everyone confirms that she has. Elise says that in her studies, she's heard of a ritual that can allow them to revive someone who's used the Chaos Emeralds in that way. The emeralds essentially hold a copy of Blaze's soul, similar to how the Master Emerald held Tikal's, and the ritual could allow them to revive Blaze. However, you could only ever use the ritual on someone once, and it didn't always work. If this failed, then Blaze would truly be lost forever. Eggman says that there's no reason not to give it a shot and turns back to his command console. He can locate the Chaos Emeralds, but it'll be up to the rest of them to find them. Everyone agrees, and they spend some time tracking down the emeralds through the shattered remains of space-time. It takes a while, but it's not a big deal for them. Once they find them all, Elise begins the ritual aboard Eggman's vehicle. She says that besides all 7 Chaos Emeralds, they need a gesture of love from whoever's closest to Blaze. Romantic, familial, platonic, it doesn't matter what kind. All that matters is the strength of the bond. As Miles is currently lost to a paradox, Amy is the obvious choice for this ritual. The girl steps forward, shaking as she holds back tears. She's not sure what to do, so she starts speaking as the Chaos Emeralds swirl around them. "You know, Blaze, I know you don't quite feel the same way about me that I do you. I can always tell that sometimes I got on your nerves or annoyed you, but no matter what, you were still there for me, even when no one else was. You talked to me, spent time with me, listened to all my silly problems, and did everything you could to help me. I always thought that no matter what happened, you'd always be there for me. And you were, as much as you could be. I'll always love you, and I know that even if it's not the same, you always loved me too." As Amy finishes her speech, lip trembling, she reaches out to hug Blaze, the person who she cared about above anyone else. The Chaos Emeralds shine with a bright light, engulfing the two of them. Before their eyes, Blaze's body is restored to its original form. They all stare at her for a long moment, waiting to see her move. Amy considers going forward and checking for a pulse, checking to see if she's breathing, but she can't stand the thought of the ritual having failed. After a moment of suspense, Blaze stirs. Slowly, she pushes herself up, asking everyone what happened, but they don't answer her. Instead, Amy rushes up for another hug, crying against Blaze's shoulder, and everyone else lets Blaze know that they're happy she's alive again in their own way. Even Eggman can't help but smile. Blaze eventually figures out what happened, and she hugs Amy back. She promises she's done having close calls. Blaze won't leave her again. After enough time has passed, Eggman rudely interrupts the moment by clearing his throat. Now, this is all very touching, but if you haven't noticed, there's an insane hedgehog about to rip everything into shreds out there, and that does include us. Could we maybe focus on the task at hand? Blaze glares at Eggman, but she agrees. She stands, looking at Shadow and saying that their super forms are the best bet they have at the moment. Silver butts in, saying that he doesn't quite know what that is, but he's pretty sure Mephiles did something like that with his body earlier, and Blaze smiles. Good. With the three of them, there's no way Solaris stands a chance. The three grab a hold of the Chaos Emeralds and begin channeling their power and achieving their super forms. With that, they depart from the safety of Eggman's vehicle and get ready to battle Solaris. Now, I really hope this isn't that much of a letdown, but I don't really have a great way to get fights across in this format. All I can really say is that eventually they're able to defeat Solaris and destroy it for good. Just imagine that a suitably epic final boss fight happens here. Afterward, time is still relatively fractured, and Eggman proposes one final way to fix everything. Everyone's a bit nervous about it, but they decide to give it a chance. Blaze uses Chaos Control to travel to the past with Elise, back to the day of the Solaris project, and to the small flame that would eventually grow into this entire disaster. If they blew this flame out, all of the events that led to this moment would be impossible, and via Eggman's calculations, it should wipe out everything that took place here, paradoxes included. Elise holds the candle and admits that she's nervous. Blaze says that while she doesn't trust Eggman, the man is smart and self-interested. He wouldn't lie to them about this, but Elise shakes her head. She says she's not nervous about all of that. She's nervous about what will happen to them. While it has been scary, Elise has liked spending time with all of them. She's kind of lonely, truth be told, and she felt like she would miss having them as friends. Or she would if she could remember them at all. She'd be losing something and wouldn't even know it. How sad is that? Blaze understands and says that from what she knows of Elise, the girl is strong. She's strong enough to find more people who see her for who she truly is, eventually. Maybe, after all of this, they'll meet up again. Elise smiles and thanks Blaze for her kind words. Then she blows out the candle and everything goes black. Blaze wakes up in her bed, back at the agency. Her head is foggy and strange memories are going through her mind. She's not sure if it's just a dream or if it was real, but she remembers meeting a lot of new people, remembers dying and coming back, remembers so much, but it's just out of reach. She walks around the agency, waving to the Chaotix as they argue over breakfast, until she runs into Amy. Amy's eyes are wide when she sees Blaze. Amy asks quietly if Blaze had a weird dream last night, and Blaze says that she did. That's enough confirmation for the both of them to understand what happened. Blaze laughs to herself. It's all over now. Things were back to normal. Blaze walks over to the table where the Chaotix are eating and takes the newspaper away from Vector. He complains, but Blaze says that she just needs to check the date real quick. The Festival of the Sun is happening in Soliana in just a few days, and she says that they should all plan a trip there to celebrate their recent successes. Blaze hears that it's a lovely country. Last time, we literally just covered Sonic 06. It was a very long episode. At the end of that episode, the entire timeline got reset, and Blaze went on a little vacation with the members of her agency and Miles to Soliana for the Festival of the Sun. Nothing much of interest happens there, so we'll skip right ahead to when they return. Blaze decides she wants to try and collect the Chaos Emeralds, mostly just so Eggman can't get his greedy little hands on them, and Miles says that he wants to test some of the upgrades he's made to the Inferno. He has some time off from college, and he and Blaze haven't spent that much time together recently, so he asks if he can tag along. Blaze loves this idea, so the pair meet up together and fly around on the Inferno, gathering the Chaos Emeralds. I want to really quickly jump in and address a small detail here. A few people have complained about Blaze having a fear of heights and said it didn't really make sense for her to have a plane, and while that is sort of true, the tornado is really important to the plot of Sonic, surprisingly, and I didn't come up with a great replacement for it. At this point, I think it's easier to just say that this version of Blaze didn't have or got over her fear of heights than it is to retcon the entire series. Maybe if I remake this entire thing at some point, I'll rewrite that so it makes a little bit more sense, but for right now, I kind of just have to leave it. Anyway, the pair track down and recover 6 of the 7 Chaos Emeralds and are approaching the 7th when they happen upon a storm. Miles tries to get them out of it, but they end up crashing and both pass out. They wake up to see a raccoon girl staring down at them, and with that, we've officially began Blaze Rush Adventure. The raccoon girl introduces herself as Marine, and they ask her what happened to their airplane. Marine says that she has no idea and then asks where they're from. Miles says that he's studying at Spagonia University, and Blaze says that she's staying in Central City, much to Marine's confusion. She's never heard of either of those places, which confuses the pair, but they think little of it. Then they ask Marine how they can get home, and Marie's eyes shine. She says that she has a way off the island, and she's been using it to explore all the islands around the area. She runs off, and Blaze and Miles follow her to her vehicle. However, once they get there, they realize that Marine may have given them a bit of a false impression. The ship is far too small to carry all 3 of them, though Marine gets pouty when Miles points this out. Marine says she built this boat all by herself and she won't let anyone make fun of her for it. Miles lights up a bit at this and says that Marine's work is really impressive for her age. He asks if she would mind working with him to upgrade the boat, but Marine says that they unfortunately can't. The place she gets materials from is blocked off by a bunch of boulders, so she can't get anything else. At that point, Blaze cuts in and says that this won't be a problem. She'll be able to get around the boulders easily. With Marine guiding them, Blaze is able to gather enough materials for Marine and Miles to upgrade the girl's boat. Marine is maybe a bit too enthusiastic the entire time though. While Miles' expertise obviously outweighs hers, she's a bit too prideful to admit that. She constantly insists that they do things her way until Miles explains to her why it won't work. In the end, it takes a bit longer than it probably should to finish upgrading Marine's boat. At that point, Blaze pulls Miles to the side for a quick talk. Blaze asks Miles if he thinks that Marine is ready for something like this. She worries that it may be just a bit too dangerous for someone like her out there, and she wants Miles' opinion on all of this. Miles says that Marine reminds him of himself when he was younger, adventurous, curious, and a lot brighter than she seems. Miles thinks that Marine's enthusiasm for adventure and building needs to be encouraged, not stifled. They just need to balance that out with giving her a bit of a reality check. Blaze smiles at Miles' response, proud of her little brother, and says that she'll let Miles make the decisions on this one. With that, they decide to check out a nearby island to look for more materials and possibly more information on where they even are. This island seems mostly peaceful, but while exploring they happen across a giant robot T-Rex which attacks them, almost hurting Marine, who wasn't being careful enough before Blaze is able to deal with it. Blaze scolds Marine, though the young girl mostly brushes it off. From there, they meet a friend of Marine's that points them to an island made of machines where they could get more useful material to upgrade their boat, allowing them to travel out even further. And this is kind of just the gameplay loop of Sonic Rush Adventure for the most part. Beyond giving narrative justification to the gameplay, it also gives the crew more time to bond. We'll be skipping over a lot of the more miscellaneous adventures they go on because they won't change much from the original version of the story of this game. Honestly, this entire episode is a bit weird to write because most of the story of this game is very episodic. The TLDR is that they find a lot of wacky locations, fight some more robots, and the entire time Marine is having the time of her life. Eventually, they happen across Johnny, who challenges Blaze to a race. After some banter with Marine, Blaze races Johnny and wins, receiving a Chaos Emerald for her efforts. This is a huge relief to her and Miles, as seeing that the Chaos Emeralds were nearby as opposed to being lost once again means that Eggman hadn't had the opportunity to get a hold of them yet. Their adventures continue for a while after this, and eventually they find a strange shrine. Marine can't keep her hands to herself and starts touching stuff, which causes the ground to start trembling beneath them. An island rises out of the depths of the ocean, which they decide to investigate. They walk into the depths of the cave, observing their surroundings carefully as they do, and Blaze begins to suspect that someone else is here. She tells the others to hang back behind her and rushes forward. Deeper inside the cavern, she encounters a strange robot in front of a scepter. The robot introduces himself as Captain Whisker, and they prepare to battle. However, before they can cross blades, metaphorically speaking, someone else makes their presence known. Prince Sonic launches himself at the captain, forcing the robot to summon another giant robotic monster for them to battle. In the ensuing scuffle, the robot is able to escape with the jeweled scepter, much to Sonic's frustration. However, he doesn't have time to dwell on that. Instead, he turns to Blaze and asks her what she's doing here. Both Sonic and Blaze recognize that they have a lot to talk about after the last time they saw each other. Blaze first says that she's happy to see that Sonic is okay, and Sonic says likewise. He explains that he woke up back in his home dimension after the event with Mephiles, and while he assumed everything had gone back to normal after discovering the Soul Emeralds were working again, he had no way to confirm that. He could have traveled back to the Chaos Dimension to check, but all this stuff with Captain Whisker started up too quickly, so he was needed here. Blaze and Miles confirm that basically everything has been undone, and all that business with Mephiles is behind them now. Just for the record, Blaze had filled Miles in on everything that had happened last episode after the fact, or at least the broad strokes of it. Sonic nods and says he's happy to hear that, but once again asks how they got to this dimension. Blaze and Miles are a bit taken aback by this revelation, but things start to click into place pretty quickly. This explains why they didn't recognize any of the areas they went to, and why no one else they talked to ever heard of them or any of the locales they mentioned. From there, Sonic explains what the Jeweled Scepter is and why it's so important. If you don't know, it's a vaguely powerful MacGuffin that Blaze's family is tasked to watch over in canon. Blaze and Miles say that they'll help Sonic recover it immediately. Sonic doesn't say anything for a second, eyes falling onto Blaze with a look of suspicion, but he quickly agrees and thanks them for their help. Then he asks who the raccoon girl is. Marine introduces herself as their captain, to which Sonic just laughs and rolls his eyes. Marine whines a bit, but eventually Miles explains out of earshot of Marine that he's sort of taken the girl under his wing. Besides, Miles figures that she'd be more safe with them than running off and trying to do all this on her own. Sonic says that makes enough sense and says that they should get going. He doesn't want to give Whisker too long to put distance between them. They all leave together, Sonic explaining that he made his way here by simply running over the surface of the water. They spend some time trying to track down Whisker, though they mostly just find more of his underlings to fight. On their journey, there's a bit of tension. Sonic is slightly quieter around Blaze than he normally is, and after fighting against another one of Whisker's mechs, Blaze figures it's time to sort things out. She approaches Sonic while he's alone and asks him what's on his mind. Sonic says that he's just worried about the scepter being missing, but Blaze calls him out on being evasive. She says that she's noticed him giving her nasty looks here and there, and that it's clear he has a problem with her. Sonic gives up on hiding the truth from Blaze. Sonic says that he's still a bit resentful of Blaze after what happened. Learning that she was apparently royalty made him feel even more inferior to her. The thing he had spent his entire life fighting for, she had been given and didn't even need it. He envied her, and it was difficult to stop that jealousy from becoming anger. Blaze says that she understands, and she doesn't blame him for being upset, at least a little bit. She says that she thinks he's a great ruler, and that he doesn't need anyone else to validate him. Sonic shakes his head, frustrated, and says that he knows that. He believes that he is the Prince of the Empire now, but that doesn't change how he feels. Blaze says that it takes time for these things to change, and that he shouldn't be too hard on himself. He's spent his entire life with these feelings. They won't go away overnight. Sonic nods and thanks Blaze for her words. Then he turns the conversation to Blaze. He asks her what it feels like to be a princess, and Blaze just kinda laughs. She says that nothing really feels any different now, and it's not like anyone treated her differently now anyway. It was probably just a distant relation if anything, so it's not all that important. Sonic just shrugs non-committally. He doesn't say it, but he has a feeling that there's just a little bit more to this. He just doesn't know what. Their journey continues until they find what they believe to be the location of the pirates' hideout, an undersea cave that Miles builds a submarine to allow them to access. They visit the cave and find out that Captain Whisker is indeed hiding there, but the inside of the cave is a massive door that they can't open. However, figuring out how to open it is pretty obvious given the symbols written on it, and after a bit of investigating, they figure out that they need to get 3 markers on nearby islands to open the way to the hideout. They quickly do all of that busy work, gearing up for what should be the final confrontation against Captain Whisker. At that point, Blaze decides to step in. She tells Miles that they can't bring Marine to face what they believe to be a serious danger in good conscience, and while Miles does want to support the younger girl, he agrees. They break the news to Marine and the girl throws a fit. There's really no other way to put it. She doesn't take being told no very well. They're all as nice as they can be when they break the news, but none of it is good enough to console Marine. Eventually, the girl runs off, crying and saying that she can't believe they think so little of her. Miles tries to go and console her, but he can't find her before they need to depart. Random interjection because I wasn't sure where else to say this. Throughout the game, you collect the Chaos Emeralds by racing Johnny over and over, which I think from a story perspective is a bit weird. I'm going to say that outside of the first Chaos Emerald, the other 6 got scattered across the islands, and Blaze would and track them down over the course of the adventure. Anyway, they make their way to the pirates' hideout and enter, where they find Captain Whisker and Johnny with the jeweled scepter. Whisker gives Johnny the scepter and says to take it to their boss while Whisker keeps the two preoccupied. Blaze tells Miles to go after Johnny while they take care of Whisker. Together, Blaze and Sonic manage to defeat Whisker and return to the submarine where they message Miles, asking him about what happened on his end. However, rather than hear back from the boy, they hear a panicked and shaking Marine on the other side of the line. Blaze quickly asks Marine what happened, and Marine explains. After she ran away from the group, Marine went to find their old boat to follow them in the submarine, not content to just be left on the sidelines. She was able to follow them to the area over the pirate's base and stayed there until Johnny surfaced and flew away with the scepter in hand. Marine gave chase, eventually getting the robot's attention. He remembered her from their first encounter and found the girl annoying. So he decided to take the time to sink Marine's ship and leave her to drown in the ocean. Marine is able to keep herself afloat for a while, but she quickly grows tired and she's too far away from land to swim. Marine begins to panic, terror starting to set in. She calls for help desperately while Johnny just laughs at her. However, hope wasn't completely lost. Marine sees a boat on the horizon, speeding towards them. Marine calls out to it, and Miles flies out of the ship towards Marine. Johnny flies towards Miles to fight him, and Miles throws a device at Marine before fighting back against Johnny. The device expands into a life preserver, allowing Marine to swim back to the boat unharmed. After climbing aboard, she turns to see that Miles and Johnny are still fighting, seemingly neck and neck. Seeing Miles getting hurt upsets Marine though, so she steers the boat closer to Johnny and prepares to attack. As soon as he sees this, Miles tells Marine to run away instead, but Marine says that she's not going to abandon him. She gets closer to Johnny, grabbing a harpoon gun Miles had on the ship and aiming it at him. But once she's close enough, Johnny knocks Miles away and launches himself at Marine. He attacks her, launching her across the boat and saying that she should have listened to the fox. He grabs the harpoon gun and aims it at Marine, firing at the girl. Miles is just fast enough to pull Marine out of the way, but it puts him off balance. Johnny gets a clean hit in on Miles and knocks him unconscious. With Miles dealt with, Johnny turns back to Marine, ready to finish her off. But right at the moment, he gets word that Whisker's been defeated and that Blaze and Sonic are likely on their way. Johnny decides that Marine isn't worth it and grabs Miles before blasting off, leaving Marine behind. After explaining what happened, Marine breaks down and apologizes to Blaze. She says that Blaze was right about her, that she's not ready for this kind of thing. It's her fault that Miles is gone now. She was okay with putting herself in danger, but she never considered that she might be putting other people at risk too. Blaze is hurt by this news, but she's trying her best to stay calm. She tells Marine that it's going to be okay. Blaze says that Miles is far more valuable to them alive than he is dead, and they'll get him back. She tells Marine to stay where she is and they'll come get her. With that, she hangs up and wordlessly begins to pilot the submarine to the surface before Sonic speaks up. Sonic says that Blaze should let him take the reins for a bit. She's probably worried sick about her brother. Blaze says it's fine, but Sonic insists on either taking over or talking to Blaze about what's going on. Blaze snaps at him and says that there's nothing to talk about. Of course, her outburst betrays her true feelings, and she relents. She allows Sonic to pilot the submarine and goes to rest. As she does, Sonic assures her that they're going to get Miles back. Soon, they're together with Marine once again. They switch over to the boat as it's faster than the submarine, and Marine says that she's okay with staying behind now. Sonic says that, well, he's happy that Marine learned a lesson or whatever. That's not really an option. It's not safe for her out in the ocean alone, and she can't pilot the submarine back to land safely. Since they're going to need the boat to catch up with Johnny, Marine is going to have to stay with them. It's ultimately safer than the other options. With that, Sonic takes off at max speed, following after Johnny. On the way over, things are quiet. Blaze notices that Marine is avoiding her, and she wants to comfort her, but she's too worried about Miles' well-being to really focus on much else. After an awkward boat ride over, they manage to catch up with Johnny as he boards a large boat that none of them recognize. They climb aboard, Marine's still with them as they reason that's safer than leaving her alone, and they instantly recognize the decor. Eggman's face is everywhere, and Blaze can't help but sigh. Of course he's behind this somehow. They descend further into the ship in search of the Jeweled Scepter and, of course, Miles. Eventually, they make their way to Eggman. Just Eggman. Negative is not here because he is a fraud and annoying, and I hate his name and him. Eggman starts his normal gloating shtick, talking about harnessing the power of the stars, and Blaze asks if they can just skip to the part where she beats the living daylights out of him for daring to hurt her brother. Eggman scoffs, and they begin the battle. Eggman launches into one of his giant mechs, this one powered by the Jeweled Scepter, and Blaze goes into Brilliant Blaze and Sonic into Tempest for the confrontation. The battle takes them off of the ship, deep into the core of the planet as Eggman attempts to harness its energy for his own purposes. Eventually, they're able to overwhelm Eggman, and it looks like they've won against him once again when he announces that he has one last trick up his sleeve. Eggman activates a device aboard his mech, which announces that there are 30 seconds until detonation. Eggman explains that he rigged his ship to explode, and that Marine and Miles are helplessly stuck on the ship with Johnny to stop them from escaping. Eggman gloats that they can either save their friends or stop him from using the Jeweled Scepter. They're both shocked, but Sonic says that stopping Eggman is more important. If they don't stop him here, everyone will be in danger. Blaze is conflicted, but she agrees. She thinks to herself that if they defeat Eggman quickly enough, they can go save Miles and Marine anyway. They both attack Eggman, destroying his mech in a matter of seconds. As soon as the fight looks like it's over, Blaze barrels past Sonic towards Eggman's ship. She travels from the center of the planet all the way to the surface in less than a second, anticipating that the explosion will be coming at any moment. However, Blaze makes her way onto the ship and to Marine and Miles without any incident. Blaze grabs the unconscious Miles and Marine and pulls them to their own ship, Marine wailing the entire time. Once they're safe, Blaze takes a moment to breathe. Marine pipes up, complaining about Blaze being too rough, and Blaze explains what happened. Once she finishes her explanation, Marine puts on a cheeky smile and says that Blaze had no reason to worry about any of that. At this point, Sonic has made his way back to the surface, and he asks why the boat didn't blow up, and Marine explains that while they were fighting Eggman, Johnny discovered that the boat was rigged to self-destruct. The robot fled in fear, and Marine decided that the only course of action was to try and disarm the self-destruct sequence. Miles' guidance had taught her a lot, especially when it came to Eggman's machine, so Marine was able to disarm everything without incident. Blaze and Sonic are impressed, and everyone is relieved that everything is finally over. Once Miles wakes up and recovers, he says that he can probably build them a machine to transport them back to the Chaos Dimension. Blaze is happy to see that Miles is safe once again, but the one most affected by it is actually Marine. She apologizes over and over for getting Miles hurt and says that she'll never put anyone else in harm's way ever again. Miles consoles the girl and says that while she did mess up, she has potential. Disarming the bomb on Eggman's ship took a lot of skill, and what Marine did was very brave. It was just kind of stupid. She needs to be less reckless, but she shouldn't give up on her dreams just yet. Marine hugs Miles and thanks him for helping her, and Sonic says he supposes that he needs to keep an eye on Marine from now on. She's gonna need somebody to try and keep her out of trouble. Blaze laughs and jokes that Sonic won't exactly help with that, and Sonic gives her a good-natured shove. Marine says she's going to get stronger and smarter, and someday she'll be as cool as Miles is. Miles says that he can't wait to see her again. A few days later, Miles has finished the portal back to their world, and Blaze has gathered all the Chaos Emeralds once again. Everyone says their final goodbyes, and Miles and Blaze return to their dimension. Things are slow for a little while after Blaze and Miles return to the Chaos Dimension. Blaze runs some odd jobs at the agency, the type of thing the Chaotix normally did before being hired by Blaze, and Miles simply returns to college to study. Blaze wonders briefly if Eggman was actually done for good this time, but she knows the Doctor is too tenacious. He'd survived his mech exploding so many times at this point that Blaze wasn't sure if she'd even be able to actually put him down for good. Not to mention that she would prefer capturing and arresting him to harming him directly. Eggman wasn't one to disappoint, it seemed, as Blaze got wind of his forces moving once again in just a few weeks. Blaze is done with waiting for Eggman to attack at this point. She grabs the 7 Chaos Emeralds and tells Amy to look after the agency. She's going to hit Eggman fast and hard, and they'll all be her backup if things go wrong. Amy and the Chaotix all say they're ready, and Blaze runs off to fight Eggman. This leads us into the intro of Blaze Unleashed, and things go about the same in this opening cutscene. Blaze fights through waves of badniks, goes into Brilliant Blaze to fight against Eggman, but gets stopped and the energy of the Chaos Emeralds is harnessed and used to awaken Dark Gaia. Worse, Blaze absorbs some of Dark Gaia's energy and transforms into what can only be described as a more monstrous form. After Blaze gets transformed, the planet splits open as it does in the intro to the game, and Blaze falls back to Earth for the second time in this story. When she pushes herself up, she comes face to face with a small, excitable creature who seems to be a bit out of it. Blaze asks if they're okay, and the little guy freaks out when he sees Blaze, which Blaze does her best to not take too personally. Eventually, they're able to have an actual conversation, and Blaze learns that the creature has lost his memory and doesn't even remember his name. Blaze explains that she got transformed into this thing by Eggman, who also split the Earth into separate pieces. On top of all of that, the Chaos Emeralds seem to have lost their power. The little guy and Blaze decide to work together to try and fix all of this. The sun begins to come up, and Blaze's form actually remains the same. This is a change from canon, where Sonic's werehog form changed with the time of day, but I think this is more interesting story-wise for a few reasons you'll see soon. After a little while, Blaze decides that her new friend can't just not have a name. So she floats a few ideas for names by the little guy, who ends up rejecting all of them. Eventually, they end up buying some ice cream, and Blaze's new friend gets the nickname Chip for the time being. However, Blaze's form is gathering a lot of unwanted attention. People are staring at her, and while no one is outright aggressive, Blaze can't help but feel a bit self-conscious. Rather than focus on all of that, Blaze decides to be more productive. They needed to find a way to fix the remnants of the planet, and the best person she knew to try and do something like that would be Miles, who was staying in Spagonia. It's a bit of a ways away, but they should be able to make it there on foot. Unfortunately, she can't get in contact with any of her friends thanks to basically all communication going down as a result of the world kind of breaking. That night, Gaia's minions attack, and Blaze fights them back on behalf of the townsfolk around her. after she's done fighting, she hears the sound of a struggle nearby. Suspecting another clash is occurring similar to the one she just finished, Blaze runs towards the source of the noise to see Amy, of all people, fighting back a horde of the monsters. Amy has successfully fought off most of the horde, but there's still a number of Gaia's minions left. Blaze figures she might as well make herself useful. Blaze helps Amy fight off the rest of the group, and when they're done, Amy looks at her with a confused expression. Amy asks if Blaze is different from the others she's been fighting. Blaze hesitates for a moment before asking if Amy recognizes her. The girl is still for a second before shock colors her features. She tentatively asks Blaze if that's her, and Blaze nods. Amy asks Blaze what happened, and Blaze explains the recent events to her. Amy decides right then and there that she wants to help Blaze on her journey, which Blaze accepts. Soon they all find their way to Spagonia University. There they meet up with Miles once again and explain what's happened. Miles is concerned by Blaze's new form, worried that it may be hazardous to her in some way, but Blaze says that she feels perfectly fine. Miles still asks to run some tests just in case, which Blaze acquiesces to. While Miles is running all of his tests, they discuss what they need to do about all of this. Miles says that Professor Pickle had been kidnapped by Eggman, likely due to his expertise in this field. Miles had tried to protect him, but he was too busy fighting for the civilians against the forces of Dark Gaia at the same time, so he was unable to stop Eggman from taking the professor. Blaze says that she'll go rescue the professor and invites Amy along with her. They fight through Eggman's forces and eventually find Professor Pickle trapped inside of one of Eggman's cells. They free him, but before they leave, he asks them to grab something important from one of Eggman's vaults. Blaze grabs the manuscript he asked for, and they all return to Spagonia University. Once there, Pickle explains in more detail what exactly is going on. He tells them all about Dark Gaia, a creature deep within the Earth's core that would wake up every several million years, destroy almost all life on Earth, and then it would go back to sleep and the world would reform afterward. Eggman seems to have awoken Dark Gaia early, attempting to harness its energy for his own purposes. He then explains how they can use the energy of the planet to restore the Chaos Emeralds, and how this will repair the planet in the process. Blaze thanks him for the exposition and then asks Miles what the results of his experiments were. Miles says that Blaze's new form is the result of Dark Gaia's energy, from what he learned from Professor Pickle. The energy doesn't seem to be harming Blaze, but he has no idea how they could transform Blaze back to her original form. He says it's gonna be a while before he can figure anything out. Blaze nods and says that they should get to work on restoring the planet. Amy leaves with her and they go to restore the Chaos Emeralds. From here, things go pretty close to canon. Blaze, Amy, and Chip all travel together to each of the temples to restore the Chaos Emeralds. Early on in their travels, Chip sees an ice cream store and demands they go buy some. Blaze tries to argue against this, but Amy tells her they can take a break every now and then, and Blaze relents. This ends up becoming a bit of a tradition as they visit new locations around the world, stopping by to sample their snacks and having a generally good time with each other. Blaze and Amy spend a lot of time showing Chip various things on the Earth, as he knows shockingly little about their world. Chip is enamored by everything he sees, and over time, Blaze finds herself to grow quite fond of the little guy. Unfortunately, things aren't all great. Blaze does keep getting bad reactions from people as she walks around. Even worse now that people have actually seen Dark Gaia's minions. People connect the dots, and Blaze is even approached by some and yelled at. Amy stands up for her each and every time, which does help, but it still takes a toll on Blaze to be judged like this. Over their travels, she also checks in on Miles and asks for updates on his research, and he finds a few things of note. For one, he finds that Gaia is supposed to be two entities, not one, and that the other half of Gaia appears to be missing, something that intrigues the entire group. However, when it comes to helping Blaze reach her normal form, he hasn't found anything of use, even with Professor Pickle's help. Blaze says that she appreciates him trying anyway. This continues until they reach the 6th Temple of Gaia, at which point a mural has a strange reaction to Chip. He's drawn to it, and while Blaze warns him to be careful, he touches it as if on instinct and is sucked inside the wall. Blaze and Amy call out for him, rushing to the mural and trying to follow Chip inside, but it doesn't work. The pair stand there, at a loss for what to do for a few moments, before the mural lights up again and Chip returns. Blaze scolds Chip for being so reckless, but instead of complaining or whining like he normally would, Chip says that he's glad that Blaze is looking out for him, but he was always perfectly safe. His tone of voice and demeanor shake Blaze. Chip was behaving completely differently now, and Blaze had no idea why. Blaze and Amy ask Chip what happened, and Chip answers that he regained his memories. From there, Chip explains that he is the missing half of Gaia Miles mentioned. His memories were locked away thanks to awakening early, and he says that he alone has to fight against Dark Gaia. Blaze and Amy both reject this idea, saying simply that they're not going to allow a friend to face something like this alone. Chip is thankful for their help, and they all decide to head to the final Gaia temple together. On their journey there, Amy notices Blaze acting strange. It seems almost as if she's avoiding them, and Blaze slinks off alone after they find an inn to stay at that night. Amy decides to follow Blaze and asks her what's wrong. Blaze tries to deflect, but Amy doesn't really have time for any of that. She asks Blaze directly if she's willing to talk about what's on her mind or not, and Blaze eventually decides to confide her feelings in Amy. Blaze admits that she's worried she's going to be stuck like this forever. Miles hadn't found any way to fix this despite working on it all this time. Blaze had talked to Chip after he remembered who he really was, and even he said that he didn't know how to fix Blaze's condition. He just said that he had faith that everything would be fine in the end, and that wasn't good enough for Blaze right now. Blaze admits that she hates how everyone looks at her now, hates feeling like a monster again. Her frustration boils over, and Blaze says that she's so tired of feeling like this no matter how hard she tries to help people. Amy says that no matter how she looks, Amy will still be there for Blaze. So will Miles and Vector and the rest of his team, and so will Rouge and Shadow and all of them. All of their friends will support Blaze no matter what. Blaze is silent, before pointing out that when she first saw her, Amy didn't even recognize her. It's said bitterly, in accusation. Amy is a bit shocked by Blaze's tone, but she can tell how hurt the girl is. Amy admits that she didn't recognize Blaze at first, but she knew right away that Blaze was different, because she fought for her, because of what she did, because who she was still shined through despite everything. Amy apologizes for hurting Blaze, but wants to be there for her no matter what, just like Blaze was always there for her. Blaze is silent for a while, thinking over Amy's words, and eventually she asks Amy a question. She asks if Amy would still love her like this, if this was how Blaze was for the rest of her life. Amy is surprised that Blaze would ask something like that, but she says that she would love Blaze no matter what. She gets a little flustered when she admits that she still feels that way about Blaze even now. Blaze, for what may be the first time, is the one to initiate contact between them when she hugs Amy, thanking her for being there for her all this time. Amy hugs Blaze back, and the two return to the inn to get a night of rest before confronting Eggman. The next day, the trio arrives at Eggman Land, which Eggman had constructed around the final Gaia temple. From there, the rest of the plot of the game is essentially just an extended action sequence. They succeed in restoring the final emerald, but Dark Gaia is able to form anyway. It sucks up all of its energy across the globe, most of which have been collected by Eggman to make Eggman Land, which returns Blaze to her normal form while also allowing Dark Gaia to become perfect Dark Gaia. Blaze goes Brilliant Blaze, and Chip combines all of the Gaia temples into a Megazord to fight Dark Gaia. It takes everything they have, but Chip and Blaze are just barely able to defeat Dark Gaia and stop it from completely destroying the world. The fight takes such a toll on Blaze that she passes out, and Chip is barely able to get her to Amy on the surface before the final continent slots into place. Chip says that he is happy to have met all of them, and that they made his short time on the planet meaningful, but he has to go back to the center of the world until it's time to reawaken once again. Amy says her goodbye and brings Blaze back to Spagonia, where Miles and the professor are. The next day, Blaze wakes up. Amy explains to her what happened, and Blaze admits she's saddened that she didn't get to say goodbye to Chip herself. Amy says that she likes to think that Chip is still watching over them. Blaze says that technically he's below them, but she gets what Amy means, earning her a glare from the other girl. Amy gets up to leave, but Blaze stops her. Amy asks what she needs, and Blaze stammers out that she'd like to go somewhere with Amy later. Maybe like ice cream or something, if she wants to, she means. It takes just a second for Amy to realize what's happening, and Amy asks Blaze if she's asking to go on a date with her. Blaze says that their talk earlier had made her realize that Amy had always been there for her, and Blaze was realizing just how much Amy really meant to her. Amy accepts Blaze's offer readily, and the two start going out after that. That's right, everyone, Blaze/Amy is now officially canon in this AU. I know that's what half of you are really here for anyway. I see all your comments. I know what you freaks want. I say as if I wasn't the one setting this up for the past 3 episodes. Last time, we went over the events of Sonic Rush Adventure and Sonic Unleashed. Blaze met up with Prince Sonic and they talked through some of their issues following the events of Sonic 06, as well as meeting Marine. Prince Sonic took the young girl on as his apprentice of sorts, and Blaze and Miles ended up returning to their home dimension unharmed. Then, Blaze got stuck as a werecat for a while, which she got through with Amy's help. That experience made Blaze realize her feelings for the girl, and after saving the world, the two started going out. Things mostly went back to the status quo after these events. Eggman had gotten away after the Dark Gaia incident thanks to Blaze passing out in the final battle, so he was still at large. Blaze wasn't exactly happy about this, as she wanted to put an end to the Mad Doctor's machinations as soon as possible. It wouldn't be long until he had another chance to cook a scheme up, and Blaze hated waiting for him to make the first move every time. Blaze burns the candle at both ends for several nights in a row, and eventually Amy interjects. She points out that Blaze is working herself too hard, and it would only hurt her goal of stopping Eggman in the long run. Blaze is able to listen to reason, and she ends up asking Amy what she wants to do. Amy says that they're opening up a new branch of Twinkle Park, and cute couples get in for free, so it'd be a great spot for a date. Blaze sighs and asks Amy if she just wanted to spend more time with her. Amy argues that it was only like 20% of the reason she wanted to get Blaze out of the office. After spending a bit of time alone to rest and recuperate, far away from the office where she could work at Amy's request, Blaze took Amy to the new amusement park for their little date. As Amy and Blaze arrive at the new Twinkle Park, they find themselves impressed by it. It's an entire space station, orbiting the Earth with a large tractor beam for transporting people from the surface to the park. It was insanely high-tech, and if you ask Blaze, a little silly, not to mention wasteful. Amy tells her not to worry about it and to just have a good time at the park. Blaze tries to listen to her advice, but the longer they spend there, the more anxious Blaze becomes. She keeps telling herself that she's just being paranoid, but she keeps noticing more and more things that just don't seem quite right. She sees a few creatures that she doesn't recognize floating around the area that seem completely out of place. And worse, whenever she does notice them, she sees some robots in the area not too long after. All of the services in the area are also run by machines, and the robots that run the place feel just a little bit too familiar. They reminded her of the Mad Doctor's creations, but Blaze couldn't be sure. She decided to tell Amy about it, mentioning that this entire park seemed just a bit too high-tech for anyone but him to pull off. Amy thinks that Blaze is being silly, but it has been a while since Eggman's last scheme, and this all did seem a bit like his MO. Amy says that they can look into it together, just in case. However, Blaze says that she has a better plan. Instead, she calls up the Chaotix and tells them the situation. As the resident detectives at the agency, they have a far easier time figuring this out. It also means that they don't necessarily have to interrupt their date. In no time at all, Vector and Charmy arrive. Vector quickly explains that he left SBO behind to guard the agency just in case. He says that they'll get to the bottom of this in no time. The two lovebirds can just enjoy their date until they get back to them with more info. With that, Vector and Charmy are off, leaving Blaze and Amy behind. The pair spend some time looking around the park on their own, half keeping an eye out for anything suspicious and half just spending some time together. This continues until they get a strange message. Charmy is asking where they are, and Blaze tells them and asks where he is. Charmy hurriedly tells them his location, and they run off to find him. Once they do, they find that Charmy is panicked and hurt, though not really injured. It's just a few scrapes here and there, but something clearly happened. Charmy says that he and Vector were ambushed by robots, and Vector got taken while trying to protect him. Charmy escaped, but he's worried about Vector. As soon as she hears this, Blaze decides that she's done sitting on the sidelines. Her and Amy are going straight to the top and getting to the bottom of this immediately. Blaze, Amy, and Charmy all rush towards the main office of the park. As they do, several robots start popping up and attacking them. They make quick work of all of them, so it's generally a non-issue. However, the fact that Blaze recognizes these robots confirms what she already suspected. Eggman is behind this. Blaze demands the Mad Doctor face her directly, and his voice booms over the intercoms. He tells Blaze that they should be careful. He won't hesitate to destroy them all if they get in his way. Blaze is pretty much done with this banter, so she simply blasts her way into the main office, only to find it empty. Blaze is confused, but she soon realizes that it's an ambush. Another one of the Doctor's giant robots pops out to battle her, and she and Amy need to fight the robot off. After a battle, they regroup and try to come up with a plan. Blaze and Amy ask Charmy to escort the few patrons of the park back to the surface as soon as he can. Their fighting hadn't gone unnoticed, and most of the patrons had already fled, but there were still some stragglers that could be hurt. With Charmy off performing his task, Amy and Blaze try to come up with a plan of attack. They locate the generators as the main points of interest from the information Vector had gathered before being captured, so they decide to start by investigating there. On their way to the first generator, they run into a cyan wisp that's trying to get their attention. They can tell that something is wrong, but they can't communicate with the creature directly. Blaze goes ahead and sends a message to Miles and asks if he has a solution to this problem. After Miles gets filled in on the situation, he says that he'll look into it, as well as get whatever information he can on Eggman's latest scheme. Blaze tells the Wisp that they'll do whatever they can to help him, but he'll have to wait a bit before they can really understand what's happening. That at least seems to help the Wisp settle down, and he follows them as they venture deeper into the park. Miles comes through with the tech they need in no time at all. He and some of his college buddies had made a translator app, and they could now use it to talk to the Wisps. The cyan Wisp introduces himself as Yacker and tells them what Eggman is doing to the rest of the Wisps, capturing them and using them for something. He's not sure exactly what Eggman is doing, but he's extracting energy from the Wisps in some fashion, and it's clearly hurting them. That's all the explanation Blaze needs. She asks Yacker how they can help, and Yacker says that they need to free all of the planets from the tractor beams. From here, things are pretty normal for a bit. Blaze, Amy, and Yacker run around and fight Eggman, freeing several of the planets from Eggman's control with the help of whatever whiffs they manage to free along the way. It's not until a while later that anything happens that's different to canon. Once they get to one of the generators powering the tractor beams, Eggman himself appears to taunt them some more. Blaze tells him that he's gone too far this time, taking an entire planet of sentient beings for his stupid plan, and Eggman says that Blaze has no idea just how far he's actually willing to go. He says that this seems like a great time for a test run, and then he presses a button. Blaze expects him to summon another giant robot, but instead, Vector appears. However, he has some strange energy emanating off of him, similar to when they had used a wisp to power up in the past. But it was twisted, strange. Blaze calls out to him, and Vector doesn't respond. Blaze catches on pretty quick. Blaze asks Eggman what he's done to Vector, and Eggman simply says that he's improved him. In the same way, he'll improve the entire world shortly. He commands Vector to attack, and Blaze and Amy are forced to fight against their friend. They have to be careful not to hurt him, but Blaze is sure that he'll at least forgive them for a few burns and bruises. However, his increased power thanks to the wisp energy inside of him makes him difficult for them to take down, even with the two of them fighting against him at the same time. Eventually, they seem to be winning the fight. However, at that point, Eggman approaches them again and fires a beam at Vector, filling him with even more of the corrupted wisp energy. It reinvigorates him, and Blaze realizes that if they don't stop Eggman from recharging Vector, they'll never be able to win this fight. She begins to rush towards Eggman, trying to stop his laser, but before she can, Vector lashes out. He grabs the beam and tears it off by himself, sending the Eggmobile flying away. They're both stunned and confused, and Blaze turns to see Vector smiling at her, an expression he wasn't able to make while under Eggman's control. He chuckles and says that he's not going to let some nerd tell him what to do, and Eggman runs off before Blaze can catch him. Instead, she focuses on making sure that Vector is okay. He seems to be hurt, partially due to her and Amy fighting him, and partially due to whatever Eggman had done. Vector says that he's fine, and then asks where Charmy is. Blaze assures him that Charmy is safe, and he's back at the agency now. Then she argues that he needs to go to the hospital just in case he's more hurt than he realizes. Vector waves her off. He says that before that, he needs to show them what he found. He takes them deeper into the park, and soon they come face to face with a giant machine. The same energy infecting Vector before is being pumped into the wisps, turning them into nega-wisps. It's horrible. Hundreds of thousands of sentient creatures are being brainwashed and mangled, all for Eggman's selfish plan. Vector explains that this is how Eggman turned him against his friends, and he plans to harvest enough of this reverse hyper go-on energy or whatever to use it to mind control everyone on the planet. Vector had just put all of this together when Eggman had captured him and had sent Charmy to make sure that the info got to Blaze and Amy. It looked like it had worked in a bit of a roundabout way. Blaze and Amy are horrified by what they learn, and Blaze decides silently then and there that she needs to stop Eggman for good. They all have a quick conversation and decide to have Amy escort Vector back to the surface while Blaze finishes up the last bit of work they need to do here. Amy didn't want to leave Blaze alone, but somebody needed to make sure that Vector was safe, and there were only two of them here, so they didn't have much of a choice. Once everything's decided, Amy and Vector rush off, and Blaze blasts herself towards the last couple of generators, determined to finish this as quickly as possible. Blaze makes quick work of Eggman's remaining forces. Afterwards, she tracks down Eggman himself and says that she's done going easy on him. She's not going to let him hurt anyone else. Eggman laughs and says that Blaze is far too late. He's already primed his mind control ray. In just a few moments, both she and everyone else will be unable to resist him. Blaze launches into action to try and stop Eggman, but she's too slow. The cannon fires, and Blaze is certain that all hope is lost. However, the cannon malfunctions, damaged and underpowered by Blaze's earlier efforts. The hyper go-on energy swirls together and transforms into a black hole, threatening to suck up both Blaze and Eggman. The pair of arch rivals look at each other for a moment and then take off. Blaze messages Miles and asks him to confirm that no one else is in the park at the moment. And Miles quickly tells her that she and Eggman are the only ones aboard. He asks what's happening, and Blaze says that Eggman made a black hole like an idiot. Miles immediately panics, saying that it's impossible to escape from something like that. Blaze smiles and tells Miles not to worry. She's already done the impossible before. Eggman and Blaze are both attempting to make their escape, with Eggman sending his remaining forces ablaze just to try and screw her over. Blaze just barely manages to outrun him, and she rushes towards where all the wisps are being held and frees them, telling them to get out of here as fast as they can. They all escape, and she thinks she's home free when Eggman attacks her with his newest mech, the Nega Wisp armor. Blaze says that she doesn't have time for Eggman's games. Both of their lives are at risk. The lives of all the Wisps that he kidnapped were at risk. Eggman says that he'll be fine. His genius won't be snuffed out by something this trivial. Blaze rolls her eyes and decides to simply fight him. As they battle, several of the Wisps Blaze freed show up to help her in this final confrontation. Blaze is able to defeat Eggman with the Wisp's help, but he's taken up too much of her time already. The black hole they're running from is approaching them quickly, and Blaze had little to no time left to escape it. Eggman's mech falls beyond the event horizon, dragging him with it. The only thing left for Blaze to do is run. She sprints as fast as her legs will take her, as far as her flames will launch her, but it's just not enough. Blaze feels herself being pulled beyond the brink when she feels one last burst of energy. The Wisps had come to aid her again, but this time they were pulling her towards the black hole. She's hesitant, but Blaze decides that they understand their own energy better than she does. Blaze allows herself to be pulled inside the black hole and taps into the energy of the Wisps, successfully absorbing all of the Hyper-Go-On energy fueling the event. With that, everything seems to be okay. Blaze is able to return home and all of the Wisps are unharmed. When she's back at the agency with Amy and the Chaotix, Amy asks Blaze what happened and Blaze explains. At that point, she says that she's pretty sure this is the last they'll see of Eggman. Even he couldn't survive something like that. The room falls a bit quiet at the news. None of them are really quite sure how to react. Eventually, Blaze says that they shouldn't let this keep them down. There are still tons of people out there that they can help, Eggman or no Eggman. Everyone quickly agrees and Blaze smiles. It looks like all of this was finally over. So anyway, Eggman's still alive. After getting absorbed by the black hole, he ends up in deep space and finds the Time Eater. From there, he kicks into gear a series of events that he could have never predicted the outcome of. Eggman is in hiding for a few months. Everything's peaceful for quite some time. Eventually, Shadow does get wind of some strange goings-on aboard the Ark. This is the premonition of Black Doom's return from Dark Beginnings. He decides to take care of it by himself at first, but runs into Omega and Rouge along the way. They all decide to take care of this together, though Rouge does bother Shadow about missing Blaze's upcoming birthday party. Shadow says that he'll stop by as soon as he can and wish her a happy birthday or whatever, and goes ahead and asks Rouge to send his regards at the party itself. That's at least good enough for Rouge, and she lets Shadow leave for the Ark, similar to how things play out in canon. This brings us to Blaze's birthday party, and there's not really anything special going on here. Everything's going well and people are having a good time until a giant hole tears in space and time and the Time Eater attacks them. They all give their best effort to fight it off, of course, but they're unsuccessful. Eventually, they all get sucked into the void and everything goes a brilliant, pure white. Blaze finds herself barely holding on to consciousness. It's hard to describe exactly what's happening, but her entire body feels frozen. It's like she's been transformed into lead, every part of her requiring Herculean effort to even move. But she can still move. She pulls on the fire deep within her soul and slowly forces her body into motion. She still can't run. She could barely even force herself to walk. But once she gets that little bit of movement going, it's easier to keep the inertia going. Finally, once she does start moving, she feels lucid enough to get a hold of her surroundings. The void is composed of pure white, but in the distance, she sees a splash of color, something green. She decides to make that her destination. Through great effort, she makes her way to that splash of green. As she comes closer, Blaze is able to recognize it. It's Green Hill Zone, one of the first places she remembers fighting the Mad Doctor. It's strangely nostalgic. As she gets closer, Blaze hears a familiar noise, though it's one she has difficulty placing. It sounds almost like a saw, cutting through metal as easy as a knife through butter. The closer she gets to it, the easier it becomes for her to force herself into motion. This lets Blaze push herself even further and faster, each step making her feel more and more like her old self. Soon, whatever strangeness had been affecting her is gone, and Blaze is able to run through Green Hill Zone without any worries at all. She spots a familiar blue blur whipping around the area, tearing through Eggman's badniks with ease. Blaze lets herself breathe a sigh of relief, happy to see a familiar face. However, it appears she may have gotten her hopes up just a bit too soon. As she approaches Sonic, she realizes that he looks different. He's not wearing his usual attire. In fact, he's not wearing anything at all. His posture is far more relaxed, his smile more casual. The longer Blaze looks at him, the more she wonders if this is even Sonic at all. She approaches him, and Sonic spots her. He seems similarly confused as he stares back at Blaze. Eventually, he simply asks Blaze if that's her, and Blaze confirms that it is. She asks Sonic much the same, and he nods. Blaze laughs and asks Sonic what's up with his new style, and Sonic says that he could ask Blaze the same thing. Blaze is a bit confused, saying that she's always dressed like this, and that only seems to confuse Sonic even more. He jokes that he's never really been that fond of fashion in the first place, so he's not sure how he could have changed his style up that much anyway. At this point, Blaze is pretty sure that something weird is going on. She says as much to Sonic and asks him to talk about his own life. Blaze gets the suspicion that that might help them clear this confusion up. Sonic jokes about never missing an opportunity to talk more about himself and then gives Blaze a quick rundown of his life. He tells her about his upbringing on South Island, about fighting against Eggman, about meeting Amy and fighting a robotic copy of himself, about meeting his little brother in Tails and Knuckles, and all of the rest of his friends. The entire thing is surreal, as Blaze quickly realizes that this version of Sonic had essentially lived her entire life. Normally, Blaze would have interjected as soon as she understood what was happening, but she's in so much shock that she simply lets Sonic ramble on for far longer than is necessary. She, of course, regains her bearings in short order and interrupts him. Blaze explains that everything Sonic had told her about, she too had experienced. She had rescued Amy, had adopted Miles as her little brother, and had saved Angel Island with Knuckles. She fought Chaos and helped stop Shadow from destroying the planet, and she assumed Sonic had done all of that too. Sonic is taken aback and says that, yeah, that's also something he did. The pair stand there for a second, silent, and Sonic eventually says that they should probably get going. As weird as all of this is, they need to save their friends. They don't have time to just sit here and worry about it. Blaze agrees and lets Sonic lead the way from there. Soon enough, they make their way out of Green Hill Zone, and once they do, color returns to the area surrounding it in the white void. Even better, a frozen Miles slowly whirls to life, color literally returning to his face in real time. He smiles wide at them and then runs over to Sonic. He says that he's happy that Sonic saved him, and Sonic says that he's happy to see that Tails is okay. Right, this wasn't her Miles. This was from Sonic's timeline. That was disappointing, but Blaze was sure that everything would be okay. She gives Sonic and Tails a moment to catch up, and then asks Tails if he has any theories about what's going on. If Tails was anything like Miles, then he'll have a theory in no time. Tails says that it'll take a minute, and then he asks why Blaze is dressed so differently. Realizing the source of the confusion, Blaze explains what she and Sonic had learned, and Tails' eyes go wide. He says to give him just a second and starts messing with the Miles Electric. After a few moments, he asks if Blaze would let him test something. He'll need to scan her body real quick. Blaze says that it's fine, and Tails has her extend her arm and roll up her sleeve slightly so we can scan her body with some sort of laser. After a moment of analyzing some numbers that Blaze has no chance of understanding on his Miles Electric, he says that he thinks he understands what's going on. Tails explains that this version of Blaze seems to be from a different timeline entirely. Her tachyons or whatever were off. Eggman's monster must have torn a hole in time, allowing them to cross over. In the process, everything had got frozen, removed from all time and space, and unable to progress in any way. It seemed that Sonic and Blaze had only been able to resist the effects of this white space thanks to their incredible speed. Side note, for anyone who's a stickler for these kind of details, the reason Blaze can resist white space in this series is thanks to her going on more adventures and becoming stronger over the course of them, making her innately faster than Can and Blaze is. Of course, she's still not able to resist their effects as well as Sonic can, thanks to the differences in their powers. Anyway, Tails basically lays out the objective of the game for them, saying that if Blaze and Sonic run through each of the areas, they'll be able to restore them to their original form. They're both more than ready to get going. However, Blaze still can't help but worry about whether Miles is safe or not. They continue on to save more of their friends, or rather, Sonic's friends. Everyone they find remembers Sonic and not Blaze, and the longer this keeps going on, the more worried she becomes. Eventually, she asks Tails why everyone has memories of Sonic and not her. Tails says that he's not quite sure, but it seems like Sonic's timeline is more stable than Blaze's is. As a result, reality seems to favor pulling out elements from Sonic's universe over Blaze's when creating white space. Blaze wonders aloud what could have caused such instability. Tails says that he has no idea, but it doesn't seem to be immediately dangerous to Blaze or her timeline. With that worry put to the side, Blaze and Sonic decide to take some time to regroup and talk to the friends they've rescued so far. As of right now, they've saved Tails, Amy, and Knuckles. All three of them are at least somewhat interested in Blaze's situation, as they all said she was so similar yet so different to the Blaze they knew. It strikes Blaze that she hadn't learned essentially anything about her counterpart yet. She begins to ask them about her other self when they're all interrupted by the sounds of fighting. Sonic and Blaze immediately spring into action and rush towards the source of the noise. Once there, they see two robots going at it. It takes them just a second to recognize them as Metal Sonic and Metal Blaze. Blaze can't imagine what the pair would be fighting over and is generally confused as to why they're even here in the first place. While she's contemplating on what their next move should be, Sonic goes ahead and just launches himself into the fray. Soon the battle grows even more intense as all three combatants try to one-up each other. Blaze calls out to Sonic and tells him to stop, but it has no effect. At that point, she just decides to join him. While they're fighting, they hear Metal Blaze yelling at the other robot, calling him trash, not worth the steel he's made of. Sonic makes some comment about how aggro Metal Blaze is, but Blaze is focused solely on her copy. She barely even hears him. Eventually, they manage to defeat the pair of robots and find that they were fighting over a Chaos Emerald. The pair take it and get ready to leave when Metal Blaze stands back up. Apparently, she wasn't ready to accept her loss just yet. Sonic gets into a fighting stance, but Blaze stops him. She approaches Metal Blaze with even steps and begins speaking. She asks Metal why she and Metal Sonic were fighting in the first place. Metal Blaze says that she couldn't stand to see that pale imposter stand next to her. She was the Doctor's finest creation, regardless of if he was willing to recognize that or not. Blaze asks Metal if she's going to keep chasing her ridiculous sense of pride above all else. Metal responds that Blaze isn't even worth listening to. She's already rejected her true purpose. It's only a matter of time before Metal is able to surpass her. Blaze says that someday Metal will come to understand how much she's limiting herself. Then she says that Metal can keep fighting if she feels like she must, but by now, she should understand that she can't be both her and Sonic at the same time in this state. Metal is silent for a moment before taking off away from the pair. After a moment, Sonic speaks up. He asks Blaze a few questions about her version of Metal. If she was still working with Eggman, if she had that weird self-image thing still going on, and what she'd been doing recently. Blaze tells him what she knows. For anyone unaware, because I haven't been that direct about it, at the end of Sonic Heroes, it was a bit vague in this series if Eggman had caught and reprogrammed Metal Blaze or not. And I decided that it's more interesting if she just goes rogue at that point. So in this series, Metal Blaze is still biding her time and waiting to kill and replace the normal Blaze, though my plans for paying off that plotline wouldn't really happen for quite a while, so that's more of a possible Season 2 idea if I ever want to return to this What If. After their encounters with the metals, Sonic and Blaze continue to fight their way through white space, attempting to gather the rest of the Chaos Emeralds. But at this point, it's about time we got a quick change in perspectives. While Sonic and Blaze were busy trying to fight their way through white space, Shadow was dealing with his own half of this story. After the encounter with the Doomai, Shadow finds himself in white space, alone. Immediately, he begins to investigate his surroundings, trying to make sense of this strange area, and he notices something is happening. The entire area lurches, twisting and reforming around him without rhyme or reason. Shadow feels his head ache, like his brain is splitting in two, and some part of him senses that time itself is starting to break down. With the Chaos Emerald he has on hand, Shadow activates Chaos Control to shield himself from whatever is happening. After shifting time and space around him for a moment, Shadow returns to the reformed white space. Everything seems to be exactly the same as before, at least at first. As he looks around the area, he spots something weird. Himself, or more accurately, someone who looks basically exactly like him. Shadow stares at his copy for a moment before approaching him and asking him what's happening. The pair are both suspicious of each other, but after some interrogation, they're both able to realize what's going on. They're both the real Shadow, but once again from different timelines. They're able to narrow the change in timelines to Sonic and Blaze's places being swapped around. However, the pair both quickly decide that that isn't really that important in the long run. Black Doom needs to be stopped, and that should be their main objective. Neither of them really want to work together, but neither of them have a good enough reason to work alone either. The best compromise they can come to is to divide and conquer, each working through a separate area of white space and mostly just teaming up for the most dangerous of enemies. They soon encounter Omega and Rouge and discover, similar to Sonic and Blaze, that they only had their memories from Sonic's universe. This of course perturbs the Blaze universe Shadow as he wonders exactly why he alone was spared from whatever white space was doing. Though looking back on it, he feels as if his earlier Chaos Control may have something to do with all of this. While they're chatting with Rouge about all of this, she snaps and says that she's had enough of this nonsense. The Shadow from her universe asks what she's talking about, and Rouge says that she's not going to keep calling them the Shadow from my timeline and the Shadow from the other timeline every time they need to refer to each other. They need nicknames or codenames or something to keep this sensible. The other Shadow huffs and says that this is silly, but the Shadow from Blaze's universe agrees, if only for the sake of clarity and to get Rouge off of their back. They spend a bit of time arguing about it, but eventually they decide to call Shadow from the original timeline Terios and the one from the altered timeline Eclipse for the time being. The names don't really mean that much, Rouge kind of just threw them out there and they stuck. This mostly catches us up to when Terios and Eclipse meet up with Sonic and Blaze for the rival fight, but there is one notable change I want to directly address. Specifically, that Maria and Gerald aren't in this version of events. The main reason for their exclusion is that I just didn't think I could handle juggling all of the things I'm adding to the story while also making sense of how Gerald and Maria would fit into things and also doing Shadow's arc from Shadow Generations here. It does make me a bit sad to not be able to do such a great story in this series, but at the same time, I don't want to ruin such a great moment for Shadow's character by doing a bad version of it. Anyway, that gives us the context we need when the two pairs meet up. Sonic and Blaze are initially confused as to why there are two Shadows suddenly, but Sonic recovers quickly. He struts over to the Shadows and demands they give him the Chaos Emerald. Terios snarls at him and the pair begin arguing. Eclipse just rolls his eyes at them and turns to Blaze. She calmly asks Eclipse what happened, and he tells her about the timeline splitting and the codenames that he and the other Shadow are using. Blaze breathes out a sigh of relief when Eclipse says that he remembers her. She tells him that everyone else they've rescued so far was from Sonic's timeline. Eclipse explains that he believes his presence here is the result of Chaos Control. While they're having a civil conversation, Sonic and Terios' argument has only escalated. The pair seem like they're about to compete for the Chaos Emerald when Blaze interrupts them. She goes ahead and just asks Terios why he needs the emerald at all, and he simply says that it's none of their business. Eclipse tells her that they need it to defeat Black Doom. Terios' gaze snaps to Eclipse, and he asks him why he would tell them that, and Eclipse simply says that he trusts Blaze. Sonic and Blaze are both worried at this news, remembering what happened last time Black Doom attacked. They ask what he wants this time around, and Eclipse explains his whole plot. Blaze immediately says that Eclipse and Terios can keep the Chaos Emerald until they're finished defeating Black Doom, which causes Sonic to reel back in shock. He asks why'd she just give it up like that, and Blaze looks at him curiously. Blaze says that she doesn't see this as giving up the Chaos Emerald at all, and further comments that Sonic just seems like he wants to be difficult. Blaze turns back to Eclipse and says that she'd offer to help him fight against Black Doom, but at the moment they're a bit preoccupied. And besides, with the neurotoxin still being a possible threat, the shadows are the ones best suited for the job. Eclipse says that her best wishes are unnecessary but appreciated. The two finish giving a quick goodbye, and Eclipse turns to leave before he suddenly stops. He turns around and says that he almost forgot. He needs to tell Blaze happy birthday. Blaze gives him a quick thanks, and with that, Eclipse leaves, motioning for Terios to follow. For their part, Sonic and Terios are mostly just staring at them. Sonic's still a bit upset that Blaze just gave them the Chaos Emerald without a fight, but more than anything, they're surprised to see that Blaze and her version of Shadow seeming to get along with each other. Sonic says as much, and Blaze just shrugs. They've both saved each other's lives several times over by now. She saw no reason why they couldn't at least be polite to each other. Terios shakes his head and says that he'll never understand them before brushing off. With that taken care of, Sonic and Blaze return to their hunt for the Chaos Emeralds. Everything goes pretty normal until they make their way to Crisis City. For once, rushing through the area and returning things to normal doesn't seem to help one of Sonic's friends return. However, as white space around them finishes warping, a portal opens in front of them, one that looks completely different to all the others they've seen so far. Sonic says that they should check out where it leads, just in case it's important, and Blaze sees no reason to argue. Once they hop through, they find themselves in another pocket of white space with new but familiar locations. Blaze and Sonic clock the areas as segments of the Soul Dimension, though they only recognize a few of them from their brief forays into that world. Most importantly, they see that someone has been restoring the area, similar to what they and the Shadows have been doing. The pair are pretty quick to guess who's responsible, and Sonic zips away to track them down. Blaze shakes her head. She's quickly learned that this version of Sonic was somehow even more of a handful than the one she already knew. It takes only a moment for Blaze to find where Sonic ran off to. Once she does, she comes face to face with her own counterpart. Blaze stops and takes in her appearance. This version of Blaze is regal, composed. It's surreal in a way that's hard to describe to see someone who is identical to herself, but not quite. The other Blaze notices her presence and stares at her, much like Blaze herself had just done. The other Blaze says that Sonic was right. This version of her was a lot like him, and it was very weird. Sonic laughs and says that he thinks the two of them will probably get along. Blaze can't help but ask her counterpart about herself. The other Blaze is happy to explain. Apparently, Sonic had told her a bit about Blaze before she had arrived. The other Blaze introduces herself as the Princess of the Soul Empire and the Guardian of the Soul Emeralds. She continues on for a moment, but Blaze isn't really focusing on anything she's saying. Instead, her mind is clicking a few things into place. Throughout this entire thing, Blaze had wondered what the version of herself from Sonic's timeline was like, but she hadn't had time to think about it or ask Sonic himself for any details. There was just always something else that was more important going on. Regardless, there was something about seeing herself declared the princess of her version of Sonic's home that just felt wrong. She couldn't help but feel like she was taking something from the prince. Her unease must have been apparent. Princess Blaze says unprompted that Prince Sonic was similarly disturbed by this news. This shocks both Blaze and Sonic. Princess Blaze and Sonic hadn't had quite enough time to discuss his counterpart, apparently, and he can't help but ask what Prince Sonic is like. Princess Blaze grimaces at the question and says that it seems like they may have caught him at a bad time. Still, they should probably go talk to him anyway. The princess leads them deeper into their section of white space to find the prince. On the way, she explains that after they got attacked, she was sucked into her own section of the void, and the soul emeralds were scattered across white space. She and the prince had been attempting to recover them. Sonic and Blaze both say that they'd love to help, but they have a similar problem on their hands. Princess Blaze assures them that she and the prince have it covered. Eventually, they make their way over to where Prince Sonic is sitting. Sonic smirks and runs over to the prince and cracks a joke about his outfit. Prince Sonic just glares at him silently until Sonic feels awkward enough to walk away. After that interaction, Sonic asks Princess Blaze what's up with him. The princess says that he seemed more chipper at first, but as soon as he heard that she was the princess of the soul dimension in her timeline, he clammed up and started glaring at everything. He didn't seem to want to talk about whatever it was that was bothering him. Blaze understood what the issue was immediately. She turns to Prince Sonic and asks him if he's fine with her explaining the situation to them. Prince Sonic says that Blaze can do as she wishes. It's as much her business as it is his. With that, Blaze explains to the pair that there were a lot of people in Prince Sonic's timeline that believed him unfit to be prince. It was a bit of a sore spot for the prince, and it only got worse once Blaze had shown him up when they first met. Learning that Blaze herself was technically royalty only made things even more awkward between them. Sonic and Princess Blaze both nod, but Blaze's explanation is interrupted by a dark chuckle from Prince Sonic. You still don't get it. Even after everything is laid out in front of you, you're still averting your eyes from the truth. Blaze asks Prince Sonic what he's talking about. He stands and turns to the group. Do you remember what I told you about my birth? About how I wasn't born into the royal family, but adopted into it? Blaze nods slowly. Prince Sonic continues. The circumstances have always been a mystery to me. I spent a while looking for my birth parents after I learned the truth. Curiosity got the better of me, and a part of me worried that they were still grieving my loss, not knowing that their child was still alive somewhere. I scoured the entirety of the soul dimension, but I never found them. It seemed as if I just popped into existence out of nowhere. It's strange, isn't it? It puzzled me for years. Even worse was trying to find what had happened to the true heir to the royal family. You remember that, yes? My parents had a daughter, one by blood, who disappeared without a trace. Every once in a while, I just couldn't help but wonder what she was like. Who was she? Where was she? A part of me felt like we were family in a kind of strange way. We had never met, but we shared the same destiny. I searched for her too, but I could never find her, even with all of the manpower of everyone in the Empire. Sure, it was a difficult task, but we could find almost anyone we wanted to without much difficulty. It didn't make sense. Surely they just couldn't have disappeared, could they? And then I met you. The second I saw you, I felt that something was wrong, but I just couldn't put my finger on it. It wasn't until I returned to my dimension after the business with that creature ruining the timeline that I realized what it was. You reminded me of someone I had never even met. You looked exactly like my mother. A part of me couldn't help but think that there was more to all of this, but I couldn't believe it. You were from an entirely different dimension. I told myself I was just being paranoid. I told myself I was just needlessly holding on to past grudges, but the truth is somehow worse. Once I saw the original timeline laid out in front of me, once I saw how things were supposed to go, I knew what had happened. I don't know how, and I don't know why, but I can't deny the truth anymore. The missing heir to the throne, the baby I replaced, it was you. Blaze, you're the princess of the Soul Dimension. Everyone is silent. After a moment, Blaze turns around. She says that she needs some time to herself to process all of this. Sonic and Princess Blaze softly say that's fine, and Blaze finds a quiet corner of white space to sit down and think. The worst part was that it all made sense. Her mind kept going back to the mural on Angel Island. She had always felt that something was out of place, but the mural was the first concrete proof she had that something was wrong. It all made so much more sense now. It was Sonic. It had always been Sonic. She was just too blind to see it. After a while, Sonic ends up approaching Blaze. He makes his presence known by clearing his throat. Blaze tells him that he can sit down if he wants. Sonic is silent as he sits next to her and waits for her to speak first. Eventually, Blaze spills her guts to him. She tells him about how she had always felt this feeling of wrongness. She tells him about the mural and that everything seemed off. More than anything, Blaze feels frustrated with herself that she didn't see the truth sooner. It had been right in front of her face for so long, and she had never even considered the possibility. Sonic tells her to not be too hard on herself. Realistically, there wasn't much she could have done to piece this together all on her own. Blaze can't find it in herself to argue, but it doesn't make her feel any better. A part of her wonders where she even belongs at this point. She can't just steal Prince Sonic's empire away from him, but she wasn't sure if she should stay in the Chaos Dimension and just act like nothing had even happened. Sonic says that ultimately that's her decision to make. He says that if she's anything like the Blaze that he knows, she's fiercely loyal, clever, and above all, strong. Whatever path she chooses, she'll do right by those important to her. He's sure of it. Blaze thanks Sonic for his words, and then says that they should probably just focus on fixing everything for now. A ways away, Prince Sonic and Princess Blaze are talking. Blaze apologizes for being presumptuous earlier. Prince Sonic says to think nothing of it. He just needed to process everything he had learned. Princess Blaze nods and then asks Sonic how he's going to deal with all of this new information. Prince Sonic is silent before saying that he supposes that he'll have to give up the throne. The true heir had been found, and there was no longer a use for him. Blaze is slightly startled at the declaration, but she doesn't react too harshly. Instead, Princess Blaze says that she very much doubts that her counterpart even wants the throne to begin with. As far as the princess knew, Blaze had far too many people here in the Chaos Dimension to simply leave. If she never challenged Sonic's claim to the throne, then his reign remained legitimate. Prince Sonic asks if that's the right thing for everyone to do. The people of the Soul Dimension had been living a lie for years, and if Sonic told them, they'd likely want him deposed. The nobles certainly would. The only way to resolve this political turmoil would be for Blaze to take over in his stead. Neither of them liked the idea of lying to their people, and the situation was dire no matter how Blaze looked at it. Prince Sonic says softly that maybe, just maybe, this was for the best. He wasn't a great prince anyway. The more time he had spent around Blaze, the more he realized that she really was born for this. It was then that Princess Blaze decided that all of the political drama was a distraction from the real problem. Blaze says firmly that, as similar as they are, she can tell how different she and her counterpart are. Blaze trained for years to be the princess, as did Sonic. Their counterparts, by contrast, had spent their time working on something else entirely. Were Blaze to take over as princess, she'd be even more overwhelmed than Sonic is right now. Prince Sonic shrugs and says that she'd adjust to it. She'd grow. Blaze says maybe so, but if Sonic is anything like the Sonic she knows, he can grow into his role too. After a brief pause, Blaze says that she can't think of anyone else that she would trust to lead her people besides the prince. Furthermore, she's confident that her counterpart feels that the prince's place is ruling the empire as well. That's at least enough to satisfy Prince Sonic for now. He thanks Blaze for her words, and they decide to go ahead and get back to work. With that revelation at least momentarily dealt with, the pairs regroup to talk about what they'll do next. They decide to run all this info by Tails. Once they do, Tails messes with the Miles Electric for a moment before saying that all of this was actually a huge help. With all of that extra info, he was able to determine that Blaze and Sonic swapping places was the exact point where the timeline split. If there was any instability caused by this going forward, he'd be able to counteract it a lot more easily. However, he also notes that the temporal distortion around the event seems a bit strange. More likely than not, this was all intentional. Someone had gone back in time and swapped the two of them as children. It didn't take his genius to figure out who was responsible. Eggman. This must have been the goal of using the time meter to tear away into the past. Tails isn't quite sure what Eggman's plan is with all this, but he assumes it was meant to weaken them somehow. They all say that they won't let Eggman get his way and prepare to gather the last few Chaos Emeralds and Soul Emeralds and take the fight to Eggman. While all of this is going down, Terios and Eclipse are making their way through the last of the obstacles between them and Black Doom. They had defeated the Bio-Lizard and Metal Overlord and obtained all of the Doom powers in the area. All that was left was to deal with Black Doom himself. As they did so, their father taunts them, saying that they'll never truly be complete without him and other such nonsense. The pair both ignore him. Terios says that he can take care of Black Doom by himself, and Eclipse responds that he likely can, but that's not the point. It'll be far more safe for the two of them to work together. Terios wants to argue, but he's learned at this point that his counterpart is just as stubborn as he is. Terios says that regardless, he's going to be the one to finish Black Doom off. Eclipse just scoffs and says if he's going to be that petty about it, it's fine. Soon they're upon Black Doom for their final encounter. The fight goes pretty similar to how it does in the game, except much easier thanks to there being two of them against the one Black Doom. After forcing Black Doom into Neo Devil Doom and Terios apparently striking the final blow, both Shadows are convinced that everything is over. However, after Black Doom's defeat, everything suddenly stops. Neither of the pair could move, so they're both left wondering what's happening as everything suddenly reverses around them. Soon they're standing before Black Doom yet again, giving the same speech he did at the beginning of the fight. The fight begins shortly thereafter, and neither Terios nor Eclipse have enough time to try and figure out what's happening. They defeat Black Doom once again, and again, everything freezes around them. The world begins rewinding, and the pair realize that if they don't do something soon, they'll quickly be worn down. Eclipse says that whatever is happening, it's at least reminiscent of Chaos Control. Their best bet is to have one of them handle destroying Black Doom and the other use Chaos Control to warp them out of the time loop they're stuck in. Of course, defeating Black Doom after being this worn down and without the benefit of Chaos Control would be a tall ask. Still, Terios is confident he'll be able to do it. They fight Black Doom one final time, Terios battling against him and Eclipse focusing on channeling the Chaos Emerald's power. Terios is able to nearly defeat Black Doom, but when Neo Devil Doom activates Chaos Control, he has no counter. He's wounded by Devil Doom, but Eclipse can't stop his Chaos Control to help him. All he can do is trust that Terios is strong enough to win this fight without him. Terios forces himself back to his feet despite his injury and pushes himself just a bit further. At this point, he feels he has only one option left. He removes his inhibitor rings for one last boost of energy and is able to defeat Black Doom. As reality starts to shift around them, Eclipse activates Chaos Control and warps them back to white space before the time loop can reset them to the beginning of the fight. Once they arrive, Eclipse notices that something's wrong with Terios. He's on the ground, convulsing. Though they don't know what happened, the combination of his Doom powers and removing his inhibitor rings has backfired on his body. Eclipse moves to put his inhibitor rings back on as quickly as he can. Still, it doesn't seem to do enough. Terios is still in serious trouble, so Eclipse uses the emerald to warp the pair to Rouge and Omega. They're both concerned for their friend's safety and immediately begin to administer first aid. Still, it doesn't look good for him. Eclipse explains what had happened. It says that he suspects foul play was involved. He asks if Eggman had done something, but Rouge shakes her head. She says that she kept an eye out for Eggman this entire time, and the Mad Doctor didn't have any idea about their entire ordeal with Black Doom in the first place. She had personally made sure of that. Still, it did seem as if someone had sabotaged their fight, though who could have done such a thing, Rouge had no idea. Eclipse shakes his head. He says that he'll bring the Chaos Emerald back to Blaze and Sonic so they can finish this quickly. The faster they can all get out of this, the sooner they can take Terios to a hospital and hopefully heal him. Rouge tells him to go ahead. They'll make sure Terios is okay. Around that time, the Sonics and Blazes have finished gathering all the emeralds and are approaching the Time Eater. Eclipse appears before them and explains the situation as quickly as he can. They all consider going back to help Terios, but Eclipse tells them that they have a job to do. The best way that they can help Terios now is by defeating Eggman and helping him get to the emergency room as quickly as possible. The Sonics and Blazes agree, and they approach Eggman and his Time Eater for the final showdown. The four of them appear before Eggman and announce that this is all over. Eggman snarls at them. He mumbles something under his breath about unexpected aberrations before summoning the Time Eater to attack them. The four all ascend to their super forms and begin to fight against the Time Eater. Blaze and Prince Sonic are the most furious of them all, especially the Prince. He yells at Eggman, demanding that Eggman explain why he did this. Why did he take Sonic and Blaze from their homes? Why did he ruin their lives like this? Eggman simply stares at the hedgehog. He states that he has no idea what Sonic is talking about or who he even is, and attacks him with the Eggmobile. The four continue the fight against the Time Eater with Sonic's friends cheering them on in the background, though Blaze can't help but worry about what Eggman had said. It seemed that this was the Eggman from Sonic's timeline, which means that he couldn't be related to the swap in the first place. But that didn't make sense. If not Eggman, who could have intervened? At that moment, everything stops. The only things able to move at all are the Time Eater and the four of them that are in their super forms. But even then, it's just barely. Eclipse recognizes it immediately. It's identical to the way time had lurched while he had been fighting against Black Doom. However, he's now unable to respond to anything without his Chaos Emerald. Everyone, even Eggman, seems shocked by this turn of events. Then a voice speaks to them in the back of their heads. It says that it wished to finish this another way, but now it had no choice but to use brute force. Its plans hadn't quite worked out the way they wanted, but it would be no matter. Soon it will force its way back into this world and make them all pay for daring to raise a finger against them. Blaze calls out, asking who it is that's doing this and what is it that they want. She asks how they're involved in all this, if they're the one responsible for all of the strange things going on. The splitting and merging of the timelines and everything. They're the only one left who could have caused all of this. The voice laughs. Clever girl. You're right, it was me. I'm the one responsible for all of this. Blaze demands that they show themselves already, and the voice laughs back at them once again. Then Mephiles appears before them. He explains that after he was defeated by Shadow and Whitespace, he realized that he had only a few moments to try and find a foothold in this world, a way to hold onto his precious existence. He needed to weaken this timeline, create a flaw that he could exploit at another point in time to worm his way back into reality. But he couldn't simply destroy everything by causing a paradox. He also had very little power and almost no time to act. All he could do was make the smallest of changes, the tiniest of aberrations to give him a chance to escape during the Solaris project. So, he had intervened after Blaze's and Sonic's birth. He expected that they would be strong enough to still give him the chance to form, but they would be much weaker than they were originally. As Mephiles watched them grow up, he had become ecstatic. He could just tell how much weaker they were than their original versions. Blaze, full of doubt, constantly questioning every decision she made. Sonic, brash, irresponsible, prideful, both just so deliciously exploitable. He knew he had won the battle before it even began. But somehow, they had still defeated him. Somehow he had still lost, despite doing everything he could to make them as weak as possible. He had defeated Sonic before he even raised a finger against him, and he still lost. But it didn't matter. It was all over now. Even with the four of them, they couldn't possibly hold a candle to him now. Not with the power of Eggman's greatest creation under his thumb. With a snap of his fingers, Mephiles merges with the Time Eater. Time is shattered almost beyond repair. Even in their super forms, the Sonics and Blazes can no longer move, completely frozen in place. Mephiles' laugh echoes in their heads, gloating that he's ascended far beyond anything they've ever fought before. He's no longer just a threat to this timeline and this reality. He could control and destroy any timeline, infinite universes, nay, multiverses. He could snap in and out of existence with a mere thought. So, how should he play with them first? Maybe he could craft each of them their own personal hell to torture them for all eternity. Or maybe he could simply delete them from existence, force them to endure the same fate they had so callously thrust upon him. After all, it was only a matter of time before their pathetic little gemstones broke down and they were completely powerless before him. The four of them each tried to force themselves to move, but they were unsuccessful. Even in their super forms, they were just too weak. Mephiles' powers over reality were too vast, and their wills weren't strong enough to overcome his own. After all, they were each but one person. Mephiles, in this form, was infinite in scope, existing not only here, but in all possible realities at the same time. And Mephiles lets them know that. He shows them brief glimpses into all the other timelines, infinite versions of themselves being slaughtered by Mephiles for his own twisted amusement. It really seemed like all hope had been lost. They were going to lose, and who knows what awful fate Mephiles had in store for them. Still, Blaze couldn't focus on that. She didn't fear for herself. She only felt fear for her friends, for her girlfriend Amy, for everyone else that Mephiles was going to hurt. It was almost impossible to comprehend how much damage Mephiles could do, but the small glimpse of it Blaze could see had made her heart break. Her heart broke for Miles, for Amy, for the Chaotix and Cream and Shadow and Rouge, and for her people. Blaze pauses. Her people? That wasn't right. She wasn't princess or anything. But somehow she could feel it. She could feel the devotion to the people of the Soul Empire, her need to protect them, her feelings burning deep, deep within her core. No, not her feelings. Princess Blaze's feelings. Blaze could feel what her counterpart felt, and if she focused on it, she could remember what she remembered, know what she knew, and she could tell that Princess Blaze was experiencing the same thing. As much as they were different, they were the same in one aspect. Their devotion to others, their willingness to protect those important to them no matter what. That was the core of who Blaze was, the core of who both of them were. And it was the core of every version of her that existed, across all timelines and realities. If Blaze focused hard enough, Blaze could feel all of them too. Distantly, Blaze realized that by connecting them to every other version of themselves, Mephiles had made a huge mistake. He may have been able to strike terror into them, but he also gave them an opportunity to grow into something beyond themselves. Blaze and Princess Blaze reached towards each other, accepting every difference and flaw between the pair of them. Slowly, they ceased to be two and became one, more powerful and wise than either of them were before. And then they reached out to another timeline, and another, and another, and another, and another, and another, over and over, until they reached out to every Blaze all over all the universes. Across all of those realities, they had done so much, made so many mistakes, made so many friends, seen and done so many things. It was overwhelming to have infinite sets of memories and thoughts, but it was manageable. As long as they all focused on who they were, at the very core of their being, the one thing that connected all of them, Blaze could hold it all together. Blaze opens their eyes. It's obvious that something is different. They had the power not only of the Chaos Emeralds, but of the Soul Emeralds and of the will of an infinite number of selves. This power pushed them beyond Brilliant Blaze, beyond Burning Blaze, beyond any other power they had ever encountered. They had stepped into something further beyond, the ultimate self, a fusion of everything they ever were and ever will be. Hyper Blaze. Their eyes turn to Sonic and they see that they too had reached this form. Mephiles is stammering as he watches them. He asks how they could do such a thing, that such a power was impossible for a mere mortal. Sonic just shrugs. Just one more supposed impossibility he had downgraded to merely very improbable. Blaze asks if Sonic would like to do the honors, and Sonic accepts graciously. With that, the pair attack Mephiles. The ensuing battle would be difficult to describe with mere words. Three beings capable of altering reality with their thoughts clash. With every blow, the very foundations of existence, the very laws of physics, tilt and break. Mephiles is powerful and clever, but his will was nothing compared to the two of them. They overwhelm him, tearing him apart from the Time Eater and destroying it in the process. They return everything to the relative stability of white space, the only place where Mephiles can still exist in their timelines, and the being pleads with them for mercy. He begs them to spare him, to give him a chance to at least exist. Sonic is conflicted as to what to do, their merciful streak acting up once again. Blaze, however, takes one step forward and asks Mephiles a simple question. Why? Why did he go through all of this trouble? Why did he feel the need to take revenge on them? Mephiles is silent before saying that he's not really sure what Blaze is asking. They respond that, of course he does it. He's lying, as he always did, as he always would. He destroys because he cannot comprehend anything else. He always chose to take from others, always chose revenge in spite over any other option, and he would never change. Not because he couldn't, but because he didn't want to. With that, Blaze snaps their fingers and scatters Mephiles onto the winds of reality. Sonic shakes their head, saying that that was cruel. Blaze responds that they gave Mephiles a chance. If he had any reason for his actions, any at all, they would have spared him. If he had been hurting and was just lashing out, or simply desperate and believed that this was the only way to survive, they would have given him a chance. But the question of why he did anything never even crossed Mephiles' mind. He only knew destruction and turned away from every opportunity to learn anything else. He was truly irredeemable. Sonic says that they don't believe that anyone can be irredeemable, and Blaze says that they'll simply have to agree to disagree for now. With that argument settled, the pair decide they need to return everything to how it had been before all of this. They undo all the damage to the timeline Eggman had done with the Time Eater. They send everyone and everything in white space back to where it belonged, and then finally, after one quick goodbye, they split themselves apart and send the different versions of themselves back to their original timelines. Blaze opens her eyes to see her birthday party, as it was before. Everyone is a bit groggy, confused as to what had happened, but Blaze would be able to explain it all pretty easily. She gestures to Prince, Sonic, and Shadow, the only two who should have memories of what had transpired in white space. Shadow asks them what happened after Mephiles appeared, and the two explain what they, or rather, what they as a larger whole did. Shadow is a bit confused as to how all of this even works, and Blaze and Prince Sonic say that honestly they're not quite sure either. But the timeline should be separated permanently now, and they had made sure that the other timeline Shadow was healthy before splitting everything apart. Mephiles was gone for good, and everyone was safe and sound. Shadow nods and then says that it seems that everything is in order. With that, he slinks away to a far corner of the party to be alone. Blaze sighs, but Sonic says to give the guy a break. After all, he had just spent all day hanging out with Shadow of all people. Blaze would want some alone time too in his position. Blaze laughs, and the pair look at each other silently for a moment. It was strange. In one sense, now that they knew what had really happened, why everything was the way it was, everything was different now. But in another sense, nothing had really changed. Blaze was the hero of the Chaos Dimension, running around with her gang of ragtag do-gooders to help wherever they could. Sonic was the Prince of the Soul Dimension, the protector of his people, and nothing and no one could take that away from them. Silent understanding flows between the two. Blaze breaks eye contact to go talk to Amy. She had a lot of explaining to do after all. And that's the final episode of this series, at least unless I come back and actually do a season 2 after all. Before I shout out the members again, I want to say that a few people actually did guess the entire twist with Mephiles when I foreshadowed in episode 4, which is kind of insane to me. Like, all I really revealed was that Mephiles knew about the original version of 06, and somehow people got from that to he's the one behind the swap and he did it to get an advantage against Sonic. I'm honestly impressed that more than one person was able to put that together. Anyway, I want to really quickly thank everyone who's been a fan of this series. It means so much to me that there are, no joke, hundreds to maybe thousands of people who care enough about this stupid fanfic I wrote to come back and watch it over the course of a couple months. Seriously, it's super cool, and I really hope you guys enjoyed watching these as much as I enjoyed making them. That's enough yapping though, let's go ahead and shout out all of my YouTube members. Big shoutouts to Elric111, Agent B7, Bokabara, Sonic Storm, Mega Sonic Bros, Joseph Florian, Fate Testarossa, and GB484.